count for. She knew Pettis's prints by heart now. He was unfortunate enough to have all arches, one of the rarest of fingerprint compositions, as well as a tiny scar on his thumb that had in fact led to his arrest years earlier for Grand Theft Auto. Perps with scars across their fingertips were an ident tech's best friend. But Azinski's prints had shown up once because he'd stuck his finger in a solvent and then pressed it against a piece of plywood kept in the back of the van, a print as perfect as if she had fingerprinted him herself. All told, she had about 53 prints, but none were of any use to her. She sat in the middle of the van and glumly looked around its interior. She had gone over every spot where a print could reasonably be expected to exist. She had hit every nook and cranny of the vehicle with the handheld laser and was running out of ideas where else to look. For the 20th time, she went through the motions of men loading the truck, driving it. The rearview mirror was an ideal spot for prints. Moving the equipment, lifting the bottles of cleaners, dragging the hoses, opening and closing the doors. The difficulty of her task was increased by the fact that prints tended to disappear over time, depending on the surface containing them and the surrounding climate. Wet and warm were the best preservatives, dry and cool the worst. She opened the glove compartment and went through the contents again. Every item had already been inventoried and dusted. She idly flipped through the van's maintenance log. Purplish stains on the paper reminded her that the lab stock of ninhydrin was low. The pages were well worn, although the van had had very few breakdowns the 3 years it had been in commission. Apparently the company believed in a rigorous maintenance program. Each entry was carefully noted, initialed, and dated. The company had its own in-house maintenance crew. As she scanned the pages, one entry caught her eye. All the other entries had been initialed by either a G. Henry or an H. Thomas, both mechanics employed by Metro. This entry had J.P. initialed beside it. Jerome Pettis. The entry indicated that the van had run low on oil and a couple of quarts had been added. All that was terribly unexciting, except that the date was the day the Sullivan place had been cleaned. Simon's breathing accelerated slightly as she crossed her fingers and got out of the van. She popped the hood and began looking at the engine. She shone her light around, and within a minute she found it. An oily thumbprint that preened back at her from the side of the windshield washer fluid reservoir, where someone would naturally rest their hand when they were applying leverage to open or close the oil cap. And a glance told her it wasn't Pettis's, nor was it either of the two mechanics. She grabbed a file card with Baldacci's prints on it. She was 99% sure they weren't his, and she turned out to be right. She carefully dusted and lifted the print, filled out a card, and nearly ran the entire way to Frank's office. She found him with his hat and overcoat on, which he quickly removed. "You're shitting me, Laura." "You want to check with Pettis to see if he remembers Rogers adding the oil that day?" Frank called the cleaning company, but Pettis had already gone for the night. Calls to his home went unanswered. Simon looked at the lift card like it was the most precious jewel in the world. "Forget it. I'll run it through our files. Stay all night if I have to. We can get Fairfax to access the state police AFIS. Our damn terminal's still down." Simon was referring to the automated fingerprint identification system housed in Richmond, where latent prints found at crime scenes could be compared against the ones on the state's computerized database. Frank thought for a moment. "I think I can do one better." "How's that?" Frank pulled a card out of his pocket, picked up the phone, and dialed. He spoke into the phone. "Agent Bill Burton, please." Burton picked up Frank and they drove down together to the FBI's Hoover Building, located on Pennsylvania Avenue. Most tourists know the building as bulky and rather ugly, and as a place not to miss on a visit to D.C. Housed here was the National Crime Information Center, a computerized information system operated by the FBI, consisting of 14 centralized distributed types of databases and 2 subsystems that constituted the world's largest collection of data on known criminals. The Automated Identification System, AIS, component of NCIC, was a cop's best friend. With tens of millions of criminal prints on file, Frank's chances of a hit were measurably increased. After depositing the print with FBI technicians, who had clear instructions that this assignment was to be moved to as near the top of the pile as possible, Burton and Frank stood outside in the hallway, nervously sipping coffee. "This is going to take a little while, Seth. The computer's going to kick out a bunch of probables. The techs will still have to make the ident manually. I'll hang out and let you know as soon as a match comes back." Frank checked his watch. His youngest was in a school play that started in 40 minutes. Her role was only that of a vegetable, but was right now the most important thing on earth to his little girl. "You sure? Just leave me a number where I can reach you." Frank did so and hurried out. The print could turn out to be nothing, a gas station attendant, but something told Frank that was not the case. Christine Sullivan had been dead a while now. Trails that cold usually stayed as cold as the victim resting 6 feet under, the longest 6 feet any of them would ever have to face. But a cold trail had suddenly turned blazing hot. Whether it would flicker out remained to be seen. For now, Frank was going to enjoy the warmth. He smiled, and not just at the thought of his 6-year-old running around dressed as a cucumber. Burton stared after him, smiling for a very different reason. The FBI used a sensitivity and reliability factor in excess of 90% when processing latents through the APHIS. That meant that no more than 2 probables, and most likely only 1 would be kicked out of the system. In addition, Burton had obtained a higher priority for the search than he had told Frank, all of which gained Burton time. Precious time. Later that night, Burton stared down at a name that was totally unfamiliar to him. Luther Albert Whitney. Date of birth 8/5/29. His social security number was also listed. The first 3 digits were 179, indicating it had been issued in Pennsylvania. Whitney's physical description was given as 5'8", $160, with a 2-inch scar on his left forearm. That comported with Pettis's description of Rogers. Using NCIC's III, Interstate Identification Index database, Burton had also gotten a good snapshot of the man's past. The report listed 3 prior felony convictions for burglary. Whitney had records in 3 different states. He had done lengthy time, last coming out of prison in the mid-1970s. Nothing since then. At least nothing the authorities knew about. Burton had known men like that before. They were career guys who just kept getting better and better at their chosen profession. He was betting Whitney was one of those types. One hitch. The last known address was in New York and was almost 20 years old. Taking the point of least resistance, Burton walked down the hallway to a phone cubicle and grabbed up all the phone books for the area. He tried D.C. first. Surprisingly, it was a blank. Northern Virginia was next. There were 3 Luther Whitneys listed. His next phone call went to the Virginia State Police, where he had a long-time contact. Division of Motor Vehicles records were accessed by computer. 2 of the Luther Whitneys were 23 and 85 years old, respectively. However, Luther Whitney of 1645 East Washington Avenue, Arlington, had been born on August 5, 1929, and his Social Security number, used in Virginia as the driver's license number, confirmed that he was the man. But was he Rogers? There was one way to find out. Burton pulled out his notebook. Frank had been very courteous in letting Burton go through the investigation file. The phone rang 3 times, and then Jerome Pettis answered. Vaguely identifying himself as being with Frank's office, Burton asked the question. 5 long seconds followed while Burton tried to keep his nerves intact as he listened to the shallow breathing of the man on the other end of the line. The response was worth the short wait. "Damn. That's right. Engine almost locked up. Somebody had left the oil cap loose. Got Rogers to do it because he was sitting on the case of oil we carry in the back." Burton thanked him and hung up. He checked his watch. He still had time before he would have to leave Frank the message. Despite the mounting evidence, Burton still couldn't be absolutely certain Whitney had been the guy in the vault, but Burton's gut told him Whitney was the man. And although there was no way in hell Luther Whitney would have gone anywhere near his house after the murder, Burton wanted to get a better feel for the guy, and maybe get some indication of where he'd gone. and the best way to do that was to check out where he lived, before the cops did. He walked as quickly as he could to his car. The weather had turned wet and cold again as Mother Nature toyed with the most powerful city on Earth. The wipers flapped relentlessly across the windshield. Kate didn't exactly know why she was there. She had visited the place exactly once in all these years, and on that occasion she had sat out in the car while Jack had gone in to see him, to tell him that he and Luther's only child were getting married. Jack had insisted, despite her maintaining that the man wouldn't care. Apparently he had. He had come out on the front porch and looked at her, smiling, an awkward thrust to his body that proclaimed his hesitation in approaching her, wanting to congratulate her but not knowing exactly how, given their peculiar circumstances. He had shaken Jack's hand, pounded him on the back, then looked over at her, as if for approval. She had resolutely looked away, arms folded, until Jack had climbed back in and they had driven off. She had caught the reflection of the small figure in the side mirror as they pulled away. He looked much smaller than she remembered, almost tiny. In her mind, her father would forever represent an enormous monolith of all that she resented and feared in the world, that filled all space around it and dragged one's breath away with its sheer, overpowering bulk. That creature obviously never existed, but she refused to admit that fact. But while she had not wanted to deal with that image ever again, she could not look away. For more than a minute as the car gathered speed, her eyes dipped into the reflection of the man who had given her life, and then taken it and her mother's away, with brutal finality. As the car pulled away, he had continued to look at her, a mixture of sadness and resignation on his features that had surprised her. But she had rationalized it away, as another of his tricks to make her feel guilty. She could not attribute benign qualities to any of his actions. He was a thief. He had no regard for the law, a barbarian in a civilized society. There was no possible room in his shell for sincerity. Then they had turned the corner and his image had disappeared, like it had been on a string, and was suddenly pulled away. Kate pulled into the driveway. The house was pitch dark. As she sat there, her headlights reflected off the rear of the car parked in front of her, and the glare hurt her eyes. She switched off the lights, took a deep breath to steady her nerves, and climbed out into the cold and wetness. The previous snowfall had been light, and what little residue there was crunched under her feet as she made her way up to the front door. The temperature promised icy conditions developing overnight. She placed one hand against the side of his car to balance herself as she walked. Despite not expecting to find her father home, she had washed and styled her hair, was encased in one of her suits normally reserved for court, and had actually applied more than a dab of makeup. She was successful in her own way, and if chance brought them face to face, she wanted him to realize that despite his maltreatment she had not only survived, she had flourished. The key was still where Jack had told her it was so many years ago. It had always seemed ironic to her that a consummate burglar should leave his own property so accessible. As she unlocked the door and slowly went inside, she did not notice the car that had pulled to a stop on the other side of the street, or the driver who watched her intently, and who was already writing down her license plate number. The house had the built-up, musty odor of a long-abandoned place. She had occasionally imagined what the place would look like on the inside. She had figured it to be neat and orderly, and she was not disappointed. In the darkness, she sat down in a chair in the living room, not realizing it was her father's favorite and totally unaware that Luther had unconsciously done the same thing when he had visited her apartment. The photo was on the mantel. It must have been almost 30 years old. Kate, held in her mother's arms, was swaddled from head to toe, a few wisps of tar-colored hair visible from under the pink bonnet. She had been born with a remarkably thick head of hair. Her father, calm-faced and wearing a snap brim, was standing next to mother and daughter, his muscular hand touching Kate's tiny, outstretched fingers. Kate's mother had kept that same photo on her dressing table until her death. Kate had thrown it away the day of the funeral, cursing the intimacy between father and daughter that the image displayed. She had hurled it away right after her father had come by the house, where she had exploded at him with a fury, an outburst that became more and more out of control since its target did not respond, did not fight back, but stood there and accepted the barrage. And the quieter he had become, the more angry she became, until she had slapped him with both hands, until others had pulled her away and held her down. And only then did her father put his hat back on, lay the flowers he had brought down on the table, and, with an inflamed face from her pounding and water-filled eyes, he had walked out the door, closing it quietly behind him. And it occurred to Kate, as she sat in her father's chair, that he too had been grieving that day. Grieving for a woman he had presumably loved for a good portion of his life, and who certainly had loved him. She felt a catch in her throat, and rushed to forestall it with pressure from her fingers. She got up and moved through the house, peering cautiously into each room and then backing away, growing more and more nervous as she penetrated further and further into her father's domain. The bedroom door was ajar, and she finally decided to push it open all the way. As she moved into the room, she risked turning on a light, and as her eyes adjusted to the exit from darkness, they fell upon the nightstand, and she drew nearer, finally sitting down on the bed. The collection of photographs was, in essence, a small shrine to her. From the earliest age upward, her life was retold here. Each night as her father went to sleep, the last thing he saw was her. But what shocked her the most were the photos from later in life. Her graduation from college and law school. Her father had certainly not been invited to these events, but they were recorded here. None of the photos were posed. She was either walking or waving to someone or just standing there, obviously unaware of the camera's presence. She moved on to the last photo. She was walking down the steps of the Alexandria courthouse. Her first day in court, nervous as hell. A petty misdemeanor case, General District Court Mickey Mouse stuff, but the big smile on her face proclaimed nothing less than absolute victory. And she wondered how in the world she had never seen him. And then she wondered if she had, but just would not admit it. Her immediate reaction was anger. Her father had been spying on her all these years. All those special moments of her life. He had violated them, violated her with his uninvited presence. Her second reaction was more subtle, and as she felt it rising through her, she abruptly jumped up from the bed and turned to flee the room. That's when she thudded right into the big man standing there. Again, I'm sorry, ma'am. I didn't mean to startle you. Startle me? You scared the living hell out of me. Kate sat on the side of the bed, trying to regain her nerves, to stop shaking, but the chill in the house didn't help. Excuse me, but why is the Secret Service interested in my father? She looked at Bill Burton with something akin to fear in her eyes. At least he read it as fear. He had watched her in the bedroom, swiftly gauging her motives, her intent from her subtle body movements. A skill he had spent years developing, scanning endless crowds for the one or two true dangers that might be lurking there. His conclusions? Estranged daughter and father. She had finally come looking for him. Things started to add up, and maybe in a very positive way for his purposes. We're not really, Miss Whitney. But the police in Middleton County sure as hell are. Middleton? Yes, ma'am. I'm sure you've read about the Christine Sullivan homicide. He let that statement hang out there to test her reaction. He got the expected one. Complete disbelief. You think my father had something to do with that? It was a legitimately asked question, and not one framed particularly defensively. Burton deemed that significant, and another positive for his plan, which had been forming the minute he'd laid eyes on her. The detective in charge of the case does. Apparently your father, as part of a carpet cleaning crew and using a false name, was in the Sullivans' house a short time before the murder. Kate caught her breath. Her father cleaning carpets? Of course. He had been casing the place, figuring its weaknesses, just like before. Nothing had changed. But murder? I can't believe he killed that woman. Right. But you can believe he was trying to burgle that house, can't you, Miss Whitney? I mean, this isn't the first time, is it? Or the second? Kate looked down at her hands. Finally, she shook her head. People change, ma'am. I don't know how close you've been to your father lately. Burton noted the small but discernible jerk in her expression. But the evidence is pretty strong that he was involved somehow. And the woman is dead. You've probably gotten a conviction on less evidence than that. Kate looked at him suspiciously. How do you know about me? I see a woman sneaking into the house of a man the police are looking for. I do what any law enforcement officer would do. I ran your license plate. Your reputation precedes you, Miss Whitney. The state police think the world of you. She looked around the room. He's not here. It doesn't look like he's been here for a while. Yes, ma'am, I know. You wouldn't happen to know where he is, would you? He hasn't tried to contact you or anything. Kate thought of Jack and his late-night visitor. No. The answer was quick, a little too quick for Burton's taste. It'll be better if he turns himself in, Miss Whitney. You get some trigger-happy beat cop out there. Burton expressively raised his eyebrows. I don't know where he is, Mr. Burton. My father and I, we haven't been close for a long time. But you're here now, and you knew where he kept the spare key. Her voice rose an octave. This is the first time I've stepped foot in this house. Burton scrutinized her expression and decided she was telling the truth. Her unfamiliarity with the house had already led him pretty much to that conclusion, and also that she and her father were estranged. Is there any way you can get in touch with him? Why? I really don't want to get involved in this, Mr. Burton. Well, I'm afraid you already are to a degree. It'd be better if you'd cooperate. Kate slung her purse over her arm and stood up. Listen, Agent Burton, you can't bluff me. I've been in the business too long. If the police want to waste their time questioning me, I'm in the phone book. The government phone book, under Commonwealth's attorney. See you around. She headed for the door. Ms. Whitney. She whirled around, ready for some verbal sparring. Secret Service or not, she wasn't going to take any crap from this guy. If your father committed a crime, then he should be tried by a jury of his peers and convicted. If he's innocent, he goes free. That's how the system's supposed to work. You know that better than I do. Kate was about to respond when her eye caught the photos. Her first day in court. It seemed a century ago, and was, in a lot more ways than she could ever admit to herself. That smile, the pie-in-the-sky dreams everybody starts with, nothing less than perfection the only goal. She had dropped back to earth a long time ago. Whatever barbed remark she was going to come back with had just escaped her, lost in the smile of a pretty young woman with a lot she wanted to do with her life. Bill Burton watched her turn and leave. He looked over at the photos, and then back at the empty doorway. Chapter 17. You shouldn't have fucking done that, Bill. You said you were not going to interfere in the investigation. Hell, I ought to throw your keister right in jail. That'd go over real well with your boss. Seth Franks slammed his desk drawer and stood up, eyes blazing at the big man. Bill Burton stopped pacing and sat down. He had expected to take some lumps over this one. You're right, Seth. But Jesus, I was a cop for a long time. You were unavailable. I go over there just to reconnoiter the place. I see some skirts slipping in. What would you have done? Frank didn't answer. Look, Seth, you can kick me in the ass, but I'm telling you, friend, this woman is our ace up the sleeve. With her, we can nail this guy. Frank's tensed face relaxed, his anger subsiding. What are you talking about? The girl is his daughter. His friggin' daughter. In fact, his only child. Luther Whitney is a 3-time loser, a career crim who's apparently gotten better with age. His wife finally divorced him, right? Couldn't take it anymore. Then when she starts to get her life in order, she dies from breast cancer. He paused. Seth Frank was all attention now. Go on. Kate Whitney is devastated by her mother's death, her father's betrayal as she sees it. So devastated that she totally breaks off from him. Not only that, she goes to law school and then goes to work as an assistant Commonwealth's attorney where she has the reputation of being one hard-assed prosecutor, especially for property-related crimes. Burglary, theft, robbery. She goes for the max on all those guys, and usually gets it, I might add. Where the hell did you get all that info? A few well-placed phone calls. People like to talk about other people's misery. It makes them feel their own life is somehow better when it usually isn't. So where does all this family turmoil get us? Seth, look at the possibilities here. This girl hates her old man. Hates with a capital H underscored. So you want to use her to get to him. If they're estranged that badly, how do we do it? That's the twist. By all accounts, all the hate and misery is on her side, not his. He loves her more than anything else. He's got a goddamn shrine to her in his bedroom. I'm telling you, the guy is ripe for this. If, and it's still a big if in my mind, if she's willing to cooperate. How does she get in touch with him? He sure as hell isn't going to be hanging around his phone at home. No, but I bet he checks in for messages. You should see his house. This guy is very orderly, everything in its place, bills probably paid ahead of time. And he's got no idea we're on his ass. Not yet, anyway. He probably checks his machine once or twice a day, just in case. So she leaves him a message, arranges a meeting, and we nail him? Burton stood back up, flushed 2 cigarettes from his pack, and flipped one over to Frank. They both took a moment to light up. Personally, that's how I see it going down, Seth. Unless you got a better idea. We still have to convince her to do it. From what you said, she didn't seem too willing. I think you need to talk to her. Without me there. Maybe I came down a little too hard on her. I have a tendency to do that. I'll hit it first thing in the morning. Frank put on his hat and coat and then paused. Look, I didn't mean to jump all over your butt, Bill. Burton grinned. Sure you did. I would have done the same thing if I were you. I appreciate the assistance. Anytime. Seth started to walk out. Hey, Seth. Little favor to an old fart ex-cop? What's that? Let me in on the kill. I wouldn't mind seeing his face when the hammer comes down. You got it. I'll call you after I talk to her. This cop's going home to his family. You should do the same, Bill. After I finish this smoke, I'm out of here. Frank left. Burton sat down, slowly finished his cigarette, then drowned it out in a half cup of coffee. He could have withheld Whitney's name from Seth Frank, told him there had been no match by the FBI. But that was too dangerous a game to play. If Frank ever found out, and the detective could through a myriad of independent channels, Burton would be stone cold dead. Nothing could explain that deception other than the truth, which wasn't an option. Besides, Burton needed Frank to know Whitney's identity. The Secret Service agent's plan all along was to have the detective hunt the ex-con down. Find him, yes. Arrest him, no. Burton stood up, put on his coat. Luther Whitney. Wrong place, wrong time, wrong people. Well, if it were any solace, he wouldn't see it coming. He'd never even hear the shot. He'd be dead before the synapses could fire the impulse to his brain. Those were the breaks. Sometimes they went for you and sometimes against you. Now if he could only think of a way to leave the president and his chief of staff high and dry, he would have done a good day's work. But that one, he was afraid, was beyond even him. Colin parked his car down the street. The few remaining multicolored leaves gently cascaded down on him, nudged along by the breeze that lazily made its way past. He was dressed casually. Jeans, cotton pullover, and leather jacket. There was no bulge under his jacket. His hair was still damp from a hasty shower. His bare ankles protruded from his loafers. He looked like he should be heading to the college library for a late-night study session, or hitting the party circuit after playing in the Saturday afternoon football game. As he made his way up to the house, he started getting nervous. It had surprised him, her phone call. She had sounded normal. There was no strain, no anger in her voice. Burton said she had taken it pretty well, considering. But he knew how abrasive Burton could be, and that was why he was worried. Letting him keep Colin's appointment with the lady probably was not the smartest thing Colin had ever done. But the stakes were high. Burton had made him see that. The door opened to his knock, and he walked in. As he turned, the door closed, and she was standing there, smiling, dressed in a sheer white negligee that was too short and too tight everywhere that counted. She stood tiptoe in her bare feet to kiss him gently on the lips. Then she took his hand and led him into the bedroom. She motioned for him to lie down on the bed. Standing in front of him, she undid the straps holding up the flimsy garment and let it drop to the floor. Next, her underwear slid down her legs. He started to rise up, but she gently pushed him back down. She slowly climbed on top of him, running her fingers through his hair. She slid a hand down to his erection and nicked at it through his jeans with the tip of her fingernail. He almost screamed as the confines of his pants became too painful. Again he tried to touch her, but she held him down. She slid his belt off and then undid his pants. They dropped to the floor. Next she freed his explosion of flesh. It sprang up at her, and she cradled it between her legs, squeezing it tightly between her thighs. She dipped her mouth down to his, and then nestled her lips against his ear. "Tim, you want me, don't you? You want to fuck me so bad, don't you?" He groaned and clutched at her buttocks, but she quickly moved his hands away. "Don't you?" "Yes. I wanted you so bad, too, the other night. And then he showed up. I know. I'm sorry about that. We talked, and I know, he told me, that you didn't say anything about us. That you were a gentleman. That part was none of his business." "That's right, Tim. It was none of his business. And now you want to fuck me, don't you?" "Jesus Christ, yes, Gloria. Of course I do. So bad it hurts. It's killing me. It's goddamn killing me. You feel so good, Tim. God, you feel so good." "Just wait, baby, just wait. You don't know what good is." "I know, Tim. All I seem to think about is making love to you. You know that, don't you?" "Yes." Colin was in so much pain now his eyes watered. She licked at the drops, amused. "And you're sure you want me? You're absolutely sure?" "Yes." Colin felt it before his mind actually registered the fact, like a blast of cold air. "Get out." The words were spoken slowly, deliberately, as though practiced a number of times to get just the right tone, the correct inflection, the speaker savoring each syllable. She climbed off him, taking care to apply enough force to his erection that he gasped for breath. "Gloria." His jeans hit him in the face as he lay there. When he pulled them away and sat up, her body was covered in a thick, full-length robe. "Get out of my house, Colin. Now." He dressed quickly, embarrassed, as she stood there watching him. She followed him to the front door, and as it opened and he stepped across the portal, she abruptly pushed him through and then slammed it behind him. He looked back for a moment, wondering if she were laughing or crying behind the door, or maybe displaying any emotion at all. He hadn't meant to hurt her. He had clearly embarrassed her. He shouldn't have done it that way. She had certainly paid him back for that embarrassment, bringing him to the threshold like that, manipulating him like some laboratory experiment, and then bringing the curtain crashing down on top of him. But as he walked to his car, the memory of that look on her face made him relieved their brief relationship had ended. For the first time since joining the Commonwealth's attorney's office, Kate called in sick. Bed covers pulled up to her chin, she sat propped up on pillows, staring out at a bleak morning. Every time she had tried to get out of bed, the image of Bill Burton loomed up in front of her like a mass of sharp-edged granite, threatening to crush or impale her. She slid down lower in the bed, sinking into the soft mattress like immersing herself in warm water just below the surface where she could neither hear nor see anything that transpired around her. They would be coming soon, just like with her mother, all those years ago. People pushing their way in and firing off questions Kate's mother couldn't possibly answer, looking for Luther. She thought of Jack's outburst from the other night and tightly closed her eyes, trying to hurl those words away. God damn him. She was tired, more tired than any trial had ever made her. And he had done it to her, just like he had to her mother, drawn her into the web even though she wanted no part of it, detested it, would destroy it if she could. She sat up again, unable to breathe. She held her throat with her fingers, tightly, trying to prevent another attack. When it subsided, she turned over on her side and stared at the photo of her mother. He was all she had left. She almost laughed. Luther Whitney was all the family she had left. God help her. She lay on her back and waited. Waited for the knock at the door. From mother to daughter. It was her turn now. At that moment, barely 10 minutes away, Luther stared again at the old newspaper article. A cup of coffee sat near his elbow, forgotten. The small refrigerator hummed in the background. In the corner, CNN droned on. Otherwise, the room was absolutely quiet. Wanda Broom had been a friend, a good friend, ever since their accidental meeting in a Philadelphia halfway house after Luther's last prison term, and Wanda's first and only. And now she was dead too. Had taken her own life, the newspaper article said, slumped over in the front seat of her car with a bunch of pills stuffed down her throat. Luther had never operated in the mainstream, and yet, even to him, this was all a little much to take. It could have been some continuing nightmare, except that every time he awoke and stared in the mirror, cold water dripping from features that grew more and more grizzled, more and more sunken with each passing day, he knew he was not going to wake up from this one. What was ironic, in the shadow of Wanda's tragic death, was that the Sullivan job had been her idea. A miserable, terrible idea, looking back, but one that had leapt from her surprisingly fertile mind. And an idea to which she had held doggedly, despite warnings from both Luther and her mother. And they had planned it, and he had done it. It was really that simple. And in the cold face of retrospection, he had wanted to do it. It was a challenge, and a challenge combined with a huge payoff was too tough to resist. How Wanda must have felt when Christine Sullivan hadn't gotten on that plane. And no way for her to let Luther know that the coast was not nearly so clear as they thought it would be. She had been Christine Sullivan's friend. That part had been absolutely sincere. A last reminder of real people in the midst of the sybaritic life Walter Sullivan lived. Where everyone was not only beautiful, like Christine Sullivan was, but educated, well-connected, and sophisticated, all things Christine Sullivan was not and never would be. And because of that burgeoning friendship, Christine Sullivan had begun to tell Wanda things she shouldn't have, including, finally, the location and contents of the vault constructed behind a mirrored door. Wanda was convinced that the Sullivans had so much they couldn't possibly miss so little. The world did not work that way, Luther knew, and Wanda probably did too. But that didn't matter now. After a lifetime of hardship, where money was always too scarce, Wanda had gone for her lottery win. Just like Christine Sullivan had, neither of them realizing just how high the price for such things really was. Luther had flown to Barbados, would have gotten a message to Wanda there if she hadn't already left. He had sent the letter to her mother. Edwina would have shown it to her. But had she believed him? Even if she had, Christine Sullivan's life had still been sacrificed. Sacrificed, as Wanda would have seen it, to Wanda's greed and desire to have things she had no right to. Luther could almost see those thoughts running through his friend's mind as she drove out alone to that deserted spot, as she unscrewed the cap to get at those pills, as she drifted into permanent unconsciousness. And he had not even been able to attend the funeral. He could not tell Edwina Broom how sorry he was, without risking getting her pulled into this nightmare. He had been as close to Edwina as he had to Wanda, in some ways even closer. He and Edwina had spent many nights trying to dissuade Wanda from her plan, to no avail. And only when it dawned on them that she would do it with or without Luther did Edwina ask Luther to take care of her daughter. Not let her go to prison again. His eyes finally turned to the personals in the newspaper, and it took him only a few seconds to find the one he was looking for. He did not smile when he read it. Like Bill Burton, Luther did not believe Gloria Russell had any redeeming qualities. He hoped they believed this was only about money. He pulled out a piece of paper and began to write. Trace the account. Burton sat across from the chief of staff in her office. He sipped on a Diet Coke but wished for something stronger. I'm already doing that, Burton. Russell put her earring back on as she replaced the phone in its cradle. Collins sat quietly in a corner. The chief of staff had not yet acknowledged his presence, although he had walked in with Burton 20 minutes ago. When does he want the money again? Burton looked at her. If a wire transfer does not reach the designated account by close of business, there will be no tomorrow for any of us. She swept her eyes across to Colin and then returned them to Burton. Shit. Burton stood up. Russell glowered at him. I thought you were taking care of this, Burton. He ignored the stare. How does he say he's going to work the drop? As soon as the money is received, he'll provide the location where the item will be. So we gotta trust him? So it would seem. How does he know you've even gotten the letter yet? Burton started to pace. It was in my mailbox this morning. My mail is delivered in the afternoon. Burton collapsed in a chair. Your fucking mailbox? You mean he was right outside your house? I doubt if he would have allowed someone else to deliver this particular message. How'd you know to check the mailbox? The flag was up. Russell almost smiled. This guy's got balls. I'll give him that, Chief. Apparently bigger ones than either of you. She concluded the statement by staring at Colin for a full minute. He cringed under the gaze, finally looking down at the floor. Burton smiled to himself at the exchange. That was okay. The kid would thank him in a few weeks for pulling him out of this Black Widow's web. Nothing really surprises me, Chief. Not anymore. How about you? He looked at her and then at Colin. Russell ignored the remark. If the money is not transferred out, then we can expect him to go public somehow soon thereafter. What exactly are we going to do about it? The Chief of Staff's calm demeanor was no sham. She had decided that she was through crying, through vomiting every time she turned around, and that she had been hurt and embarrassed enough to last the rest of her life. Come what may, she felt almost numb to anything else. It felt surprisingly good. How much does he want? Burton asked. $5 million, she replied simply. Burton went wide-eyed. And you got that kind of money? Where? That doesn't concern you. Does the president know? Burton asked the question, knowing full well the answer. Again, that doesn't concern you. Burton didn't push it. What did he care anyway? Fair enough. Well, in answer to your question, we are doing something about it. If I were you, I'd find a way to pull that money back somehow. $5 million isn't going to do much to someone not among the living. You can't kill what you can't find, Russell shot back. That's true. That's so true, Chief. Burton sat back and recounted his conversation with Seth Frank. Kate was fully dressed when she answered the door, thinking, somehow, that if she were in her bathrobe the interview would endure longer, that she would appear more and more vulnerable as each question came her way. The last thing she wanted to appear was vulnerable, which was exactly how she felt. I'm not sure what you want from me. Some information, that's all, Miss Whitney. I realize you're an officer of the court, and believe me, I hate to put you through this. But right now your father is my #1 suspect in a very high-profile case. Frank looked at her with a pair of earnest eyes. They were sitting in the tiny living room. Frank had his notebook out. Kate sat erect on the edge of the couch, trying to remain calm, although her fingers kept fluttering to her small chain necklace, twisting and turning it into small knots, tiny centers of bedlam. From what you've told me, Lieutenant, you don't have much. If I were the ACA on that case, I don't think I'd even have enough to get an arrest warrant issued, much less a bill of indictment returned. Maybe. Maybe not. Frank eyed the way she played with the chain. He wasn't really there to gather information. He probably knew more about her father than she did. But he had to ease her into the trap. Because, as he thought about it, that's what it was. A trap. For someone else. Besides, what did she care? It made his conscience feel better anyway, to think that she didn't really care at all. Frank continued. But I'll tell you some interesting coincidences. We have your father's print on a cleaning van that we know was at the Sullivan place a short time before the murder. The fact that we know he was in the house, and in the very bedroom where the crime was committed a short time before. We have 2 eyewitnesses to that. And the fact that he used an alias and a false address and social security number when applying for the job. And the fact that he seems to have disappeared. She looked at him. He had priors. He probably didn't use his real info because he didn't think he'd get the job otherwise. You say he's disappeared. Did you ever think he just may have taken a trip? Even ex-cons go on vacation. Her instincts as a trial lawyer found her defending her father. An unbelievable thought. A sharp pain shot through her head. She rubbed at it distractedly. Another interesting discovery is that your father was good friends with Wanda Broom, Christine Sullivan's personal maid and confidant. I checked. Your father and Wanda Broom had the same parole officer back in Philly. According to certain sources, they've apparently kept in touch all these years. My bet is Wanda knew about the safe in the bedroom. So I talked with Wanda Broom. It was obvious she knew more about the matter than she was letting on. So why aren't you talking to her instead of sitting here with me? Maybe she committed the crime herself. She was out of the country at the time. 100 witnesses to that effect. Frank took a moment to clear his throat. And I can't talk to her anymore, because she committed suicide. Left behind a note that said she was sorry. Kate stood up and looked blankly out the window. Bands of cold seemed to close around her. Frank waited for some minutes, staring at her, wondering how she must feel, listening to the growing evidence against the man who had helped create her, and then apparently abandoned her. Was there love left there? The detective hoped not. At least his professional side did. As a father of 3, he wondered if that feeling could ever really be killed, despite the worst. Miss Whitney, are you all right? Kate slowly turned away from the window. "Can we go out somewhere? I haven't eaten for a while, and there's no food here." They ended up at the same place Jack and Luther had met. Frank started to devour his food, but Kate touched nothing. He looked across at her plate. "You picked the place. I figured you must like the food. You know, nothing personal, but you could stand to put on some weight." Kate finally looked at him, a half-smile breaking through. "So you're a health consultant on the side?" "I've got 3 daughters. My oldest is 16, going on 40, and she swears she's obese. I mean, she probably goes 110, and she's almost as tall as me. If she didn't have such rosy cheeks, I'd think she was anorexic. And my wife, Jesus, she's always on some diet or another. I mean, I think she looks great, but there must be some perfect shape out there that every woman strives for. Every woman except me. Eat your food. That's what I tell my daughters every day. Eat." Kate picked up her fork and managed to consume half her meal. As she sipped her tea and Frank fingered a big trough of coffee, they both settled themselves in as the discussion wound its way back to Luther Whitney. "If you think you have enough to pick him up, why don't you?" Frank shook his head, put down his coffee. "You were at his house. He's been gone for a while. Probably blew out right after it happened." "If he did it. Your party bag is all circumstantial. That doesn't come close to being beyond a reasonable doubt, Lieutenant." "Can I play straight with you, Kate? Can I call you Kate, by the way?" She nodded. Frank put his elbows on the table, stared across at her. "All bullshit aside, why do you find it so hard to believe that your old man popped this woman? He's been convicted of 3 prior felonies. The guy's apparently lived on the edge his whole life. He's been questioned in about a dozen other burglaries, but they couldn't pin anything on him. He's a career crim. You know the animal. Human life doesn't mean shit to them." Kate finished sipping her tea before answering. "A career criminal? Of course her father was that. She had no doubt he had continued to commit crimes all these years. It was in his damn blood, apparently. Like a coke addict. Incurable." "He doesn't kill people," she said quietly. "He may steal from them, but he's never hurt anyone. It's not the way he does things." What had Jack said specifically? Her father was scared, terrified so badly he was sick to his stomach. The police had never scared her father. But if he had killed the woman? Perhaps just a reflex. The gun fired and the bullet ended Christine Sullivan's life. All that would have transpired in a matter of seconds. No time to think, just to act, to prevent him from going to prison for good. It was all possible. If her father had killed the woman, he would be scared. He would be terrified. He would be sick. Through all the pain, the most vivid memory she held of her father was his gentleness. His big hands encircling hers. He was quiet to the point of rudeness with most people. But with her, he talked. To her, not above her, or below her, as most adults manage to do. He would speak to her about things a little girl was interested in. Flowers and birds and the way the sky changed color all of a sudden, and about dresses and hair ribbons and wobbly teeth that she constantly fiddled with. They were brief but sincere moments, between a father and daughter, smashed between the sudden violence of convictions, of prison. But as she had grown up, those talks somehow became gibberish, as the occupation of the man behind the funny faces and the big but gentle fingers came to dominate her life, her perspective of Luther Whitney. How could she say that this man could not kill? Frank watched the eyes as they blinked rapidly. There was a crack there. He could feel it. Frank fingered his spoon as he scooped more sugar into his coffee. "So you're saying it's inconceivable that your father killed this woman? I thought you said the 2 of you hadn't really kept in touch." Kate jolted back from her musings. "I'm not saying it's inconceivable. I'm just saying..." She was really blowing this. She had interviewed hundreds of witnesses, and she couldn't remember one who had performed as badly as she was right now. She hurriedly rummaged through her purse for her pack of Benson and Hedges. The sight of the cigarette made Frank reach for his pack of Juicy Fruit. She blew the smoke away from him, eyed the gum. Trying to quit too? A flicker of amusement crossed her face. Trying and failing. You were saying? She slowly exhaled the smoke, willed her nerves to cease their cartwheels. Like I told you, I haven't seen my father in years. We aren't close. It's possible that he could have killed the woman. Anything's possible. But that doesn't work in court. Evidence works in court. Period. And we're attempting to build a case against him. You have no tangible physical evidence tying him to the actual crime scene? No prints, no witnesses, nothing like that? Frank hesitated, then decided to answer. No. Have you been able to trace any of the stuff from the burglary to him? Nothing's turned up. Ballistics? Negative. One unusable slug and no gun. Kate sat back in her chair, more comfortable as the conversation centered on a legal analysis of the case. That's all you've got? Her eyes squinted at him. He hesitated again, then shrugged. That's it. Then you got nothing, Detective. Nothing. I've got my instincts, and my instincts tell me Luther Whitney was in the house that night, and he was in that bedroom. Where he is now is what I want to know. I can't help you there. That's the same thing I told your buddy the other night. But you did go to his house that night. Why? Kate shrugged. She was determined not to mention her conversation with Jack. Was she withholding evidence? Maybe. I don't know. That, in part, was true. You strike me, Kate, as someone who always knows why she does something. Jack's face flashed across her mind. She angrily pushed it out. You'd be surprised, Lieutenant. Frank ceremoniously closed his notebook and hunched forward. I really need your help. For what? This is off the record. Unofficial, whatever you want to call it. I'm more interested in results than in legal niceties. Funny thing to tell a state prosecutor. I'm not saying I don't play by the rules. Frank finally caved in and pulled out his cigarettes. All I'm saying is I go for the point of least resistance when I can get it, okay? Okay. My information is that while you may not be wild about your father, he is still out there pining for you. Who told you that? Jesus, I'm a detective. True or not? I don't know. God damn it, Kate, don't play fucking games with me. True or not? She angrily stabbed out her cigarette. True. Satisfied? Not yet, but I'm getting there. I've got a plan to flush him out, and I'm looking for you to help me. I don't see that I'm in any position to help you. Kate knew what was coming next. She could see it in Frank's eyes. It took him 10 minutes to lay out his plan. She refused 3 times. A half hour later, they were still sitting at the table. Frank leaned back in his chair and then abruptly lurched forward. Look, Kate, if you don't do it, then we don't have a chance in hell of laying our hands on him. If it's like you say, and we don't have a case, he goes free. But if he did do it, and we can prove it, then you've got to be the last goddamn person in the world that should tell me he should get away with it. Now, if you think I'm wrong about that, I'll drive you back to your place and forget I ever saw you, and your old man can go right on stealing. And maybe killing. He stared directly at her. Her mouth opened, but no words came out. Her eyes drifted over his shoulder where a misty image from the past beckoned to her, but then suddenly faded away. At almost 30 years of age, Kate Whitney was far removed from the toddler who giggled as her father twirled her through the air, or the little girl who divulged important secrets to her father she would tell no other. She was all grown up, a mature adult, out on her own for a long time now. On top of that, she was an officer of the court, a state prosecutor sworn to uphold the law and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. It was her job to ensure that persons who broke those laws were appropriately punished, regardless of who they were and regardless of to whom they were related. And then another image invaded her mind. Her mother watching the door, waiting for him to come home, wondering if he were okay, visiting him in prison, making up lists of things to talk to him about, making Kate dress up for those encounters, getting all excited as his release date came closer. As if he were some goddamn hero out saving the world instead of a thief. Jack's words came back to her, biting hard. He had called her entire life a lie. He expected her to have sympathy for a man who had abandoned her, as if Luther Whitney had been wronged instead of Kate. Well, Jack could go straight to hell. She thanked God she had decided against marrying him. A man who could say those awful things to her did not deserve her. But Luther Whitney deserved everything coming to him. Maybe he hadn't killed that woman. But maybe he had. It wasn't her job to make that decision. It was her job to make sure that decision had an opportunity to be made by men and women in a jury box. Her father belonged in prison anyway. At least there he could hurt no one else. There he could ruin no more lives. And it was with that last thought that she agreed to help deliver her father into the hands of the police. Frank felt a twinge of guilt as they got up to leave. He had not been entirely truthful with Kate Whitney. In fact, he had downright lied to her about the most critical piece of the case other than the $1,000,000 question of where Luther Whitney happened to be. He wasn't pleased with himself right now. Law enforcement people had to occasionally lie, just like everybody else. He didn't make it any easier to swallow, especially considering the recipient was someone the detective had instantly respected, and now heavily pitied. Chapter 18. Kate had placed the call that night. Frank had wanted to waste no time. The voice on the machine stunned her. It was the first time in years she had heard those tones. Calm, efficient, measured like the practiced stride of an infantryman. She actually began to tremble as the tones sounded, and it took all her will to summon the simple words that were designed to trap him. She kept reminding herself how cunning he could be. She wanted to see him, wanted to talk to him, as soon as possible. She wondered if the wily old mind would smell a trap, and then she recalled their last face-to-face meeting, and she realized that he would never see it coming. He would never attribute deceit to the little girl who confided in him her most precious information. Even she had to give him that. It was barely an hour later when the phone rang. As she reached out for it, she wished to God she had never agreed to Frank's request. Sitting in a restaurant hatching a plan to catch a suspected murderer was quite different from actually participating in a charade designed solely to deliver your father to the authorities. Katie. She sensed the slight break in the voice. The tinge of disbelief blended in. Hello, Dad. She was grateful that the words had come out on their own. At that moment she seemed incapable of articulating the simplest thought. Her apartment was not good. He could understand that. Too close, too personal. His place, she knew, would be unworkable for obvious reasons. They could meet on neutral grounds, he suggested. Of course they could. She wanted to talk. He certainly wanted to listen. Desperately wanted to listen. The time was reached, tomorrow, 4 o'clock, at a small cafe near her office. At that time of day it would be empty, quiet. They could take their time. He would be there. She was sure nothing short of death would keep him away. She hung up and called Frank. She gave him the time and the place. Listening to herself, it finally dawned on her what she had just done. She could feel everything suddenly giving way, and she could not stop it. She flung down the phone and burst into tears, So hard did her body convulse that she slumped to the floor, every muscle twitching, her moans filling the tiny apartment like helium into a balloon. It all threatened to violently explode. Frank had stayed on the phone a second longer, and wished he hadn't. He yelled into the phone, but she could not hear him. Not that it would have made a difference if she had. She was doing the right thing. She had nothing to be ashamed about, nothing to feel guilty about. When he finally gave up and cradled the receiver, his moment of euphoria at growing ever close to his quarry was over like a flamed-out match. So his question had been answered. She loved him still. That thought for Lieutenant Seth Frank was troubling but controllable. For Seth Frank, father of 3, it made his eyes water, and he suddenly didn't like his job very much anymore. Burton hung up the phone. Detective Frank had been true to his promise to let the agent in on the kill. Minutes later, Burton was in Russell's office. "I don't want to know how you're going to do it." Russell looked worried. Burton smiled to himself. Getting squeamish, just like he predicted. Wanted the job done, just didn't want to get her pretty nails dirty. "All you have to make sure you do is tell the president where it's going down. And then you make damn sure he tells Sullivan before the fact. He has got to do that." Russell looked puzzled. "Why?" "Let me worry about that. Just remember, do what I tell you." He was gone before Russell had a chance to explode at him. "Are the police sure he's the one?" There was a hint of anxiousness in the president's voice as he looked up from his desk. Russell, pacing the room, stopped to look at him. "Well, Alan, I'm assuming that if he weren't, they wouldn't be going to all the trouble to arrest him." "They've made mistakes before, Gloria." "No argument there. Just like us all." The president closed the binder he had been examining and stood up, surveyed the White House grounds from the window. "So the man will shortly be in custody?" He turned to look at Russell. "So it would seem." "What's that supposed to mean?" "Only that the best-laid plans sometimes go awry." "Does Burton know?" "Burton seems to have orchestrated the entire thing." The president walked over to Russell, put his hand on her arm. "What are you talking about?" Russell relayed the events of the last few days to her boss. The president rubbed his jaw. "What is Burton up to?" The question was said more to himself than to Russell. "Why don't you buzz him and ask him yourself? The only point he was absolutely insistent on was your relaying the message to Sullivan." "Sullivan? Why the hell would—" The president did not finish his thought. He rang for Burton but was told he had suddenly become ill and gone to the hospital. The president's eyes bored into his chief of staff. "Is Burton going to do what I think he's going to do?" "Depends on what you're thinking." "Cut the games, Gloria. You know exactly what I mean." "If you mean, does Burton intend on making sure that this individual is never taken into custody? Yes, that thought had crossed my mind." The president fingered a heavy letter opener on his desk, sat down in his chair and faced out the window. Russell shuddered when she looked at it. She had thrown the one on her desk away. "Alan, what do you want me to do?" She stared at the back of his head. He was the president, and you had to sit and wait patiently, even if you wanted to reach across and throttle him. Finally, he swiveled around. The eyes were dark, cold, and commanding. "Nothing. I want you to do nothing. I better get in touch with Sullivan. Give me the location and time again." Russell thought the same thing she had earlier as she recounted the information. Some friend. The president picked up his phone. Russell reached across and put her hand on top of his. "Alan, the reports said Christine Sullivan had bruises on her jaw and had been partially strangled." The president didn't look up. Oh, really? What exactly happened in that bedroom, Alan? Well, from the small pieces I can remember, she wanted to play a bit rougher than I did. The marks on her neck? He paused and put down the phone. Let's just put it this way. Christie was into a lot of kinky things, Gloria, including sexual asphyxiation. You know, people get off when they're gasping for air and climaxing at the same time. I've heard of it, Alan. I just didn't think you'd be into something like that. Her tone was harsh. The president snapped back. Remember your place, Russell. I do not answer to you or anyone else for my actions. She stepped back and quickly said, Of course. I'm sorry, Mr. President. Richmond's face relaxed. He stood up and spread his arms resignedly. I did it for Christie. Gloria, what can I say? Women sometimes have strange effects on men. I'm certainly not immune to it. So why did she try to kill you? Like I said, she wanted to play rougher than I did. She was drunk and she just went out of control. Unfortunate, but those things happen. Gloria looked past him out the window. The encounter with Christine Sullivan did not just happen. The time and planning that had gone into that rendezvous had eventually taken on the elements of a full-blown election campaign. She shook her head as the images from that night poured back to her. The president came up behind her, gripped her shoulders, turned her to him. It was an awful experience for everyone, Gloria. I certainly didn't want Christie to die. It was the last thing in the world I wanted. I went there to have a quiet, romantic evening with a very beautiful woman. My God, I'm no monster. A disarming smile emerged across his face. I know that, Alan. It's just all those women, all those times. Something bad was bound to happen. The president shrugged. Well, as I told you before, I'm not the first man to hold this office to engage in those types of extracurricular activities. Nor will I be the last. He cupped her chin in his hand. You know the demands of the office I hold, Gloria, better than most. There's no other job like it in the world. I know the pressures are enormous. I realize that, Alan. That's right. It's a job that really requires more than is humanly possible to deliver. Sometimes you have to deal with that reality by relieving some of that pressure, from pulling yourself out from between the vice occasionally. How I deal with that pressure is important because it dictates how well I can serve the people who have elected me, who have placed their trust in me. He turned back to his desk. And besides, enjoying the company of beautiful women is a relatively innocuous way of combating that stress. Gloria stared angrily at his back, as if he expected her of all people to be swayed by the rhetoric, by a bullshit patriotic speech. It certainly wasn't innocuous for Christine Sullivan, she blurted out. Richmond turned back to her. He was no longer smiling. I really don't want to talk about this anymore, Gloria. What's past is past. Start thinking about the future. Understand? She bowed her head in formal assent and stalked from the room. The president again picked up the phone. He would deliver all the necessary details about the police sting to his good friend Walter Sullivan. The president smiled to himself as the call was being placed. It sounded like it wouldn't be long now. They were almost there. He could count on Burton. Count on him to do the right thing. For all of them. Luther checked his watch. 1 o'clock. He showered, brushed his teeth, and then trimmed his newly grown beard. He lingered over his hair until it met with his satisfaction. His face looked better today. The phone call from Kate had worked wonders. He had cradled the phone in his ear, playing the message over and over again, just to hear the voice, the words he had never expected to hear again. He had risked going to a men's store downtown where he bought a new pair of slacks, sports coat, and patent leathers. He had considered and then discarded the notion of a tie. He tried on his new coat. It felt good. The pants were a little loose on him. He had lost weight. He would have to eat more. He might even start with buying his daughter an early dinner. If she'd let him. He'd have to think about that one. He didn't want to push it. Jack. It must have been Jack. He had told her of their meeting, that her father had been in trouble. That was the connection. Of course. He had been stupid not to see it right away. But what did that mean? That she cared? He felt a tremble start in his neck, and it ended at his knees. After all these years, he swore under his breath at the timing. The fucking timing. But he had made up his mind, and nothing could change that decision now, not even his little girl. Something terribly wrong had to be set right. Luther was certain Richmond knew nothing about his correspondence with the Chief of Staff. Her only hope was to quietly buy back what Luther had and then make sure no one ever laid eyes on it again. Buy him off, hoping he'd disappear forever and the world would never know. He had verified that the money had arrived in the designated account. What happened to that money would be their first surprise. The second surprise, though, would make them forget all about the first. And the best part was that Richmond would never see it coming. He seriously doubted that the president would actually do any time. But if this didn't meet the criteria for impeachment, he didn't know what did. This made Watergate look like a third-grade prank. He wondered what impeached ex-presidents did. Withered in the flames of their own destruction, he hoped. Luther pulled the letter out of his pocket. He would arrange for her to receive it right about the time she'd be expecting the last set of instructions. The payoff. She would get her payoff. They all would. It was worth it, letting her squirm like he knew she had all this time. No matter how often he tried, he couldn't erase the memory of the woman's leisurely sexual encounter in the presence of a still, warm body, as though the dead woman was a pile of trash not to be bothered with. And then Richmond. The drunken, slobbering bastard. Again the visions made Luther seethe. He clenched his teeth, then abruptly smiled. Whatever deal Jack could cut him, he would take. 20 years, 10 years, 10 days. He didn't care anymore. Fuck the president and everybody around him. Fuck the whole town. He was taking them down. But first, he was going to spend some time with his daughter. After that, he really didn't care anymore. As he walked over to the bed, Luther's body took a jolt. Something else had just occurred to him. Something that hurt, but which he could understand. He sat on the bed and sipped a glass of water. If it were true, could he really blame her? And besides, he could just kill two birds with one stone. As he lay back on the bed, it occurred to him that things that looked too good to be true usually were. Did he deserve any better from her? The answer was absolutely clear. He did not. When the money transfer had reached District Bank, automatic pre-wire instructions kicked in, and the funds were immediately transferred out of the account to 5 different area banks, each in the amount of $1 million. From there, the funds followed a circuitous route until the total sum was once again assembled in one place. Russell, who would put a tracer on the flow of money from her end, would find out soon enough what had happened. She would not be particularly pleased about it. She would be far less pleased about the next message she received. The Café Alonzo had been open about a year. It had the usual array of outdoor tables with colorful umbrellas in a small space on the sidewalk enclosed by a waist-high black iron railing. The coffee was varied and strong. The on-premises bakery was popular among the morning and lunch crowds. At 5 minutes to 4, only one person sat at the outdoor table. In the chilly air, the umbrellas were collapsed down, resembling a column of giant drinking straws. The cafe was located in the ground floor of a modern office building. 2 stories up hung a scaffolding. 3 workers were replacing a glass panel that had cracked. The entire facade of the building consisted of mirrored panels that gave a complete image of the area directly opposite it. The panel was heavy, and even the burly men struggled with the weight and bulk. Kate bundled her coat around her and sipped her coffee. The afternoon sun was warming in spite of the chill, but it was fading rapidly. Long shadows had commenced to creep over the tables. She felt the rawness in her eyes as she squinted at the sun suspended directly over the tops of a number of dilapidated row houses that sat diagonally across the street from the cafe. They were destined for demolition to make room for the continued renovation of the area. She did not notice that the upper-story window on one of the row houses was now open. The row house next door had 2 windows smashed out. The front door on another was partially caved in. Kate looked at her watch. She had been sitting there for approximately 20 minutes. Used to the frenetic pace of the prosecutor's office, the day had dragged interminably. She had no doubt there were dozens of police officers in the vicinity waiting to pounce once he walked up to her. Then she thought about it. Would they even have a chance to say anything to each other? What the hell could she say anyway? "Hi, Dad, you're busted." She rubbed her raw cheeks and waited. He would be there right at 4, and it was too late for her to change any of it. Too damned late for anything. But she was doing the right thing, despite the guilt she was feeling, despite breaking down like that after calling the detective. She angrily squeezed her hands together. She was about to hand her father over to the police, and he deserved it. She was through debating it. She now just wanted it to be over. McCarty did not like it. Not at all. His usual routine was to follow his target, sometimes for weeks, until the assassin understood the victim's patterns of behavior better than the victim did. It made the killing so much easier. The additional time also allowed McCarty to plan his escape, to allow for worst-case scenarios. He had none of those luxuries on this job. Sullivan's message had been terse. The man had already paid him an enormous sum on his per diem, with another $2 million to follow upon completion. Under any yardstick, he had been compensated. Now he had to deliver. Except for his first hit many years ago, McCarty could not remember being this nervous. It didn't help matters that the place was crawling with cops. But he kept telling himself things would be okay. In the time he had planned well. He had reconnoitered the area right after Sullivan's phone call. The row house idea had hit him immediately. It was really the only logical place. He had been here since 4 in the morning. The back door to the house opened into an alleyway. His rental car was parked at the curb. It would take him exactly 15 seconds from the moment the shot was fired to drop his rifle, make his way down the stairs, out the door and into his car. He would be 2 miles away before the police even fully understood what had happened. A plane was leaving in 45 minutes from a private airstrip 10 miles north of Washington. Its destination was New York City. It would carry 1 passenger, and in a little over 5 hours, McCarty would be a pampered passenger on board the Concorde as it descended into London. He checked his rifle and scope for the 10th time, automatically flicking away a grain of dust on the barrel. A suppressor would have been nice, but he had yet to find one that worked on a rifle, especially one that was chambered with supersonic ammo as his weapon was. He would count on the confusion to mask the shot and his subsequent departure. He looked across the street and checked his watch. Almost time. McCarty, while being a very accomplished killer, could not have possibly known that another rifle would be trained on his target's head. And behind that rifle would be a pair of eyes as sharp, if not sharper, than his own. Tim Cullen had qualified as an expert marksman in the Marine Corps, and his master sergeant had written in his evaluation that he had never seen a better shot. The focus of that accolade was now sighting through his scope. Then he relaxed. Colin looked around the confines of the van he was in. Parked down the street on the curb opposite from the cafe, he had a straight shot to the target. He sighted through his rifle again, Kate Whitney appearing fleetingly in the crosshairs. Colin slid open the side window of the van. He was under shadow of the buildings behind him. No one could notice what he was doing. He also had the added advantage of knowing that Seth Frank and a contingent of county police were stationed to the right of the cafe, while others were in the office building lobby where the cafe was located. Unmarked cars were stationed at various locations up and down the street. If Whitney ran, he wouldn't get far. But then Colin knew the man wasn't going to run anywhere. After the shot, Colin would quickly disassemble the rifle and secrete it in the van, emerge with his sidearm and badge, and join the other authorities in pondering what the hell had happened. No one would think to check a Secret Service van for the firearm or shooter who had just wasted their target. Burton's plan made a lot of sense to the young agent. Colin had nothing against Luther Whitney, but there was a lot more at stake than a 66-year-old career criminal's life. A hell of a lot more. Killing the old man was not something Colin was going to enjoy. In fact, he would do his best to forget it once done. But that was life. He was paid to do a job, had in fact sworn to do that job above all else. Was he breaking the law? Technically, he was committing murder. Realistically, he was just doing what had to be done. He assumed the president knew about it. Gloria Russell knew about it. And Bill Burton, a man he respected more than anyone else, had instructed him to do it. Colin's training simply did not permit him to ignore those instructions. Besides, the old guy had broken into the place. He was going to do 20 years. He'd never make 20 years. Who wanted to be in prison at 80 years old? Colin was just saving him a lot of misery. Given those choices, Colin would have taken the round too. Colin glanced up at the workmen on the scaffolding above the cafe as they struggled to right the replacement panel. One man grabbed the end of a rope connected to a block and tackle. Slowly, the piece began to rise. Kate looked up from studying her hands, and her eyes locked on him. He moved gracefully along the sidewalk. The fedora and muffler hid most of his features, but the walk was unmistakable. Growing up, she had always wanted to be able to glide along the ground like her father, so effortlessly, so confidently. She started to rise and thought better of it. Frank had not said at what point he would move in, but Kate didn't expect him to wait very long. Luther stopped in front of the cafe and looked at her. He had not been this close to his daughter for over a decade, and he was a little unsure how to proceed. She felt his uncertainty and forced a smile to her lips. He immediately went to her table and sat down, his back to the street. Despite the chill, he took off his hat and put his sunglasses away in his pocket. McCarty sighted through his rifle scope. The iron-gray hair came into focus and his finger flipped off the safety, and then floated to the trigger. Barely 100 yards away, Colin was mirroring those actions. He was not as hurried as McCarty, since he had the advantage of knowing when the police were going to move in. McCarty's trigger finger crooked back. Earlier he had noticed the workmen on the scaffolding once or twice, but then had put them out of his mind. It was only the second mistake he had ever committed in his line of work. The mirrored panel suddenly jerked upward as the rope was pulled down, and the panel cocked in McCarty's direction. Catching the falling sun directly on its surface, the panel threw the reflection, red and glimmering, full in McCarty's eyes. Momentary pain shot through his pupils, and his hand jerked involuntarily as the rifle fired. He cursed and flung down the gun. He made it to the back door 5 seconds ahead of schedule. The bullet struck the umbrella pole and severed it before ricocheting off and embedding into the concrete pavement. Both Kate and Luther went down, father instinctively shielding daughter. A few seconds later, Seth Frank and a dozen uniforms, guns drawn, formed a semicircle around the pair, facing out, their eyes scanning every nook and cranny of the street. "Shut this whole fucking area down," Frank screamed to the sergeant, who barked orders into his radio. Uniforms spread out. Unmarked cars moved in. The workmen stared down at the street, completely oblivious to the unwitting role they had played in the events unfolding below. Luther was pulled up and handcuffed, and the entire party hustled into the lobby of the office building. An excited Seth Frank stared at the man for one satisfying moment, and then read him his rights. Luther looked across at his daughter. Kate at first could not meet his gaze, but then decided he at least deserved that. His words hurt her more than anything she had prepared for. "Are you all right, Katie?" She nodded, and the tears started to pour. And this time, despite squeezing her throat in an iron grip, she could not stop them as she crumpled to the floor. Bill Burton stood just inside the lobby doorway. When an astonished Colin came in, Burton's look threatened to disintegrate the younger man. That is, until Colin whispered in his ear. To his credit, Burton assimilated the information rapidly and hit upon the truth a few seconds later. Sullivan had hired a hitman. The old man had actually done what Burton had intended to falsely set him up for. The wily billionaire rose a notch in Burton's estimation. Burton walked over to Frank. Frank looked at him. "Any idea what the fuck that was all about?" "Maybe," Burton answered back. Burton turned around. For the first time, he and Luther Whitney actually looked at each other. For Luther, memories of that night again came hurtling back to him. But he was calm, unruffled. Burton had to admire that. But it also was a great source of concern for him. Whitney was obviously not overly distressed at being arrested. His eyes told Burton, a man who had participated in literally thousands of arrests, which normally involved adults blubbering like babies, all he needed to know. The guy was planning to go to the cops all along. For what reason, Burton was unsure, and he really didn't care. Burton continued to look at Luther while Frank checked in with his men. Then Burton looked over at the huddled mass in the corner. Luther had already struggled with his captors in an attempt to go to her, but they were having no part of it. A policewoman was making awkward efforts to console Kate, but with little success. Traces of tears worked their way down the thick wrinkles in the old man's cheeks as he watched each sob rack his little girl. When he noticed Burton right at his elbow, Luther finally flashed fire at the man until Burton led the old man's eyes back over to Kate. The men's eyes locked again. Burton raised his eyebrows a notch and then settled them back down with the finality of a round being fired into Kate's head. Burton had stared down some of the worst criminals the area had to offer, and his features could be menacing, but it was the absolute sincerity in those features that turned hardened men cold. Luther Whitney was no punk, that was easy enough to see. He was not one of the blubberers. But the wall of concrete that made up Luther Whitney's nerves had already started to crumble. It swiftly finished dissolving, and the remnants trickled toward the sobbing woman in the corner. Burton turned and walked out the door. Chapter 19. Gloria Russell sat in her living room and held the epistle in her quavering hand. She looked at the clock. It had come right on time, via messenger, a turbaned older man in a beat-up Subaru, a Metro Rush Courier's logo on the passenger door. "Thank you, ma'am. Say goodbye to your life." She had expected to finally have in her hand the key to wiping away all the nightmares she had suffered, all the risks she had taken. The wind was starting to howl in the chimney. A cozy fire burned in the fireplace. The house was scrupulously clean thanks to the efforts of Mary, her part-time maid, who had just left. Russell was expected at Senator Richard Miles's home for dinner at 8. Miles was very important to her own personal political aspirations, and he had started making all the right noises. Things had finally started to go right again. The momentum had shifted back to her. After all those torturous, humiliating moments. But now... She looked at the message again. The disbelief continued to sweep over her like an enormous fishing net, dragging her to the bottom where she would remain. "Thanks for the charitable contribution. It will be greatly appreciated. also appreciate the extra rope you just gave me to hang you. About that item we had discussed, it's no longer for sale. Now that I think about it, the cops will probably need it for the trial. Oh, by the way, fuck you." It was all she could do to stagger up. Extra rope? She couldn't think. She couldn't function. She first thought to call Burton, but then realized he would not be at the White House. Then it hit her. She raced to the TV. The 6 o'clock news was just recounting a late-breaking story. A daring police operation conducted jointly by the Middleton County Police Department and Alexandria City Police had netted a suspect in the Christine Sullivan murder case. A shot had been fired by an unknown gunman. The target was assumed to be the suspect. Russell watched as footage from the Middleton police station was run. She saw Luther Whitney, staring straight ahead, not in any way attempting to hide his face, walk up the steps. He was far older than she had imagined he would be. He looked like a school principal. That was the man who had watched her. It never even occurred to her that Luther had been arrested for a crime she knew he had not committed. Not that that revelation would have prompted her to do anything. As the cameraman swung around, she glimpsed Bill Burton with Colin behind him as they stood listening to Detective Seth Frank make a statement to the press. The goddamn incompetent bastards. He was in custody. He was in fucking custody, and she had a message right there in her hand that guaranteed the guy was going to make sure they were all brought down. She had trusted Burton and Colin. The president had trusted them, and they had failed miserably. She could hardly believe how Burton could be standing there so calmly while their entire world was about to flame out, like a suddenly used-up star. Her next thought surprised even her. She raced to the bathroom, tore open the medicine cabinet, and grabbed the first bottle she saw. How many pills would be enough? 10? 100? She twisted at the cap, but her shaking hands couldn't get it off. She continued to struggle. Finally, the pills spilled into the sink. She scooped up a handful and then stopped. In the mirror, her reflection stared back. For the first time, she realized how much she had aged. The eyes were gaunt, her cheeks had caved in, and her hair looked as if it were graying before her eyes. She looked at the mass of green in her hand. She couldn't do it. Despite her world shattering in front of her, she could not do it. She flushed the pills, turned out the light. She telephoned the senator's office. Sickness would prevent her from attending. She had just lain down on the bed when the knock came. At first it seemed like the distant beating of drums. Would they have a warrant? What did she have that could incriminate her? The note. She tore it out of her pocket and tossed it in the fireplace. As it ignited and a burst of flames sailed up the chimney, she smoothed down her dress, put on her pumps, and walked out of the room. For the second time, a stab of pain seared her chest as her eyes fell upon Bill Burton at the front door. Without a word, he walked in, threw off his coat, and went straight to the liquor. She slammed the door. "Great job, Burton. Brilliant. You took care of everything beautifully. Where's your sidekick? Getting his damned eyes examined?" Burton sat down with his drink. "Shut up and listen." Ordinarily, such a remark would have sent her off, but his tone stopped her dead. She noted the holstered weapon. She suddenly realized she was surrounded by people carrying guns. They seemed to be everywhere. Shots were now being fired. She had thrown in her lot with some very dangerous people. She sat down and stared at him. Colin never fired his weapon. But somebody did. I know that. He swallowed most of his drink. Russell thought about mixing herself one, but decided against it. He looked at her. Walter Sullivan. That son of a bitch. Richmond told him, right? Russell nodded. You think Sullivan was behind this? Who the fuck else could it be? He thinks the guy killed his wife. He has the money to hire the best shooters in the world. He was the only other person who knew exactly where it was going down. He looked at her and shook his head in disgust. Don't be stupid, lady. We don't have time for stupid. Burton stood up and paced. Russell's thoughts went back to the TV. But the man's in custody. He'll tell the police everything. I thought it was them at the door. Burton stopped pacing. The guy's going to say nothing to the police. At least for now. What are you talking about? I'm talking about a man who will do anything so his little girl can keep on living. You threatened him? I got my message across real clear. How do you know? Eyes don't lie, lady. He knows the game. Talk, and his daughter goes bye-bye. You wouldn't really... Burton reached down and grabbed the chief of staff, effortlessly lifting her off the floor and holding her in mid-air so she was eye level. I will kill any fucking person who is in a position to fuck with me. Do you understand that? His tone was chilling. He threw her back into the chair. She stared up at him, the blood gone from her face, her eyes filled with terror. Burton's face was crimson with fury. You were the one who got me into this. I wanted to call the cops right from the get-go. I did my job. Maybe I killed the woman, but there ain't a jury in the world that would have found me guilty. But you sucker-punched me, lady, with all your global disaster talk and bullshit concern for the president, and stupid me, I fell for it. And right now I'm about one step away from pissing away 20 years of my life, and I'm not happy about it. If you can't understand that, tough. They sat without speaking for several minutes. Burton cradled his glass and studied the carpet, thinking intently. Russell kept one eye on him as she tried to stop shaking. She could not bring herself to tell Burton about the note she had received. What good would it do? For all she knew, Bill Burton would pull out his gun and shoot her on the spot. The thought of violent death so close to her made her blood turn to ice. Russell managed to sit back in her chair. A clock ticked in the background. It seemed to be counting down the last remaining moments of her life. You are sure he won't say anything? She looked at Burton. I'm not sure of anything. But you said... I said the guy will do anything to make sure his little girl doesn't get herself killed. If he takes that threat away, then we'll be waking up the next few years staring at the bottom of a bunk bed. But how can he take that threat away? If I knew the answer to that, I wouldn't be so worried. But I can guarantee you that Luther Whitney is sitting in his cell block right now thinking of precisely how to do that. What can we do? He grabbed his coat and pulled her up roughly. Come on. It's time to talk to Richmond. Jack shuffled through his notes and then looked around the conference table. His transaction team consisted of 4 associates, 3 paralegals, and 2 partners. Jack's coup with Sullivan had spread throughout the firm. Each of them looked at Jack with a mixture of awe, respect, and a little fear. Sam, you'll coordinate the raw materials sales through Kiev. Our guy over there is a real hustler, plays close to the edge. Keep an eye on him, but let him run with things. Sam, a 10-year partner, snapped his briefcase shut. You got it. Ben, I checked your report on the lobbying efforts. I agree, I think we should push hard on foreign relations. Can't hurt to have them on our side. Jack flipped open another file. We've got approximately a month to get this operation up and running. Of chief concern is Ukraine's tenuous political status. If we're going to hit the brass ring, we have to do it pretty quickly. The last thing we need is Russia annexing our client. Now, I'd like to take a few minutes to go over... The door opened, and Jack's secretary leaned in. She looked edgy. I'm terribly sorry to bother you. It's okay, Martha. What's up? There's someone on the phone for you. I told Lucinda to hold my calls except for an emergency. I'll get back to everybody tomorrow. I think this might be an emergency. Jack swiveled around in his chair. Who is it? She said her name was Kate Whitney. 5 minutes later, Jack was in his car, a brand-new copper-colored Lexus 300. His thoughts raced. Kate had been near hysterical. All he managed to understand was that Luther had been arrested. For what? He didn't know. Kate opened the door on the first knock and nearly collapsed into his arms. It was several minutes before she started breathing regularly. "Kate, what is it? Where's Luther? What's he charged with?" She looked at him, her cheeks so puffy and raw it looked like she'd been mugged. When she finally managed to breathe the word out, Jack sat back stunned. "Murder?" He looked around the room, his mind going too fast for him to register. "That's impossible. Who the hell is he supposed to have murdered?" Kate sat up straight and pushed the hair out of her face. She looked directly at him. This time the words were clear, direct, and cut into him like chunks of jagged glass. Christine Sullivan. Frozen for a long moment, Jack exploded out of the chair. He looked down at her, tried to speak, and found he couldn't. He staggered over to the window, threw it open, and let the cold beat into him. His stomach churned pure acid. It reached up into his throat until he was barely able to push it back. His legs slowly regained their rigidity. He closed the window and sat back down next to her. "What happened, Kate?" She dabbed raw eyes with a ragged tissue. Her hair was a mass of tangles. She had not taken off her overcoat. Her shoes lay next to the chair where she had kicked them off. She collected herself as best she could. She wiped a strand of hair from her mouth and finally looked at him. The words rolled out of her mouth in quiet bursts. "The police have him in custody. They think he broke into the Sullivans' home. No one was supposed to be there, but Christine Sullivan was." She paused and took a deep breath. "They think Luther shot her." As soon as she uttered those last words, her eyes closed. The eyelids seemed to ram down by themselves under a terrible weight. She slowly shook her head, her forehead a stack of wrinkles as the throbbing pain clicked up a notch. "That's crazy, Kate. Luther would never kill anybody." "I don't know, Jack. I don't know what to think." Jack stood up and took off his coat. He put a hand through his hair as he struggled to think. He looked down at her. "How did you find out? How the hell did they catch him?" In response, Kate's body shook. The pain seemed to be so strong as to be visible, hovering above before it plunged repeatedly into her lean frame. She took a moment to wipe her face with another tissue. It took her so long to turn to him, 1 inch at a time, that she seemed like an ancient grandmother. Her eyes were still closed, her breathing interrupted by gasps, as if the air was being trapped and was having to struggle mightily before escaping. Finally, her eyes opened. The lips moved, but no words came out at first. Then she managed to say them, slowly, distinctly, as though she were forcing herself to absorb every blow that accompanied them as long as possible. "I set him up." Luther, dressed in an orange jail suit, sat in the same cinder-block interrogation room that Wanda Broom had occupied. Seth Frank sat across from him, watching him closely. Luther stared directly ahead. He wasn't zoned out. The guy was thinking about something. 2 other men came in. One carried a recorder that he placed in the middle of the table. He turned it on. "You smoke?" Frank extended a cigarette. Luther accepted it, and both men exhaled tiny clouds. For the record, Frank repeated verbatim Luther's Miranda warning. There would be no procedural miscues on this one. "So you understand your rights?" Luther vaguely waved his cigarette in the air. The guy was not what Frank had been expecting. His record was certainly a felonious one. 3 priors, but the last 20 years were clean. That didn't mean much. But no assaults, no violent acts. That also didn't mean much. But there was something about the guy. "I need a yes or no to that question." Yes. Okay. You understand that you've been arrested in connection with the murder of Christine Sullivan? Yes. And you're sure you want to waive your right to have counsel present on your behalf? We can get a lawyer for you, or you can call your own. I'm sure. And you understand you do not have to make any statement to the police, that any statement you make now can be used in evidence against you. I understand. Years of experience had taught Frank that confessions early on in the game could spell disaster for the prosecution. Even a confession given voluntarily could be shredded by the defense, with the result often being that all evidence obtained through that confession was thrown out as tainted. The perp could have led you right to the goddamn body, and the next day he walks free with his attorney smiling at you and hoping to God his client never shows up in his neighborhood. But Frank had his case. Whatever Whitney added to it was just gravy. He focused intently on the prisoner. Then I'd like to ask you some questions, okay? Fine. Frank stated the month, day, and year, and time of day for the record, and then asked Luther to state his full name. That was as far as they got. The door opened. A uniform leaned in. We got his lawyer outside. Frank looked at Luther, turned off the recorder. What lawyer? Before Luther could answer, Jack burst past the officer and entered the room. Jack Graham, I'm the accused's attorney. Get that recorder out of here. I want to talk to my client alone right now, gentlemen. Luther stared at him. Jack, he began sharply. Shut up, Luther. Jack looked at the men. Right now. The men began to clear the room. Frank and Jack did an eye-to-eye, and then the door was closed. Jack put his briefcase down on the table, but didn't sit. You want to tell me what the hell's going on? Jack, you gotta keep out of this. I mean it. You came to me. You made me promise I'd be there for you. Well, goddammit, here I am. Great. You did your part. Now you can go. Okay. I go, then what the hell do you do? That doesn't concern you. Jack leaned into his face. What are you going to do? Luther's voice rose for the first time. I'm pleading guilty. I did it. You killed her? Luther looked away. Did you kill Christine Sullivan? Luther didn't answer. Jack grabbed him by the shoulder. Did you kill her? Yes. Jack scrutinized the face, then grabbed his briefcase. I'm your lawyer whether you want me anymore or not, and until I figure out why you're lying to me, don't even think about talking to the cops. If you do, I'll have you declared insane. Jack, I appreciate what you're doing, but look, Luther, Kate told me what happened, what she did, and why she did it, but let me tell it to you straight. If you go down for this, your little girl is never going to recover. You hear me? Luther never finished what he was about to say. Suddenly the tiny room seemed about the size of a test tube. He never heard Jack leave. He sat there and stared straight ahead. For one of the few times in his life, he had no idea what he should do. Jack approached the men standing in the hallway. Who's in charge? Frank looked at him. Lieutenant Seth Frank. Fine, Lieutenant. Just for the record, my client doesn't waive his Miranda rights, and you're not to attempt to talk to him outside of my presence. Understood? Frank folded his arms across his chest. Okay. Who's the ACA handling this? Assistant Commonwealth's Attorney George Gorlick. I'm assuming you got an indictment? Frank leaned forward. Grand jury returned a true bill last week. Jack put his coat on. I'm sure they did. You can forget about bail, I guess you know that. Well, from what I've heard, I think he might be safer hanging with you guys. Keep an eye on him for me, will you? Jack handed his card to Frank and then walked purposefully down the hallway. At the parting remark, the smile faded from Frank's lips. He looked at the card and then toward the interrogation room, and back at the rapidly disappearing Defense Council. Chapter 20. Kate had showered and changed. Her damp hair was swept straight back and hung loosely down to her shoulders. She wore a thick indigo blue V-neck sweater with white t-shirt underneath. The faded blue jeans hung loosely around her narrow hips. Thick wool socks covered her long feet. Jack watched those feet as they moved up and down, propelling their lithe owner about the room. She had recovered somewhat from earlier, but the horror was still lurking in her eyes. She seemed to be battling it with physical activity. Jack cradled a glass of soda and sat back in the chair. His shoulders felt like a 2x4. As if sensing that, Kate stopped pacing and started massaging. "He didn't tell me they had an indictment." Kate's voice was angry. "You really think cops are above using people to get what they want?" He shot back. "I can see you're getting back into the defense attorney's state of mind." She really dug into his shoulders. It felt wonderful to him. Her wet hair dipped into his face as she bore down on the stiffest points. He closed his eyes. On the radio, Billy Joel's River of Dreams was playing. What was his dream? Jack asked himself. The target seemed to keep jumping on him, like spots of sunlight you tried to chase down as a kid. "How is he?" Kate's question jarred him back. He swallowed the rest of his drink. Confused, screwed up, nervous. All the things I never thought he could be. They found the rifle, by the way. Upper story room of one of those old townhouses across the street. Whoever fired that bullet, they're long gone by now. That's for sure. Hell, I don't even think the cops care. When's the arraignment? Day after tomorrow, 10 o'clock. He arched his neck and gripped her hand. They're going for capital murder, Kate. She stopped massaging. That's bullshit. Homicide in the commission of a burglary is a Class 1 felony. Murder in the first degree tops. Tell the ACA to check the statute. Hey, that's my line, isn't it? He tried to make her smile, but didn't succeed. The Commonwealth's theory is that he broke into the house and was in the middle of the burglary when she caught him in the act. They're using the evidence of physical violence, strangulation, beating, and 2 shots to the head to sever it from the act of burglary. They believe that takes it into the realm of a vile and depraved act. Plus, they have the disappearance of Sullivan's jewelry. Murder in the commission of armed robbery equals capital murder. Kate sat down and rubbed her thighs. She wore no makeup and had always been one of those women who didn't need to. The strain was telling, though, especially in and under her eyes, in the slope of her shoulders. What do you know about Gorlick? He's going to be trying this sucker. Jack popped an ice cube in his mouth. He's an arrogant asshole, pompous, bigoted, and a terrific trial lawyer. Great. Jack got up from his chair and sat down next to Kate. He took her ankle and rubbed it. She sank down into the sofa and put her head back. It had always been that way with them. So relaxed, so comfortable in the company of each other, like the last 4 years had never happened. The evidence Frank told me he had wasn't even close to getting an indictment. I don't understand, Jack. Jack slipped off her socks and rubbed her feet with both hands, feeling the fine, tiny bones. The police got an anonymous tip on the license plate of a car seen near the Sullivan place on what was probably the night of the murder. It was traced to the DC impoundment lot on that night. So, the tip was wrong? No. Luther used to tell me how easy it was to pick up a car from the impoundment lot, do a job, and then return it. Kate didn't look at him. She appeared to be studying the ceiling. Nice little chats you two used to have. Her tone held the familiar reproach. Come on, Kate. I'm sorry. Her voice was weary again. The police checked the floor matting. Rug fibers from the Sullivan bedroom were found there. Also present was a very peculiar soil mixture. Turns out that exact same soil mix was used by Sullivan's gardener in the cornfield next to the house. The soil was a special blend made up for Sullivan. You don't find that exact composition anywhere else. I had a chat with Gorlick. He's feeling pretty confident, I can tell you that. I haven't gotten the reports yet. I'll file my discovery motion tomorrow. Again, so what? How does that tie into my father? They got a search warrant for Luther's house and car. They found the same mixture on the floor mat in the car, and another sample on the living room rug. Kate slowly opened her eyes. He was in the house cleaning the damn carpets. He could have picked up the fibers then. And then he took a run through the cornfield? Come on. It could have been tracked in the house by somebody else and he stepped in it. That's what I would have argued, except for one thing. She sat up. Which is? Along with the fiber and dirt, they found a petroleum-based solvent. The police pulled traces of it out of the carpet during their investigation. They think the perp tried to clean some blood away, his blood. I'm sure they've got a handful of witnesses ready to swear that there was no such thing used on that carpet prior to or at the time the carpets were cleaned. Therefore, Luther could have picked up traces of the carpet cleaner only if he had been in the house after that. Soil, fibers, and carpet cleaner. There's your tie. Kate slumped back down. On top of that, they traced the hotel where Luther was staying in town. They found a fake passport and through that tracked Luther to Barbados. 2 days after the murder, he flew to Texas, then Miami, and then on to the island. Looks like a fleeing suspect, doesn't it? They've got a sworn statement from a cab driver down there who drove Luther to Sullivan's place on the island. Luther made a reference to having been in Sullivan's place in Virginia. On top of that, they've got witnesses who will testify that Luther and Wanda Broom were seen together several times prior to the murder. One woman, a close friend of Wanda's, will testify that Wanda told her she needed money badly, and that Christine Sullivan had told her about the safe, which shows Wanda Broom had lied to the police. I can see why Gorlick was so free with the info. But it's still all circumstantial. No, Kate, it's a perfect example of a case with no home-run direct evidence linking Luther to the crime, but enough indirect stuff to where the jury will be thinking, come on, who are you kidding? You did it, you son of a bitch. I'll deflect everywhere I can, but they've got some pretty heavy stones to hit us with. And if Gorlick can get in your dad's priors, we might be finished. They're too old. Their prejudicial value far outweighs their probative. He'll never get them in. Kate's words sounded more sure than she felt. After all, how could you be sure of anything? The phone rang. She hesitated to answer it. Does anyone know you're here? Jack shook his head. She picked up the phone. Hello? The voice on the other end was crisp, professional. Ms. Whitney, Robert Gavin from the Washington Post. I wonder if I could ask you some questions about your father. I'd prefer to see you in person if that could be arranged. What do you want? Come on, Ms. Whitney. Your father is front-page news. You're a state prosecutor. There's a hell of a story there if you ask me. Kate hung up. Jack looked at her. What? A reporter. Christ, they move fast. She sat down again with a weariness that startled him. He went to her, took her hand. Suddenly, she turned his face toward hers. She looked frightened. Jack, you can't handle this case. The hell I can't. I'm an active member of the Virginia Bar. I've handled a half-dozen murder trials. I'm eminently qualified. I don't mean that. I know you're qualified. But Patton Shaw doesn't do criminal defense work. So? You have to start somewhere. Jack, be serious. Sullivan is a huge client of theirs. You've worked for him. I read about it in Legal Times. There's no conflict there. There's nothing I've learned in my attorney-client relationship with Sullivan that could be used on this case. Besides, Sullivan's not on trial here. It's us against the state. Jack, they're not going to let you do this case. Fine. Then I'll quit. Hang up my own shingle.
You can't do that. You've got everything going for you right now. You can't mess that up. Not for this.
Then for what? I know your old man didn't beat up a woman and then calmly blow her head off. He probably went to that house to burgle it, but he didn't kill anybody. That I know. But you want to know something else? I'm pretty damn sure he knows who killed her, and that's what's got him scared to death. He saw something in that house, Kate. He saw someone. Kate slowly let out her breath as the words sank in. Jack sighed and looked down at his feet. He got up and put on his coat. He playfully pulled at her waistband. When's the last time you actually had a meal?
I can't remember.
I recall when you filled out those jeans in a way that was a little more aesthetically pleasing to the male eye. She did smile that time.
Thanks a lot.
It's not too late to work on it. She looked around the four corners of her apartment. It held no appeal whatsoever.
What did you have in mind?
Ribs, slaw, and something stronger than Coke. Game? She didn't hesitate.
Let me get my coat.
Downstairs, Jack held open the door of the Lexus. He saw her studying every detail of the luxury car. I took your advice. Thought I'd start spending some of my hard-earned money. He had just climbed inside the car when the man appeared at the passenger door. He wore a slouch hat and had a gray-trimmed beard and skinny mustache. His brown overcoat was buttoned up to his neck. He held a mini cassette recorder in one hand, a press badge in the other. "Bob Gavin, Miss Whitney. I guess we got cut off before." He looked across at Jack, his brow furrowed. "You're Jack Graham, Luther Whitney's attorney. I saw you at the station." "Congratulations, Mr. Gavin. You've obviously got 20/20 vision and a very winning smile. Be seeing you." Gavin clung to the car. "Wait a minute. Come on, just a minute. The public is entitled to hear about this case." Jack started to say something, but Kate stopped him. "They will, Mr. Gavin. That's what trials are for. I'm sure you'll have a front row seat. Goodbye." The Lexus pulled away. Gavin thought about making a run for his car, but then decided not to. At 46, he and his soft and abused body were clearly in heart attack country. It was early in the game yet. He'd get to them sooner or later. He pulled up his collar against the wind and stalked off. It was nearing midnight when the Lexus pulled up in front of Kate's apartment building.
"Are you really sure you want to do this, Jack?"
"Hell, I never really liked the murals, Kate."
"What?"
"Get some sleep. We're both going to need it." She put her hand on the door and then hesitated. She turned back and looked at him, nervously flicked her hair behind her ear. This time there was no pain in her eyes. It was something else Jack couldn't quite put his finger on. Maybe relief? "Jack, the things you said the other night." He swallowed hard and gripped the steering wheel with both hands. He had been wondering when this was going to surface. "Kate, I've been thinking about that." She put a hand to his mouth. A small breath floated from her lips. "You were right, Jack. About a lot of things." He watched her walk slowly inside, and then he drove off. When he got home, his answering machine had run out of tape. The blinking message indicator was so full the light was reduced to one continuous crimson beacon. He decided to do the most sensible thing he could think of, so he pretended they weren't there. Jack unplugged the phone, turned out the lights, and tried to go to sleep. It wasn't easy. He had acted so confident in front of Kate. But who was he kidding? Taking on this case by himself, without talking with anyone at Patton Shaw, was akin to professional suicide. But what good would talking have done? He knew what the answer would have been. Given the choice, his fellow partners would have slit their collective flabby wrists rather than taken on Luther Whitney as a client. But he was a lawyer, and Luther needed one. Major issues like this were never that simple, but that was why he fought so hard to keep things as black and white as possible. Good, bad, right, wrong. It was not easy going for a lawyer perpetually trained to search for the gray in everything. An advocate of any position just depended on who your client was, who was filling the meter on any given day. Well, he had made his decision. An old friend was fighting for his life, and he'd asked Jack to help him. It didn't matter to Jack that his client seemed to be growing unusually recalcitrant all of a sudden. Criminal defendants were seldom the most cooperative in the world. Well, Luther had asked for his help, and he was sure as hell going to get it now. There was no gray in this issue anymore. There was no going back now. Chapter 21. Dan Kirkson opened the Washington Post and started to take a sip of his orange juice. It never reached his mouth. Gavin had managed to file a story on the Sullivan case consisting chiefly of the information that Jack Graham, newly ordained partner at Patton, Shaw & Lord, was the defendant's counsel. Kirkson immediately called Jack's home. There was no answer. He dressed, called for his car, and at 8:30 walked through the lobby of his firm. He passed Jack's old office where boxes and personal items were still clustered. Jack's new quarters were just down the hall from Lord's. A 20-by-20 beauty with a small wet bar, antique furnishings, and a panoramic view of the city. Nicer than his, Kirkson recalled with a grimace. The chair was swiveled around away from the doorway. Kirkson didn't bother to knock. He marched in and tossed the paper down on the desk. Jack turned slowly around. He glanced at the paper. Well, at least they got the firm's name spelled correctly. Great publicity. This could lead to some big ones. Kirkson sat down without taking his eyes off Jack. He spoke slowly and deliberately, as though to a child. Have you gone insane? We don't handle criminal defense work. We don't handle any litigation whatsoever. Kirkson stood up abruptly, his long forehead now a shiny pink, his diminutive body shaking with rage. Particularly when this animal has murdered the wife of the firm's largest client, he said shrilly. Well, that's not entirely correct. We didn't handle criminal defense work, but now we do. And I learned in law school that the accused is innocent until proven guilty, Dan. Maybe you forgot that. Smiling, Jack eyed Kirkson steadily. 4 million versus 600,000, pal. So back off, dickhead. Kirkson slowly shook his head and rolled his eyes. Jack, maybe you don't fully understand the procedures we have in place at this firm before any new matter is undertaken. I'll have my secretary provide you with the pertinent provisions. In the meantime, take the necessary steps to have yourself and this firm taken off this matter immediately. With a dismissive air, Kirkson turned to leave. Jack stood up. Listen, Dan. I took the case, and I'm going to try it, and I don't care what you or the firm's policy has to say about it. Close the door on your way out. Kirkson turned around slowly and looked at Jack with intense brown eyes. Jack, tread cautiously. I am the managing partner of this firm. I know you are, Dan. So you should be able to manage to close the goddamn door on your way out. Without another word, Kirkson spun on his heel, shutting the door behind him. The pounding in Jack's head finally subsided. He returned to his work. His papers were just about completed. He wanted to get them filed first thing before anyone could try to stop him. He printed out the documents, signed them, and called the courier himself. That done, he sat back in his chair. It was almost 9 o'clock. He would have to get going. He was seeing Luther at 10. Jack's entire brain was overflowing with questions to ask his client. And then he thought about that night. That chilly night on the mall. The look in Luther's eyes. Jack could ask the questions. He just hoped he was ready to handle the answers. He threw on his coat, and in another few minutes was in his car on his way to the Middleton County Jail. Under the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia and its criminal procedure statute, the state must turn over to a defendant any exculpatory evidence. Failure to do so was a terrific way for an ACA to abruptly derail his or her career, not to mention getting a conviction thrown out and letting a defendant walk on appeal. Those particular rules were giving Seth Frank a very large headache. He sat in his office and thought about the prisoner sitting alone in a cell less than a minute's walk away. His calm and seemingly innocuous manner didn't trouble Frank. Some of the worst offenders he had ever arrested looked like they had stepped out of the church choir right after they had split open somebody's skull for a couple of laughs. Gorlick was putting together a good case, methodically collecting a bag full of little threads that, when woven together in front of a jury, would make a nice, sturdy necktie for Luther Whitney to choke himself on. That also didn't trouble Frank. What did trouble Frank was all the little things that still didn't add up. The wounds, 2 guns, a bullet dug out of the wall, the place sanitized like an operating room, the fact that the guy was in Barbados and then came back. Luther Whitney was a pro. Frank had spent the better part of 4 days learning everything he could about Luther Albert Whitney. He had pulled off a crackerjack crime that, except for one glitch, would probably have remained unsolved. Millions from his heist, a cold trail for the cops. He's out of the country and the son of a bitch comes back. Professionals did not do those things. Frank would have understood him coming back because of his daughter, but Frank had checked with the airlines. Luther Whitney, traveling under an alias, had returned to the United States long before Frank had hatched his plot with Kate. And the kicker was this. Was he really supposed to believe that Luther Whitney had any reason on earth to check Christine Sullivan's vagina? And on top of that, somebody had tried to kill the guy. This was one of the few times Frank actually had more questions after he had arrested his suspect than he had before taking his guy into custody. He felt in his pocket for a cigarette. His gun stage had long since passed. He would try again next year. When he looked back up, Bill Burton was standing in front of him. You understand, Seth. I can't prove anything, but I'm just letting you know how I think it went down. Then you're sure the president told Sullivan? Burton nodded, fiddled with an empty cup on Frank's desk. I just came from meeting with him. I guess I should have told him to keep it mum. I'm sorry, Seth. Hell, he's the president, Bill. You gonna tell the president what to do? Burton shrugged. So what do you think? Makes sense. I'm not gonna let it lie, I can tell you that. If Sullivan was behind it, I'll take him down too. I don't care what his justification was. That shot could have hit anybody. Well, knowing the way Sullivan probably operates, you ain't gonna find much. The shooter's probably on some island in the Pacific with a different face and 100 people who will swear he's never even been in the States. Frank finished writing in his logbook. Burton studied him. Get anything out of Whitney? Right. His lawyer has him clammed shut. Burton appeared nonchalant. Who is he? Jack Graham. Used to be with the Public Defender's Service in the district. Now he's a big-shot partner with some big-shot law firm. He's in with Whitney now. Any good? Frank twisted a swizzle stick into a triangle. He knows what he's doing. Burton stood up to go. When's the arraignment? 10 tomorrow. You taking Whitney over? Yeah. You want to come along, Bill? Burton threw his hands over his ears. I don't want to know anything about it. How come? I don't want anything leaking back to Sullivan, that's how come. You don't think they'd try anything again? The only thing I know is that I don't know the answer to that question, and neither do you. If I were you, I'd make some special arrangements. Frank looked at him intently. Take care of our boy, Seth. He's got a date with the death chamber at Greensville. Burton left. Frank sat at his desk for some minutes. What Burton said made sense. Maybe they would try again. He picked up the phone, dialed a number and spoke for a bit, and then hung up. He had taken all the precautions he could think of for transporting Luther. This time, Frank was confident there would be no leak.
Jack left Luther sitting in the interrogation room and walked down the hallway to the coffee machine. In front of him was a big guy, nice suit, and a graceful tilt to his body. The man turned around just as Jack passed him. They bumped. "Sorry." Jack rubbed his shoulder where the holstered gun had struck him. "Forget it. You're Jack Graham, aren't you?" "Depends on who wants to know." Jack sized the guy up. Since he was carrying a gun, he obviously wasn't a reporter. He was more like a cop. The way he held his hands, his fingers ready to move instantly. The way the eyes checked out every feature without seeming to. "Bill Burton, United States Secret Service." The men shook hands. "I'm kind of the president's earpiece on this investigation." Jack's eyes focused on Burton's features. "Right. The news conference. Well, I guess your boss is pretty happy this morning." "He would be, if the rest of the world wasn't in such a god-awful mess. About your guy, hey, my feeling is they're only guilty if the court says they are." "I hear you. You want to be on my jury?" Burton grinned. "Take it easy. Good talking to you." Jack put the 2 cups of coffee down on the table and looked at Luther. Jack sat down and looked at his empty legal pad. "Luther, if you don't start saying something, I'm going to have to just make it up as I go along." Luther sipped the strong coffee, looked out the barred window at the single bare oak tree next to the station. A thick, wet snow was falling. The mercury was plunging and the streets were already a mess. "What's to know, Jack? Cut me a deal. Save everybody the hassle of a trial and let's get this over with." "Maybe you don't understand, Luther. Here's their deal. They want to strap you onto a gurney, insert an IV into your arm, pump nasty little poisons into you, and pretend you're a chemistry experiment. Or I think now the Commonwealth actually gives the condemned a choice, so you can opt for having your brain fried in the electric chair. That's their deal." Jack stood up and looked out the window. For a moment, the flash of a blissful evening in front of a toasty fire in the huge mansion with the big front yard with little Jacks and Jennifers running around went through his head. He swallowed hard, shook his head clear, and looked back at Luther. "Do you hear what I'm saying?" "I hear." Luther eyed Jack steadily for the first time. "Luther, will you please tell me what happened? Maybe you were in that house. Maybe you burgled the safe, but you will never ever make me believe you had anything to do with that woman's death. I know you, Luther." Luther smiled. "Do you, Jack? That's good. Maybe you can tell me who I am one of these days." Jack threw his pad in his briefcase and snapped it shut. "I'm going to plead you not guilty. Maybe you'll come around before we have to try this thing." He paused and added quietly, "I hope you do." He turned to leave. Luther's hand fell on Jack's shoulder. Jack turned back to see Luther's quivering face. "Jack." He swallowed with difficulty. His tongue seemed as big as a fist. "If I could tell you, I would. But that wouldn't do you or Kate or anybody else any good. I'm sorry." "Kate? What are you talking about?" "I'll see it, Jack." Luther turned and stared back out the window. Jack looked at his friend, shook his head, and knocked for the guard. The snow had changed from fat, sloppy flakes to pellets of ice that clattered against the broad windows like handfuls of slung gravel. Kirkson paid no attention to the weather but looked directly at Lord. The managing partner's bow tie was slightly askew. He noticed it in the reflection from the window and angrily straightened it. His long forehead was red with anger and indignation. The little fuck was going to get his. No one talked to him like that. Sandy Lord studied the dark clusters making up the cityscape. A cigar smoldered in his right hand. His jacket was off and his immense belly touched the window. The twin streaks of his red suspenders jumped out from the background of his highly starched monogrammed white shirt. He peered intently out as a figure dashed across the street, frantically chasing down a cab. "He is undermining the relationship this firm, you have with Walter Sullivan. I could only imagine what Walter must have thought when he read the paper this morning. His own firm, his own attorney, actually representing this person. My God. Lord digested only a fraction of the little man's speech. He hadn't heard from Sullivan for several days now. Calls to his office and home had gone unanswered. No one seemed to know where he was. That was not like his old friend, who kept himself in constant contact with an elite inner circle of which Sandy Lord was a long-time member. My suggestion, Sandy, is that we take immediate action against Graham. We can't let this lie. It would set a terrible precedent. I don't care if he has Baldwin as a client. Hell, Baldwin is an acquaintance of Walter's. He must be livid as well about this whole deplorable situation. We can convene a meeting of the management committee tonight. I don't think it will take long to arrive at a conclusion. Then Lord finally held up one hand and cut off Kirkson's ramblings. I'll take care of it. But, Sandy, as managing partner, I believe that... Lord turned to look at him. The red eyes on either side of the large and bulbous nose cut right into the slender frame. I said, I'll handle it. Lord turned to look back out the window. Kirkson's hurt pride was of absolutely no consequence to him. What concerned Lord was the fact that someone had tried to kill the man accused of murdering Christine Sullivan. And no one could reach Walter Sullivan. Jack parked his car, looked across the street, and closed his eyes. That didn't help, since the vanity plate seemed to be imprinted on his brain. He jumped out of his car and dodged traffic as he made his way across the slippery street. He inserted the key in the lock, took a quick breath, and turned the doorknob. Jennifer sat in the small chair by the TV. Her short black skirt was matched by black heels and patterned black stockings. A white blouse was open at the collar where an emerald necklace fired dazzling color into the little room. A full-length sable was draped carefully on the sheet covering his ragged couch. She was clicking her nails against the TV set when he walked in. She looked at him without speaking. The thick ruby lips were set in a firm, vertical line. Hi, Jen. You've certainly been a very busy boy the last 24 hours, Jack. She didn't smile. Her nails continued to click. Gotta keep hustling, you know that. He took off his coat, undid his tie, and went into the kitchen for a beer. He re-emerged and sat across from her on the couch. Hey, got a new piece of business today. She reached in her handbag and tossed across the post. I know. He looked down at the headlines. Your firm won't let you do it. Too bad. I already did it. You know what I mean. What in God's name has gotten into you? Jen, I know the guy, okay? I know him. He's a friend of mine. I don't believe he killed the woman, and I'm going to defend him. Lawyers do that every day, in every place where there are lawyers, and in this country that's basically everywhere. She leaned forward. It's Walter Sullivan, Jack. Think about what you're doing. I know it's Walter Sullivan, Jen. What? Luther Whitney doesn't deserve a good defense because somebody says he killed Walter Sullivan's wife? Excuse me, but exactly where is that written? Walter Sullivan is your client. Luther Whitney is my friend, and I've known him a lot longer than I've known Walter Sullivan. Jack, the man you're defending is a common criminal. He's been in and out of jails all his life. Actually, he hasn't been in prison for over 20 years. He's a convicted felon, but he's never been convicted of murder, Jack fired back. Jack, there are more attorneys in this city than there are criminals. Why can't another lawyer handle it? Jack looked at his beer. You want one? Answer my question. Jack stood up and hurled the beer bottle against the wall. Because he goddamn asked me. Jen looked up at him, the frightened look that had crossed her face passing as soon as the glass fragments and beer hit the floor. She picked up her coat and put it on. You're making a huge mistake, and I hope you come to your senses before you do irreversible damage. My father almost had a coronary when he read that story. Jack put his hand on her shoulder, turned her face to his, and said quietly, Jen. This is something I have to do. I would have hoped you could support me on this. Jack, why don't you stop drinking beer and start thinking about how you want to spend the rest of your life? When the door closed behind her, Jack slumped against it, rubbing his head until he thought the skin would start to peel away under the pressure his fingers were exerting. He watched from the tiny, dirty window as the vanity plates disappeared into the blur of snow. He sat down, looked at the headlines again. Luther wanted to cut a deal, but there was no deal to cut. The stage was set. Everyone wanted to see this trial. The TV news had given a detailed analysis of the case. Luther's photo must have been seen by several 100 million people. They already had public opinion polls about Luther's guilt or innocence, and he was running far behind in all of them. And Gorlick was licking his chops, thinking that this was the vehicle to catapult him into the Attorney General's office in a few years. And in Virginia, attorneys general often ran for and won the governor's mansion. Short, balding, big-voiced, Gorlick was as deadly as a rattler on speed. Dirty tactics, questionable ethics, just waiting to bury the knife in your back at the first opportunity. That was George Gorlick. Jack knew he was in for a long, tough fight. And Luther wasn't talking. He was scared. And what did Kate have to do with that fear? Nothing was adding up, and Jack was going to walk into court tomorrow and plead Luther not guilty when he had absolutely no way to prove that Luther wasn't. But proof was the state's job. The problem was they probably had just enough to put them over the top. Jack would peck and chip, but he had a 3-time loser as a client, even though the record said Luther had remained clean for the last 2 decades. They wouldn't care about that. Why should they? His guy made for the perfect ending to a tragic story. A poster boy for the 3 strikes rule. 3 heavies and your life is over, starring Luther Whitney. He tossed the newspaper across the room and cleaned up the broken glass and spilled beer. He rubbed the back of his neck, felt the underused muscles in his arms, and went to his bedroom and changed into sweats. The YMCA was 10 minutes away. Amazingly, Jack found a parking space right in front and went inside. The black sedan behind him wasn't as lucky. The driver had to circle the block several times and then pull down the street and park on the other side. The driver wiped his passenger side window clear and checked out the front of the Y. Then he made up his mind, climbed out of his car and ran to the steps. He looked around, glanced at the gleaming Lexus, and then slowly walked inside. 3 pickup games later, the sweat was pouring down Jack's body. He sat down on the bench as the teenagers continued to run up and down the court with the inexhaustible energy of youth. Jack groaned as one of the lanky black kids dressed in loose gym shorts, tank shirt, and oversized sneakers tossed the ball at him. He tossed it back. "Hey man, you tired?" "No, just old." Jack stood up, rubbed the kinks out of his aching thighs, and headed out. As he was leaving the building, he felt a hand on his shoulder. Jack drove. He glanced at his new passenger. Seth Frank looked over the interior of the Lexus. "I've heard great things about these cars. How much it run you, if you don't mind my asking?" 49.5 loaded. "Like hell. I don't even come close to making that in a year." "Neither did I until recently. Public defenders don't make the big bucks, I've heard." "You heard right." The men fell silent. Frank knew he was breaking more rules than they probably had written down, and Jack knew that too. Finally, Jack looked at him. "Look, Lieutenant, I'm assuming you didn't just come out here to check my taste in automobiles. Is there something you want? Gorlick's got a winning case against your guy." "Maybe. Maybe not. I'm not throwing in the towel if that's what you're thinking." "You pleading him not guilty?" "No, I'm going to drive him down to the Greensville Correctional Center and inject the shit into him myself. Next question." Frank smiled. "Okay, I deserve that. I think you and I need to talk. Some things about this case don't add up. Maybe it helps or hurts your guy, I don't know. You willing to listen?" "Okay." But don't think this flow of information is going to be a two-way street. I know a place where you can actually cut the meatloaf with a butter knife, and the coffee's passable. Is it an out-of-the-way place? I don't think you'd look good in a deputy's uniform. Frank looked over at him, grinning. Next question. Jack managed to smile, and then drove home to change. Jack ordered another cup of coffee while Frank played with his first. The meatloaf had been terrific, and the place was so isolated, Jack wasn't even sure where they were. Rural southern Maryland, he thought. He looked around at the few occupants of the rustic dining room. No one was paying them any undue attention. He turned back to his companion. Frank looked at him in an amused fashion. I understand you and Kate Whitney had a thing going a while back. Did she tell you that? Hell no. She came down to the station a few minutes after you left today. Her father wouldn't see her. I talked with her for a while. Told her I was sorry about how things had gone down. Frank's eyes glistened for a moment, and then he continued. I shouldn't have done what I did, Jack. Using her to get to her old man. Nobody deserves that. It worked. Some people would say don't argue with success. Right. Well, anyway, the subject got around to you. I'm not so old yet that I can't see a gleam in a woman's eyes. The waitress brought Jack's coffee. He sipped it. Both men looked out the window where the snow had finally stopped, and the whole earth seemed to be covered with a soft white blanket. Look, Jack, I know the case against Luther is just about all circumstantial, but that's sent plenty of people to jail. I'm not arguing with that. The truth is, Jack, there's an awful lot of shit that doesn't make any sense. Jack put down his coffee and leaned forward. I'm listening. Frank looked around the room and then back at Jack. I know I'm taking a chance doing this, but I didn't become a cop to send people to jail for crimes they didn't commit. Plenty enough guilty people out there. So what doesn't add up? You'll see some of it for yourself in the reports you'll get in your discovery, but the fact is I'm convinced Luther Whitney burgled that house, and I'm also convinced that he didn't kill Christine Sullivan. But you think he saw who did. Frank sat back in his chair and stared wide-eyed at Jack. How long have you thought that? Not long. Any ideas on the matter? I'm thinking your guy almost got caught with his hand in the cookie jar and then had to actually hide in that cookie jar. Jack looked puzzled. Frank took a few minutes to explain about the vault, the incongruity of the physical evidence, and his own questions. So Luther's in the vault all this time, watching whoever gets it on with Mrs. Sullivan. Then something happens, and she gets popped. Then Luther watches whoever wipe away all traces. That's how I got it figured, Jack. So he doesn't go to the cops because he can't without incriminating himself. That explains a lot. Except who did it. The only obvious suspect is the husband, and I don't believe it was him. Jack thought back to Walter Sullivan. Agreed. So who's not so obvious? Whoever she was meeting that night. From what you've told me about the deceased's sex life, that narrows it down to a couple million. I didn't say it would be easy. Well, my hunch is it's not some ordinary Joe. Why's that? Jack took a swallow of coffee and looked at his slice of apple pie. Look, Lieutenant, make it Seth. Okay, Seth. I'm walking a fine line here. I hear where you're coming from, and I appreciate the info. But you're not absolutely sure you can trust me. And in any event, you don't want to say anything that might prejudice your client. Something like that. Fair enough. They paid the bill and left. Driving back, the snow started again with such velocity that the wipers were having a hard time keeping up. Jack looked over at Frank, who stared straight ahead, lost in thought, or maybe just waiting for Jack to start talking. Okay. I'll take the chance. I don't have a hell of a lot to lose, do I? Frank continued to stare straight ahead. Not that I can see. Let's assume for the moment that Luther was in the house and saw the woman murdered. Frank looked over at Jack. There was relief in the detective's features. Okay. You've got to know Luther. Know how he thinks to understand how he would react to something like that. He's about as unshakable a person as I've ever met. And I know his record doesn't indicate it, but he's about as trustworthy and dependable as you can get. If I had kids and needed to leave them with someone, I'd leave them with Luther because I know absolutely nothing bad would happen to them on his watch. He's incredibly capable. Luther sees everything. He's a control freak. Everything except his daughter, leading him into a trap. Right. Except for that. He wouldn't have seen that coming. Not in a million years. But I know the kind of guy you're talking about, Jack. Some of the guys I've busted, except for the little habit of taking other people's property, they're some of the most honorable people I've ever met. And if Luther saw this woman killed, I'm telling you he would have found some way to deliver the guy to the cops. He wouldn't have let it go. He just wouldn't. Jack stared grimly out the window. Except? Jack looked over at him. Except for a hell of a good reason. Like maybe he knew the person. Or knew of him. You mean the kind of person people would have a hard time believing could do something like that? So Luther figures why even bother? There's more to it than that, Seth. Jack turned the corner and pulled up next to the YMCA. I've never seen Luther scared before all this happened. And he's scared now. Terrified, in fact. He's resigned himself to take the rap for the whole thing, and I don't know why. I mean, he left the country, for God's sakes. And came back. Right. Which I still cannot figure out. You have the date, by the way? Frank flipped open his notebook and told him the date. So what the hell happened after Christine Sullivan was killed and before then to get him to come back? Frank shook his head. Could be anything. No. It was one thing. And if we could find out what that was, we might be able to figure this whole thing out. Frank put away his notebook, absently rubbed his hand across the dashboard. Jack put the car in park and leaned back in his seat. And he's not scared for himself. Somehow he's scared for Kate, too. Frank looked puzzled. You think somebody threatened Kate? Jack shook his head. No, she would have told me. I think someone got the message to Luther that he either keeps quiet or else. You think the same people who tried to take him out? Maybe. I don't know. Frank made a fist with both hands and looked out the car window. He took a deep breath and looked back at Jack. Look, you've got to get Luther to talk. If he can deliver us whoever did Christine Sullivan, I'll recommend probation and community service in return for his cooperation. He won't do any time. Hell, Sullivan would probably let him keep what he stole if we could nail the guy. Recommend? Let's put it this way. I'll cram it down Gorlick's throat. Good enough? Frank extended his hand. Jack slowly took it, eyeing the policeman steadily. Good enough. Frank got out of the car and then poked his head back in. For what it's worth, as far as I'm concerned, tonight never happened, and everything you've said stays with me, no exceptions. Not even on the witness stand. I mean it. Thanks, Seth. Frank walked slowly back to his car as the Lexus pulled down the street, turned the corner, and was gone. He understood exactly the kind of guy Luther Whitney was. So what the hell could scare that kind of a guy so badly?
This audiobook has been broken into multiple parts to make the download faster. You have reached the end of a part, but not the end of the complete audiobook. So please check your library for the next part of this audiobook.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.
Jennifer Karras, for being a terrific friend and avid
This is Audible.
Hachette Audio presents Absolute Power, written by David Baldacci, read by Scott Brick.
Chapter 22. It was 7:30 in the morning when Jack pulled into the parking lot of the Middleton police station. The morning had broken clear but bitterly cold. Amid a number of snow-covered police cars was a black sedan with a cold hood that told him Seth Frank was an early riser. Luther looked different today. The orange prison clothes had been replaced with a brown two-piece suit, and his striped tie was conservative and professional. He could be an insurance salesman or a senior partner in a law firm, with his thick gray hair neatly trimmed and the remnants of his island tan. Some defense attorneys saved the nice citizen clothes for the actual trial, where the jury could see that the accused wasn't such a bad guy, just misunderstood. But Jack was going to insist on the suit throughout. He wasn't merely game-playing. It was Jack's firm conviction that Luther didn't deserve to be paraded around in neon orange. He might be a criminal, but he wasn't the kind of criminal where if you got too close you might get a shiv in your ribs, or find a set of criminally insane teeth on your throat. Those guys deserved to wear the orange, if only to make sure you always knew where they were in proximity to everyone else. Jack didn't bother to open his briefcase this time. The routine was familiar. The charges against Luther would be read to him. The judge would ask Luther if he understood the charges, and then Jack would enter the plea. Then the judge would take them through the dog and pony show to determine if Luther understood what a plea of not guilty entailed, and whether Luther was satisfied with his legal representation. The only problem was Jack had a nagging feeling that Luther might tell him to go to hell right in front of the judge and plead himself guilty. That was not unprecedented. And who knew? The damn judge might just accept it. But the judge would most likely follow the book closely, since, in a capital murder case, any screw-up along the way could be grounds for appeal. And death penalty appeals tended to last forever anyway. Jack would just have to take his chances. With any luck, the entire proceeding would take all of 5 minutes. Then a trial date would be set, and the real fun would begin. Since the Commonwealth had gotten an indictment against him, Luther wasn't entitled to a preliminary hearing. Not that having one would have done Jack any good, but he would have gotten a quick look at the Commonwealth's case and a crack at some of their witnesses on cross, although the circuit court judges were usually diligent in not letting defense counsel use the prelim as a fishing expedition. He also could have waived the arraignment, but Jack's thinking was to let them work for everything. And he wanted Luther in open court for all to see, and he wanted that not guilty plea heard loud and clear. And then he was going to hit Gorlick with a change of venue motion and get this case the hell out of Middleton County. With any luck, Gorlick would get bumped for a new ACA, and Mr. Future Attorney General could stew on that disappointment for a few decades. Then Jack was going to make Luther talk. Kate would be protected. Luther would spill his story, and then the deal of the century would be cut. Jack looked at Luther. "You look good." Luther's mouth curled up more in a smirk than a smile. "Kate would like to see you before the arraignment." The response shot out of Luther's mouth. "No." "Why not?" "My God, Luther, you've wanted a relationship with her forever, and now that she's finally willing to come around, you clam up. Damn, I don't understand you sometimes." "I don't want her anywhere near me." "Look, she's sorry about what she did. It tore her up, I'm telling you." Luther swiveled his head around. "She thinks I'm mad at her?" Jack sat down. For the first time, he finally had Luther's attention. He should have tried this before. "Of course she does. Why else won't you see her?" Luther looked down at the plain wooden table and shook his head in disgust. "Tell her I'm not mad at her. She did the right thing. You tell her that." "Why don't you tell her?" Luther abruptly stood up and walked around the room. He stopped in front of Jack. "This place has a lot of eyes. You hear me? You understand me? Somebody sees her in here with me, then somebody might think she knows something she doesn't. And believe me, that is not good." "Who are you talking about?" Luther sat back down. "Just tell her what I said. Tell her I love her, and I always have and always will. You tell her that, Jack, no matter what." So you're saying this somebody might think you told me something, even if you haven't? I told you not to take this case, Jack, but you wouldn't listen. Jack shrugged, flipped open his briefcase, and took out a copy of the Post. Check out the lead story. Luther glanced down at the front page. Then he angrily threw the paper against the wall. Fucking bastard! Fucking bastard! The words exploded out of the old man's mouth. The door to the room flew open and a beefy guard poked his head in, one hand on his standard issue. Jack motioned that it was all right, and the guy slowly backed out, his eyes glued on Luther. Jack went over and picked up the paper. The cover story had a photo of Luther taken outside the police station. The headline was in bold 3-inch letters normally reserved for when the Skins won the Super Bowl. Sullivan murder suspect arraignment today. Jack scanned the rest of the front page. More killings in the former Soviet Union as ethnic cleansing continued. The Defense Department was preparing for another budget hit. Jack's eyes glanced over but did not really register on President Alan Richmond announcing his intent to take another stab at welfare reform, and a picture of him at a children's center in impoverished southeast D.C. that made for a nice photo op. The smiling face had hit Luther right between the temples, holding poor black babies for all the world to see. Fucking lying asshole. The fist hit Christine Sullivan again and again and again. Blood flew into the air. The hands wrapped around her neck like a wily serpent, crushing life without a thought. Stealing life. That's what he had done. Kissing babies and killing women. Luther? Luther. Jack gently laid a hand on Luther's shoulder. The old man's frame was quaking like an engine in dire need of a tune-up, threatening to fly apart, no longer able to confine itself within a quickly eroding shell. For a terrible moment Jack wondered if Luther had killed the woman, if his old friend had perhaps gone over the edge. His fears were dispelled when Luther turned and looked at him. The calm had returned. The eyes were clear and focused once more. Just tell Kate what I said, Jack. Then let's go get this over with. The Middleton courthouse had long been the centerpiece of the county. 195 years old, it had survived the British in the War of 1812 and the Yankees and the Confederates in the War of Northern Aggression, or the Civil War, depending on what side of the Mason-Dixon the person you asked hailed from. A costly renovation in 1947 had given it new life, and the good townspeople expected it to be around for their great-grandchildren to enjoy and occasionally go inside, hopefully for nothing more than a traffic ticket or a marriage license. Where before it had stood alone at the end of the 2-lane road that made up Middleton's business district, it now shared space with antique shops, restaurants, a grocery market, a huge bed and breakfast, and a service station that was all brick in keeping with the architectural tradition of the area. Huddled within walking distance was a row of offices where the shingles of many a respected county lawyer hung with simple grace. Normally quiet except on Friday morning, which was motions day for the civil and criminal docket, the Middleton courthouse now held a scene that would have caused the town's forefathers to do somersaults in their final resting places. At first glance, one could almost imagine that the rebels and the Union Blue had returned to settle, once and for all, the score. 6 television trucks with thick call letters emblazoned on their white sides held forth directly in front of the courthouse steps. Their broadcast masts were already rising skyward. Crowds 10 deep pushed and prodded against the wall of sheriffs, reinforced by grim members of the Virginia State Police, who stared silently at the mass of reporters pushing pads, microphones, and pens into their faces. Fortunately, the courthouse had a side entrance, which was at this moment surrounded by a semicircle of police, riot guns and shields front and center, daring anyone to come near. The van carrying Luther would come here. Unfortunately, the courthouse did not have an inside garage, but the police still felt they had matters under control. Luther would only be exposed for a few seconds at most. Across the street, rifle-toting police officers patrolled the sidewalks, eyes sweeping up and down, looking for the glint of metal, an open window that shouldn't be. Jack looked out the small window of the courtroom that overlooked the street. The room was as large as an auditorium with a hand-carved bench that rose a full 8 feet high, and swept more than 15 feet from end to end. The American and Virginia flags stood at attention on either side of the bench. A lone bailiff sat at a small table in front of the bench, a tugboat before the ocean liner. Jack checked his watch, eyed the security forces in place, then looked at the crush of media. Reporters were a defense attorney's best friends or worst nightmare. A lot depended on what the reporters thought about a particular defendant and about a particular crime. A good reporter will cry loud and hard about his or her objectivity on a story. At the same time, they're trashing your client in the latest edition, long before any verdict is in. Women journalists tended to go easier on defendants accused of rape, as they tried to avoid even the appearance of gender bias. For similar reasons, the men seemed to bend over backward for battered women who had finally struck back. Luther would have no such luck. Ex-cons who murder rich young women would receive the battering rams of all wordsmiths involved, regardless of sex. Jack had already received a dozen phone calls from Los Angeles-based production companies clamoring for Luther's story. Before the guy had even entered a plea, they wanted his story and would pay for it. Pay well. Maybe Jack should tell them, yes, come on in, but only on one condition. If he tells you anything, you have to let me in on it, 'cause right now, man, I've got nothing. Zip. He looked across the street. The armed guards gave him some comfort, although there were police everywhere last time and the shot was still fired. At least this time the police were forewarned. They had things pretty much under control, but they had not counted on one thing, and that one thing was now coming down the street. Jack swung his head around as he watched the army of reporters and plain curious turn en masse and race to the motorcade. At first Jack thought it must be Walter Sullivan, until he saw the police motorcyclists followed by the Secret Service vans, and finally the twin American flags on the limo. The army this man had brought with him dwarfed the one that was preparing to receive Luther Whitney. He watched as Richmond exited the vehicle. Behind him stepped the agent he had talked to earlier. Burton. That was the guy's name. One tough, serious dude. His eyes swept the area like a radar beam, his hand within inches of the man, ready to pull him down in an instant. The Secret Service vans parked across the street. One pulled into an alleyway across from the courthouse, and then Jack looked back at the president. An impromptu podium was set up, and Richmond began his own little news conference as cameras clicked and 100 grown adults with journalism degrees tried to push and pull past their neighbor. A few ordinary and saner citizens were hovering in the back, two with video cameras recording what to them was certainly a special moment. Jack turned to find the bailiff, a granite wall of a black man beside him. Been here 27 years and never had the man out here before. Now he's been here twice in the same year. Go figure. Jack smiled at him. Well, if your friend had invested $10 million in your campaign, you might be out here too. A lot of big boys against you. That's okay. I brought a big bat with me. Samuel Long. Jack Graham, Samuel. You gonna need it, Jack. Hope you loaded it with lead. So what do you think, Samuel? My guy gonna get a fair shake in here? You asked me that question 2-3 years ago, I'd say, yeah, damn straight you will. Yes, sir. He looked out at the crush of people. You ask me today. I say I don't know. I don't care what court you're in. Supreme Court, traffic court. Things are changing, man. Not just the courts, either. Everything. Everybody. Whole goddamn world's changing, and I just don't know anymore. They both looked out the window again. The door to the courtroom opened and Kate entered. Instinctively, Jack turned around and looked at her. No courtroom attire today. She had on a black pleated skirt that tapered at the waist where a thin black belt encircled her. The blouse was simple and buttoned to the neck. Her hair was brushed back off her forehead and hung to her shoulders. Her cheeks were rosy from the bitter cold. A coat was draped over her arm. They sat together at the council table. Samuel discreetly disappeared. It's almost time, Kate. I know. Listen, Kate, like I told you on the phone, it's not that he doesn't want to see you. He's afraid. He's afraid for you. The man loves you more than anything. Jack, if he doesn't start talking, you know what's going to happen. Maybe. But I've got some leads to go on. The state's case isn't as foolproof as everyone seems to think. How do you know that? Trust me on that one. Did you see the president outside? How could you miss him? It's okay with me, though. No one paid a bit of attention to me walking in. He definitely relegates everybody else to wallflowers. Is he here yet? Soon. Kate opened her purse and fumbled for some gum. Jack smiled and pushed her quivering fingers out of the way and pulled the pack out for her. Couldn't I at least talk to him on the phone? I'll see what I can do. They both sat back and waited. Jack's hand slipped over Kate's, and they both looked up at the massive bench where in a few short minutes it would start. But for now, they just waited. Together. The white van rounded the corner, passed the semicircle of police officers, and came to a stop within a few feet of the side door. Seth Frank pulled up directly behind the van and got out, radio in hand. 2 officers alighted from the van, scanned the area. This was good. The entire crowd was in front, gawking at the president. The officer in charge turned and nodded to another man inside the van. A few seconds later, Luther Whitney, ankles and hands manacled, and his suit covered by a dark trench coat, emerged. His feet touched the ground, and with an officer in front and back, he started to make his way to the courthouse. That's when the crowd hit the corner. They were following the president, who was purposefully striding down the sidewalk to where his limo was parked. As he passed the side of the courthouse, he looked up. As if sensing his presence, Luther, whose eyes had been pressed to the ground, also looked up. Their eyes locked for one terrible instant. The words escaped Luther's lips before he knew what was happening. "Fucking bastard." It was said quietly, but each officer heard something because they looked around as the president walked by a mere 100 feet away. They were surprised, and then their thoughts focused on one thing only. Luther's knees buckled. At first, both officers thought he was intentionally making their job harder until they saw the blood streaming down the side of his face. One of them shouted an expletive and grabbed Luther's arm. The other pulled his gun and swung it in wide arcs at where he thought the shot had come from. The events that happened in the next few minutes seemed a blur to most people who were there. The sound of the shot was not entirely clear over the screams of the crowds. The Secret Service agents heard it, though. Burton had Richmond on the ground in a second. 20 dark suits carrying automatic weapons made a human cocoon around them. Seth Frank watched as the Secret Service van tore out of the alley and blocked off the now hysterical crowd from the president. One agent emerged wielding a machine gun and scanned the street, barking into a radio. Frank directed his men to cover every square inch of the area. Every intersection was cordoned off, and a building-by-building search would commence. Truckloads of officers would arrive shortly, but somehow Frank knew it was too late. In another second, Frank was beside Luther. He looked on in disbelief as the blood drenched the snow, warming it into a sickening pool of crimson. An ambulance was called and would be there in minutes. But Frank also knew it was too late for ambulances. Luther's face had already gone white. The eyes stared blank. The fingers were curled tight. Luther Whitney had 2 new holes in his head, and the damn round had put a hole in the van after exiting the man. Someone was taking no chances. Frank closed the dead man's eyes and then looked around. The president was up and being hustled into his limo. In a few seconds, the limo and the vans were gone. Reporters started to flock to the murder scene, but Frank motioned to his men, and the journalists were met by a brick wall of infuriated and embarrassed police officers who brandished their batons and hoped somebody tried something. Seth Frank looked down at the body. He took off his jacket despite the cold and laid it across Luther's torso and face. Jack had made it to the window a few seconds after the screams started. His pulse was off the chart, and his forehead was suddenly drenched in sweat. "Stay here, Kate." He looked at her. She was frozen, her face having already registered a fact that Jack hoped beyond hope wasn't true. Samuel had emerged from the inner sanctum. "What the hell's going on?" "Samuel, keep an eye on her, please." Samuel nodded, and Jack hit the door running. Outside there were more men with guns than Jack had ever seen outside of a Hollywood war flick. He ran to the side of the courthouse and was about to have his head cracked open by a 250-pound baton-wielding trooper when Frank's voice boomed out. Jack warily approached. Each of his steps in the tight-packed snow seemed to take a month. All eyes seemed to be on him. The crumpled figure under the coat, the blood soaking the once pristine snowfall, the anguished and at the same time disgusted look on Detective Seth Frank's features. He would remember each of these things for many sleepless nights, perhaps for the rest of his life. When he finally crouched down beside his friend, he started to draw back the jacket, but then stopped. He turned around and looked back from where he had just come. The sea of reporters had parted. Even the wall of cops had hinged back just enough to let her through. Kate stood there for a long minute, no coat on, shivering in the wind that swept down through the funnel-like space between the buildings. She looked straight ahead, her eyes so focused they seemed to register on nothing and everything simultaneously. Jack started to rise, to go to her, but his legs did not have the strength. Just a few minutes ago, juiced and prepared to do battle, mad as hell at his uncooperative client, now every scintilla of energy had been stripped from his being. With Frank's help, he rose on unsteady legs and went to her. For once in their lives, nosy reporters did not attempt to ask questions. Photographers seemingly forgot to take their requisite shots. As Kate knelt beside her father and gently laid her hand on his still shoulder, the only sounds were the wind and the distant whine of the approaching ambulance. For a couple of minutes, the world had stopped right outside the Middleton County Courthouse. As the limo whisked him back to town, Alan Richmond smoothed down his tie and poured a club soda. His thoughts ventured to the headlines that would drown the upcoming papers. The major news shows would be salivating for him, and he would milk it. He would continue on his normal schedule for the day. The rock-solid president. Shots fired around him, and he doesn't flinch. Goes on about the business of running the country, of leading the people. He could envision the polls. A good 10 points at least. And it had all been too easy. When was he ever going to feel a real challenge? Bill Burton looked over at the man as the limo neared the D.C. line. Luther Whitney had just caught the business end of the most deadly piece of ammo Colin could find to chamber his rifle with, and this guy was calmly sipping soda water. Burton felt sick to his stomach. And it still wasn't over. He could never in his wildest dreams put any of this behind him. But perhaps he could live the rest of his life as a free man. A man whose children respected him, even if he no longer respected himself. As he continued to look at the president, it occurred to Burton that the son of a bitch was proud of himself. He had seen such calmness before amidst extreme and calculated violence. No remorse because a human being's existence had just been sacrificed. Instead, a rush of euphoria, of triumph. Burton thought back to the marks on Christine Sullivan's neck, to the busted jaw, to the ominous sounds he had heard from behind other bedroom doors. The man of the people. Burton thought back to the meeting with Richmond where he had filled in his boss on all the facts. Other than seeing Russell squirm, it had not been a pleasant experience. Richmond had stared at each of them. Burton and Russell sat side by side. Colin hovered next to the door. They were clustered in the First Family's private quarters. A component of the White House the eager public was never permitted to see. The rest of the First Family was on a brief holiday visiting relatives. It was best that way. The most important member of that family was not in a pleasant mood.
The president was finally fully cognizant of the facts, the most remarkable of which had been a letter opener bearing some particularly incriminating evidence, and which had ended up in the hands of their intrepid and felonious eyewitness. The blood had almost frozen in the president's veins when Burton had told him. As the words fell out of the agent's mouth, the president had swiveled his head in Russell's direction. When Colin recounted Russell's instructions not to wipe the blade and handle clean, the president had stood up and hovered over his chief of staff, who had pushed herself so far back in her chair that she seemed to have become part of the fabric. His stare was crushing. She finally covered her eyes with her hand. The underarms of her blouse were soaked in perspiration. Her throat was devoid of saliva. Richmond had sat back down and slowly crunched the ice from his cocktail and finally turned his gaze out the window. He was still dressed in a monkey suit from yet another engagement, but the tie was undone. He was still looking out to nowhere when he spoke. "How long, Burton?" Burton stopped looking at the floor. "Who knows? Maybe forever." "You know better than that. I want your professional assessment." "Sooner than later. He's got a lawyer now. Somehow, someway, the guy's gonna pop to somebody." "Do we have any idea where it is?" Burton rubbed his hands together uneasily. "No, sir. The police searched his house, his car. If they had found the letter opener, I would have heard. But they know it's missing from Sullivan's house." Burton nodded. "The police realize it has significance. If it turns up, they'll know what to do with it." The president stood up and played his fingers across a particularly ugly Gothic crystal collection of his wife's that was displayed on one of the tables. Next to them were photos of his family. He never actually registered on their countenances. All he saw in their faces were the flames of his administration. His face seemed to redden before the invisible conflagration. History was in jeopardy of being rewritten, and all because of a little Kmart bimbo and an overly ambitious and incredibly stupid chief of staff. "Any idea who Sullivan employed?" Burton again answered. Russell was no longer an equal. Colin was there only to be told what to do. "Could be one of 20 or 30 high-priced hitmen. Whoever it is, he's long gone by now. But you've laid the mental trail with our friend the detective. He knows that you innocently told Walter Sullivan where and when. The guy's plenty smart enough to follow up on that." The president abruptly picked up one of the crystal pieces and hurled it against the wall, where it shattered, sending fragments all across the room. His face contorted into a mass of hate and anger that made even Burton shudder. Damn it! If he hadn't missed, it would have been perfect. Russell looked at the tiny shards of crystal on the carpet. That was her life. All those years of education, toiling, 100-hour weeks. For this. "The police are going to follow up with Sullivan. I made sure the detective on the case understood Sullivan's possible involvement." Burton continued, "But even though he's the most likely suspect, he'll deny everything. They won't be able to prove anything. I'm not sure where that gets us, sir." Richmond strolled around the room. He could have been preparing for a speech or getting ready to shake hands with a troop of Boy Scouts from a Midwestern state. He was actually contemplating how to murder someone in a way that absolutely no blame, not even a hint of suspicion, would ever fall his way. What if he tried again, and this time succeeded? Burton looked puzzled. How do we control what Sullivan does? By doing it ourselves. No one said anything for a couple of minutes. Russell glanced incredulously at her boss. Her entire life had just gone straight to hell, and now she was compelled to participate in a conspiracy to commit murder. She had felt emotionally numb since all of this had started. She had been absolutely certain her situation could not get any worse, and she had been absolutely wrong about that. Finally, Burton ventured an analysis.
I'm not sure the police would believe Sullivan would be that crazy. He's got to know they're onto him, but can't prove anything. If we pop Whitney, I'm not sure they'd look Sullivan's way." The president stopped strolling. He stood directly in front of Burton. "So let the police reach that conclusion themselves, if they ever do." The reality was that Richmond no longer needed Walter Sullivan to regain the White House. Perhaps more important, this was a perfect way to rid himself of the obligation to back Sullivan's Ukraine deal over Russia, a decision that was growing into more and more of a potential liability. If Sullivan were even remotely implicated in the death of his wife's killer, he would be doing no more global deals. Richmond's support would be discreetly withdrawn. Everyone who counted would understand that silent retreat. "Alan, you want to set Sullivan up for a murder?" These were the first words Russell had spoken. Her face betrayed her complete astonishment. He looked at her, with unconcealed contempt in his eyes. "Alan, think about what you're saying. This is Walter Sullivan. This is not some two-bit crook no one gives a damn about." Richmond smiled. Her stupidity amused him. She had seemed so bright, so incredibly capable when he first brought her on board. He had been wrong. The president did some rough calculations. At best, Sullivan had perhaps a 20% chance of going down for the killing. Given similar circumstances, Richmond would take those odds. Sullivan was a big boy. He could take care of himself. And if he faltered, well, that was why they had prisons. He looked at Burton. "Burton, do you understand?" Burton didn't answer. The president said sharply, "You were certainly prepared to kill the man before, Burton. As far as I can determine, the stakes haven't changed. In fact, they're probably higher. For all of us. Do you understand, Burton?" Richmond paused for a moment, then repeated his question. Burton finally looked up and said quietly, "I understand." For the next 2 hours, they laid their plans. As the 2 Secret Service agents and Russell rose to leave, the president looked at her. "So tell me, Gloria, what happened to the money?" Russell looked straight at him. "It was donated anonymously to the American Red Cross. I understand it was one of their biggest single contributions ever." The door closed, and the president had smiled. "Nice parting shot. Enjoy it, Luther Whitney. Enjoy it while you can, you insignificant little nothing." Chapter 23. Walter Sullivan settled into his chair with a book, but never opened it. His mind wandered back to events that seemed more ethereal, more wholly unconnected to his person than anything else that had ever happened in his life. He had hired a man to kill someone who stood accused of murdering his wife. The job had been botched, a fact for which Sullivan was quietly thankful, for his grief had subsided enough to where he knew what he had attempted to do was wrong. A civilized society must follow certain procedures, unless it were to become uncivilized. And no matter how painful it would be to him, he was a civilized man. He would follow the rules. It was then that he looked down at the newspaper. Many days old now, its contents continued to beat incessantly into his head. The thick, dark headlines shone back at him on the white background of the page. As he turned his attention to it, distant suspicions in his mind were starting to crystallize. Walter Sullivan was not only a billionaire, he possessed a brilliant and perceptive mind, one that saw every detail along with every landscape. Luther Whitney was dead. The police had no suspects. Sullivan had checked the obvious solution. McCarty had been in Hong Kong on the day in question. Sullivan's last directive to the man had indeed been heeded. Walter Sullivan had called off his hunt. But someone else had taken up the chase in his place. And Walter Sullivan was the only person who knew that for a fact, other than his bungling assassin. Sullivan looked at his old timepiece. It was barely 7 in the morning, and he had been up for 4 hours already. The 24 hours in a day meant little to him anymore. The older he grew, the less important became the parameters of time. 4 o'clock in the morning could find him wide awake on a plane over the Pacific, while 2 in the afternoon might be the halfway point in his sleep for the day. There were many facts that he was sifting through, and his mind worked rapidly. A CAT scan done at his last physical evidenced a brain with the youth and vigor of a 20-year-old, and that splendid mind was now working toward the few undeniable facts that were leading its owner to a conclusion that would amaze even him. He picked up the phone on his desk and looked around the highly polished cherry paneling of his study as he dialed the number. In a moment he had been put through to Seth Frank. Unimpressed with the man early on, Sullivan had grudgingly given him his due with the arrest of Luther Whitney. But now? "Yes, sir, Mr. Sullivan. What can I do for you?" Sullivan cleared his throat. His voice had a humble note to it that was as far from his customary tone as was possible. Even Frank picked up on it. "I had a question regarding the information I had given you earlier about Christine's sudden departure on the way to the airport for our trip to the estate in Barbados." Frank sat up in his chair. "Did you remember something else?" "Actually, I wanted to verify whether I had given you any reason for her not going on the trip." "I'm afraid I don't understand." "Well, I suppose my age is catching up with me. My bones aren't the only thing deteriorating, I'm afraid, though I don't care to admit it to myself, much less anyone else, Lieutenant. More to the point, I thought I had told you she had taken ill and had to return home. I thought that's what I had told you, in any event." Seth took a moment to pull his file, although he was certain of the answer. "You said she didn't give a reason, Mr. Sullivan. Just said she wasn't going, and you didn't push it." "Ah. Well, I guess that settles that. Thank you, Lieutenant." Frank stood up. One hand lifted a cup of coffee and then put it back down. "Wait a minute, Mr. Sullivan. Why would you think you had told me that your wife was sick? Was she sick?" Sullivan paused before answering. "Actually, no, Lieutenant Frank. She was remarkably healthy. To answer your question, I believe I thought I had told you differently because, to tell you the truth, aside from my occasional memory lapses, I think I've spent these last 2 months trying to convince myself that Christine staying behind was for some reason. Any reason, I guess." "Sir?" "To, in my own mind, justify what happened to her. To not let it be just a damn coincidence. I don't believe in fate, Lieutenant. For me, everything has a purpose. I suppose I wanted to convince myself that Christine's staying behind did too." "Oh." "I apologize if an old man's foolishness has caused you any unnecessary perplexity." "Not at all, Mr. Sullivan." When Frank hung up the phone, he ended up staring at the wall for a good 5 minutes. Now what the hell had all that been about? Following up on Bill Burton's suggestion, Frank had made discreet inquiries into Sullivan having possibly hired a contract killer to make sure his wife's presumed killer never stood trial. Those inquiries were going slow. One had to tread cautiously in these types of waters. Frank had a career to think about, a family to support, and men like Walter Sullivan had an army of very influential friends in government who could make the detective's professional life miserable. The day after the slug had ended Luther Whitney's life, Seth Frank had made immediate inquiries as to Sullivan's whereabouts at the time, although Frank was under no delusions that the old man had pulled the trigger on the cannon that had propelled Luther Whitney into the hereafter. But murder for hire was a particularly wicked deed, and although perhaps the detective could understand the billionaire's motivation, the fact was he had probably gunned down the wrong guy. This latest conversation with Sullivan left him with even more questions, and no new answers. Seth Frank sat down and wondered briefly if this nightmare of a case would ever leave his watch. A half-hour later, Sullivan placed a call to a local television station of which he happened to own a controlling interest. His request was simple and to the point. In an hour, a package was delivered to his front door. After one of the staff handed him the square box, he ushered her out, shut and locked the door to the room he was in, and pressed a small lever on a portion of the wall. The small panel slid down silently, revealing a very sophisticated audiocassette tape deck. Behind most of this wall rested a cutting-edge home theater system that Christine Sullivan had seen in a magazine one day and simply had to have, although her tastes in video entertainment ventured from pornography to soap opera, neither of which in any way taxed the electronic muscle of this monolithic system. Sullivan carefully unwrapped the audiocassette and placed it inside the tape deck. The door automatically closed and the tape began to play. Sullivan listened for a few moments. When he heard the words, no emotion was revealed on his intricate features. He had expected to hear what he had. He had outright lied to the detective. His memory was excellent. If only his sight were half as good. For he had indeed been a blind idiot to this reality. The emotion that finally penetrated the inscrutable line of his mouth and the deep gray of his introspective eyes was anger. Anger like he had not felt in a long time. Not even at Christie's death. A fury that would only be relieved through action. And Sullivan firmly believed that your first salvo should be your last, because that meant that either you got them or they got you. And he was not in the habit of losing. The funeral was conducted in humble surroundings and with only 3 people other than the priest in attendance. It had taken the utmost secrecy to avoid the obvious assaults by the armies of journalists. Luther's casket was closed. The remains of violent trauma to the head was not the lasting impression loved ones typically wanted to carry away with them. Neither the background of the deceased nor the means of his demise mattered the slightest to the man of God, and the service was appropriately reverent. The drive to the nearby cemetery was short, as was the procession. Jack and Kate drove over together. Behind them was Seth Frank. He had sat in the back of the church, awkward and uncomfortable. Jack had shaken his hand. Kate had refused to acknowledge him. Jack leaned against his car and watched Kate as she sat in the fold-up metal chair next to the earthen pit that had just accepted her father. Jack looked around. This cemetery was not home to grandiose monuments of tribute. It was rare to see a grave marker sticking up. Most were the in-the-dirt variety. A dark rectangle with its owner's name, dates of entry and exit from the living. A few said, in loving memory. Most ventured no parting remarks. Jack looked back at Kate, and he saw Seth Frank start toward her. Then the detective apparently thought better of his decision, and made his way quietly over to the Lexus. Frank took off his sunglasses. "Nice service." Jack shrugged. Nothing's really nice about getting killed. Though miles away from Kate's position on the issue, he had not entirely forgiven Frank for allowing Luther Whitney to die like that. Frank fell silent, studied the finish on the sedan, drew out a cigarette, then changed his mind. He stuck his hands in his pockets and stared off. He had attended Luther Whitney's autopsy. The transient cavitation had been immense. The shock waves had dissipated radially out from the bullet track to such an extent that fully half the man's brain had literally disintegrated. And it was no small wonder. The slug they'd dug out of the seat of the police van was an eye-popper. A .460 Magnum round. The medical examiner had told Frank that type of ammo was often used for sports hunting, big game in particular. And it was no wonder, since the round had slammed into Whitney with stopping power equal to over 8,000 pounds of energy. It was like someone had dropped a plane on the poor guy. Big game hunting. Frank shook his head wearily. And it had happened on his watch. Right in front of him, in fact. He would never forget that. Frank looked over the green expanse of the final resting place for over 20,000 dearly departed. Jack leaned back against the car and followed Frank's gaze. So any leads? The detective dug a toe in the dirt. A few. None of them really going anywhere. They both straightened up as Kate rose, laid a small arrangement of flowers on the mound of dirt, and then stood, staring off. The wind had died down, and although cold, the sun was bright and warming. Jack buttoned his coat up. So what now? Case closed? Nobody would blame you. Frank smiled, decided he'd have that smoke after all. Not by a fucking long shot, Chief. So what are you going to do? Kate turned and started to walk toward the car. Seth Frank put his hat back on, pulled out his car keys. Simple. Find me a murderer. Kate, I know how you feel, but you have to believe me. He didn't blame you for anything. None of this was your fault. Like you said, you were pushed into the middle involuntarily. You didn't ask for any of this. Luther understood that. They were in Jack's car, driving back into the city. The sun was eye level and dropping perceptibly with each mile. They had sat in his car at the cemetery for almost 2 hours because she didn't want to leave. As though if she waited long enough, he would climb out of his grave and join them. She cracked the window and a narrow stream of air engulfed the interior, dispelling the new car smell with the thick moistness that heralded another storm. Detective Frank hasn't given up on the case, Kate. He's still looking for Luther's killer. She finally looked at him. I really don't care what he says he's going to do. She touched her nose, which was red and swollen and hurt like hell. Come on, Kate. It's not like the guy wanted Luther to get shot. Oh, really? A case full of holes that gets blown apart at trial, leaving everyone involved, including the detective in charge, looking like complete idiots. Instead, you have a corpse and a closed case. Now, tell me again what the master detective wants. Jack stopped for a red light and slumped back in his seat. He knew that Frank was shooting straight with him, but there was no way in hell he was going to convince Kate of that fact. The light changed and he moved through traffic. He checked his watch. He had to get back to the office, assuming he had an office to go back to. Kate, I don't think you should be alone right now. How about I crash at your place for a few nights? You brew the coffee in the morning and I'll take care of the dinners. Deal? He had expected an immediate and negative response and had already prepared his rejoinder. Are you sure? Jack looked over at her, found wide, puffy eyes on him. Every nerve in her body seemed ready to scream. As he walked himself through the paces of what was to both of them a tragedy, he suddenly realized that he was still totally oblivious to the enormity of the pain and guilt she was experiencing. It stunned him, even more than the sound of the shot as he sat holding her hand, knowing, before their fingers ever parted, that Luther was dead. I'm sure. That night he had just settled himself on the couch. The blanket was drawn up to his neck, his bulwark against the draft that hit him chest-high from an invisible crevice in the window across from him. Then he heard a door squeak, and she walked out of her bedroom. She wore the same robe as before, her hair drawn up tightly in a bun. Her face looked fresh and clean. Only a slight red sheen hovering around her cheeks hinted at the internal trauma. "Do you need anything?" "I'm fine. This couch is a lot more comfortable than I thought it would be. I've still got the same one from our apartment in Charlottesville. I don't even think it has any springs left. I think they all retired." She didn't smile, but she did sit down next to him. When they had lived together, she had taken a bath every night. Coming to bed, she had smelled so good it had nearly driven him mad. Like the breath of a newborn, there was absolutely nothing imperfect about it. And she had played dumb for a while until he lay exhausted on top of her, and she would smile a decidedly wicked little smile and stroke him, and he would ruminate for several minutes on how it was so crystal clear to him that women ruled the world. He found his baser instincts creeping firmly ahead as she leaned her head against his shoulder. But her exhausted manner, her total apathy, swiftly quelled his secular inclinations and left him feeling more than a little guilty. "I'm not sure I'm going to be very good company." Had she sensed what he was feeling? How could she? Her mind, everything about her, must be a million miles away from this spot. Being entertained was not part of the deal. "I can look after myself, Kate." "I really appreciate your doing this." "I can't think of anything more important." She squeezed his hand. As she rose to go, the flap on her robe came undone, exposing more than just her long, slender legs, and he was glad she would be in another room that night. His ruminations until the early morning hours ran the gamut from visions of white knights with large dark spots disfiguring their pristine armor, to idealistic lawyers who slept miserably alone. On the third night he had settled in again on the couch, and, as before, she came out of her bedroom. The slight squeak made him lay down the magazine he was reading. But this time, she did not go to the couch. He finally craned his neck around and found her watching him. She did not look apathetic tonight. And tonight, she was not wearing the robe. She turned and went back inside her bedroom. The door stayed open. For a moment he did nothing. Then he rose, went to the door, and peered in. Through the darkness he could make out her form on the bed. The sheet was at the foot of the bed. The contours of her body, once as familiar to him as his own, confronted him. She looked at him. He could just make out the ovals of her eyes as they focused on him. She did not put out her hand for him. He recalled that she had never done that. "Are you sure about this?" He felt compelled to ask it. He wanted no hurt feelings in the morning, no crushed, confused emotions. For an answer, she rose and pulled him to the bed. The mattress was firm and warm where she had been. In another moment he was as naked as she. He instinctively traced the half-moon, moved his hand around the crooked mouth which now touched his. Her eyes were open, and this time, and it had been a long time, there were no tears, no swelling, just the look he had grown so used to, expected to have around forever. He slowly put his arms around her. The home of Walter Sullivan had seen visiting dignitaries of incredibly high rank, but tonight was special even compared to past events. Alan Richmond raised his glass of wine and gave a brief but eloquent toast to his host as the four other carefully selected couples clinked their glasses. The First Lady, radiant in a simple black dress, ash-blonde hair framing a sculpted face that had worn remarkably well over the years and made for delightful photo-ops, smiled at the billionaire. Accustomed as she was to being surrounded by wealth and brains and refinement, She, like most people, was still in awe of Walter Sullivan and men like him, if only for their rarity on the planet. Technically, still in mourning, Sullivan was in a particularly gregarious mood. Over imported coffee in the spacious library, the conversation ventured from global business opportunities, the latest maneuvering of the Federal Reserve Board, the Skins' chances against the 49ers that Sunday, to the election the following year. There were none in attendance who thought Alan Richmond would have a different occupation after the votes were counted. Except for one person. In saying his goodbyes, the president leaned into Walter Sullivan to embrace the older man and say a few private words. Sullivan smiled at the president's remarks. Then the old man stumbled slightly, but righted himself by grasping the arms of the president. After his guests had gone, Sullivan smoked a cigar in his study. As he moved to the window, the lights from the presidential motorcade quickly faded from view. In spite of himself, Sullivan had to smile. The image of the slight wince in the president's eye as Sullivan had gripped his forearm had made for a particularly victorious moment. A long shot, but sometimes long shots paid off. Detective Frank had been very open with the billionaire about the detective's theories regarding the case. One theory that had particularly interested Walter Sullivan was his wife having wounded her assailant with the letter opener, possibly in the leg or arm. It must have cut deeper than the police had thought. Possible nerve damage. A surface wound certainly would have had time to heal by now. Sullivan slowly walked out of the study, turning off the light as he exited. President Alan Richmond had assuredly felt only a small pain when Sullivan's fingers had sunk into his flesh. But as with a heart attack, a small pain was so often followed by a much larger one. Sullivan smiled broadly as he considered the possibilities. From atop the knoll, Walter Sullivan stared at the little wooden house with the green tin roof. He pulled his muffler around his ears, steadied his weakened legs with a thick walking stick. The cold was bitter in the hills of southwest Virginia this time of year, and the forecast pointed unerringly to snow, and a lot of it. He made his way down across the, for now, iron-hard ground. The house was in an excellent state of repair thanks to his limitless pocketbook and a deep sense of nostalgia that seemed to more and more consume him as he grew closer to becoming a thread of the past himself. Woodrow Wilson was in the White House, and the Earth was heavily into the First World War when Walter Patrick Sullivan had first seen the glimmer of light with the aid of a midwife and the grim determination of his mother, Millie, who had lost all 3 previous children, 2 in childbirth. His father, a coal miner — it seems everyone's father was a coal miner in that part of Virginia back then — had lived until his son's 12th birthday, and then had abruptly expired from a series of maladies brought on by too much coal dust and too little rest. For years the future billionaire had watched his daddy stagger into the house, every muscle exhausted, the face as black as their big Labrador's coat, and collapse on the little bed in the back room. Too tired to eat or play with the little boy who each day hoped for some attention, but ended up getting none from a father whose perpetual weariness was so painful to witness. His mother had lived long enough to see her offspring become one of the richest men in the world, and her dutiful son had taken great pains to ensure that she had every comfort his immense resources could provide. For a tribute to his late father, he had purchased the mine that had killed him. $5 million cash. He had paid a $50,000 bonus to every miner in the place, and then he had, with great ceremony, shut it down. He opened the door and went inside. The gas fireplace threw warmth into the room without the necessity of firewood. The pantry was stocked with enough food for the next 6 months. Here he was entirely self-sufficient. He never allowed anyone to stay here with him. This had been his homestead. All with the right to be here, with the exception of himself, were dead. He was alone, and he wanted it that way. The simple meal he prepared was lingered over while he stared moodily out the window, where in the failing light he could just make out the circle of naked elms near the house. The branches waved to him with slow, melodic movements. The interior of the house had not been returned to its original condition or configuration. This was his birthplace, but it had not been a happy childhood amid poverty that threatened never to go away. The sense of urgency spawned from that time had served Sullivan well in his career, for it fueled him with a stamina, a resolve before which many an obstacle had wilted. He cleaned the plates and went into the small room that had once been his parents' bedroom. Now it contained a comfortable chair, a table, and several bookcases that housed an extremely select collection of reading material. In the corner was a small cot, for the room also served as his sleeping chamber. Sullivan picked up the sophisticated cellular phone that lay on the table. He dialed a number known only to a handful of people. A voice on the other line came on. Then Sullivan was put on hold for a moment before another voice came on. "Goodness, Walter. I know you tend to keep odd hours, but you really should try to slow down a bit. Where are you?" "You can't slow down at my age, Alan. If you do, you might not start back up again. I'd much rather explode in a fireball of activity than recede faintly into the mists. I hope I'm not disturbing something important." "Nothing that can't wait. I'm getting better about prioritizing world crises. Was there something you needed?" Sullivan took a moment to place a small recording device next to the receiver. One never knew. "I only had one question, Alan." Sullivan paused. It occurred to him that he was enjoying this. Then he thought of Christie's face in the morgue, and his face became grim. "What's that?" "Why did you wait so long to kill the man?" In the silence that followed, Sullivan could hear the pattern of breathing on the other end of the phone. To his credit, Alan Richmond did not start to hyperventilate. In fact, his breathing remained normal. Sullivan came away impressed and a little disappointed. "Come again?" "If your men had missed, you might be meeting with your attorney right now, planning your defense against impeachment. You must admit you cut it rather close." "Walter, are you all right? Has something happened to you? Where are you?" Sullivan held the receiver away from his ear for a moment. The phone had a scrambling device that made any possible tracing of his location impossible. If they were trying to lock in his position right now, as he was reasonably certain they were, they would be confronted with a dozen locations from which the call was supposedly originating, and not one of them anywhere near where he actually was. The device had cost him $10,000. But then it was only money. He smiled again. He could talk as long as he wanted. "Actually, I haven't felt this good in a long while." "Walter, you're not making any sense. Who was killed?" "You know, I wasn't all that surprised when Christie didn't want to go to Barbados. Honestly, I figured she wanted to stay behind and do some alley-catting with a few of the young men she had targeted over the summer. It was funny when she said she wasn't feeling well. I remember sitting in the limo and thinking what her excuse would be. She wasn't all that creative, poor girl. Her cough was particularly phony. I suppose in school she used the dog ate my homework with alarming regularity. Walt, the odd thing was that when the police questioned me regarding why she hadn't come with me, I suddenly realized I couldn't tell them that Christie had claimed illness. You may recall that there were rumors of affairs floating in the papers about that time. I knew if I reported her not feeling well, coupled with her not joining me in the islands, that the tabloids would soon have her pregnant with another man's child, even if the autopsy confirmed otherwise. People love to assume the worst and the juiciest, Alan. You understand that. When you're impeached, they'll assume the worst of you, of course. And deservedly so. Walter, will you please tell me where you are? You were obviously not feeling well. Would you like me to play the tape for you, Alan? The one from the press conference where you gave me that particularly moving line about things that happen that have no meaning. It was quite a nice thing to say. A private comment between old friends that was picked up by several TV and radio stations in the area, but that never made the light of day. It's a tribute to your popularity, I suppose, that no one picked up on it. You were being so charming, so supportive. Who cared if you said Christy was sick? And you did say that, Alan. You told me that if Christy hadn't gotten sick, she wouldn't have been murdered. She would have gone with me to the island, and she would be alive today. I was the only one Christy told about being sick, Alan. And as I said, I never even told the police. So how did you know? You must have told me. I neither met nor spoke with you prior to the press conference. That much is easily confirmed. My schedule is monitored by the minute. As president, your whereabouts and communications are pretty much known at all times. I say pretty much, because on the night Christy was killed, you were certainly not among your usual haunts. You happened to be in my house, and more to the point, in my bedroom. At the press conference, we were surrounded by dozens of people at all times. Everything we said to each other is on tape somewhere. You didn't learn it from me. Walter, please tell me where you are. I want to help you through this. Christy was never really good at keeping things straight. She must have been so proud of her subterfuge with me. She probably bragged to you, didn't she? How she had snookered the old man. Because, in fact, my late wife was the only person in the world who could have told you that she had feigned illness, and you carelessly uttered those words to me. I don't know why it took me so long to arrive at the truth. I suppose I was so obsessed with finding Christie's killer that I accepted the burglary theory without question. Perhaps it was also subconscious self-denial, because I was never wholly ignorant of Christie's desires for you. But I guess I just didn't want to believe you could do that to me. I should have assumed the worst in human nature, and I would not have found myself disappointed. But as they say, better late than never. Walter, why did you call me? Sullivan's voice grew more quiet, but lost none of its force, none of its intensity. Because, you bastard, I wanted to be the one to tell you of your new future. It will involve lawyers and courts and more public exposure than even as president you ever dreamed was possible. Because I didn't want you to be wholly surprised when the police presented themselves on your doorstep. And most of all, I wanted you to know exactly who to thank for all of it. The president's voice became tense. Walter, if you want me to help you, I will. But I am the President of the United States. And although you are one of my oldest friends, I will not tolerate this type of accusation from you or anyone else. That's good, Alan. Very good. You discerned that I would be taping the conversation. Not that it matters. Sullivan paused for a moment, then continued. My protege, Alan, taught you everything I knew, and you learned well. Well enough to hold the highest office in the land. Fortunately, your fall will also be the steepest. Walter, you've been under a lot of stress. For the last time, please, get some help. Funny, Alan. That's precisely my advice to you. Sullivan clicked off the phone and turned off the recorder. His heart was beating abnormally fast. He put one hand against his chest, forced himself to relax. A coronary was not going to be allowed. He was going to be around to see this one. He looked out the window and then at the inside of the room. His little homestead. His father had died in this very room. Somehow, That thought was comforting to him. He lay back in the chair and closed his eyes. In the morning, he would call the police. He would tell them everything, and he would give them the tape. Then he would sit back and watch. Even if they didn't convict Richmond, his career was over. Which was to say the man was as good as dead, professionally, spiritually, mentally. Who cared if his physical carcass lingered? So much the better. Sullivan smiled. He had sworn that he would avenge his wife's killer. And he had. It was the sudden sensation of his hand rising from his side that brought his eyes open, and then his hand was being closed around a cold, hard object. It wasn't until the barrel touched the side of his head that he really reacted. And by then, it was too late. As the president looked at the phone receiver, he checked his watch. It would be over right about now. Sullivan had taught him well. Too well, as it had turned out, for the teacher. He had been almost certain Sullivan would contact him directly prior to announcing the president's culpability to the world. That had made it relatively simple. Richmond rose and headed upstairs to his private quarters. The thought of the late Walter Sullivan had already passed from his mind. It was not efficient or productive to linger over a vanquished foe. It only set you back for your next challenge. Sullivan had also taught him that. In the twilight, the younger man stared at the house. He had heard the shot, but his eyes never stopped staring at the dim light in the window. Bill Burton rejoined Colin in a few seconds. He could not even look at his partner. Two trained and dedicated Secret Service agents, killers of young women and old men. On the drive back, Burton sank back in his seat. It was finally over. 3 people dead, counting Christine Sullivan. And why not count her? That's what had started this whole nightmare. Burton looked down at his hand, still barely able to comprehend that it had just curled around the grip of a gun, forced a trigger back and ended a man's life. With his other hand, Burton had taken the cassette recorder and the tape. They were in his pocket, headed for the incinerator. When he had checked the telephone tap and listened to Sullivan's phone conversation with Seth Frank, Burton had no idea what the old man was getting at with Christine Sullivan's illness. But when he reported the information to the president, Richmond had looked out the window for some minutes, a shade paler than he had been when Burton had entered the room. Then he had phoned the White House media department. A few minutes later, they had both listened to the tape from the first press conference on the Middleton courthouse steps. To the president, commiserating with his old friend about the whimsical nature of life, how Christine Sullivan would still be alive if she hadn't taken ill. Having forgotten that Christine Sullivan had told him that on the day of her death. A fact that could be proven. A fact that could possibly topple all of them. Burton had slumped back in his chair, stared at his boss, who silently looked at the tape as if he were trying to erase its words with his thoughts. Burton shook his head, incredulously, caught up in his own mushy rhetoric, just like a politician. What do we do now, Chief? Make a run for it on Air Force One? Burton was only half joking as he studied the carpet. He was too numb to even think anymore. He looked up to find the president's eyes full upon him. Walter Sullivan is the only living person, other than ourselves, who knows the significance of this information. Burton rose from his chair and returned the stare. My job doesn't include popping people just because you tell me to. The president would not take his eyes from Burton's face. Walter Sullivan is now a direct threat to us. He is also fucking with us, and I don't like people fucking with me. Do you? He's got a damn good reason to, don't you think? Richmond picked up a pen from his desk and twirled it between his fingers. If Sullivan talks, we lose everything. Everything. The president snapped his fingers. Gone. Just like that. and I will do everything possible to avoid it happening." Burton dropped into his chair, his belly suddenly on fire. "How do you know he hasn't already?" "Because I know Walter," the president said simply. "He'll do it in his own way, and it will be spectacular, but deliberate. He is not a man who rushes into anything. But when he does act, the results will be swift and crushing." "Great." Burton put his head in his hands, his mind whirling faster than he thought possible. Years of training had instilled in him an almost innate ability to process information instantly, think on his feet, act a fraction of a second before anyone else could. Now his brain was a muddle, like day-old coffee, thick and soupy. Nothing was clear. He looked up. "But killing the guy? I can guarantee you that Walter Sullivan is right this minute plotting how best to destroy us. That type of action does not invoke sympathy from me." The president leaned back in his chair. "Plainly and simply, this man has decided to fight us. And one has to live with the consequences of one's decisions. Walter Sullivan knows that better than anyone alive." The president's eyes again lasered in on Burton's. "The question is, are we prepared to fight back?" Colin and Burton had spent the last 3 days following Walter Sullivan. When the car had dropped him off in the middle of nowhere, Burton both couldn't believe his luck and experienced deep sadness for his target, now truly a sitting duck. Husband and wife wiped out. As the car sped back to the capital city, Burton unconsciously rubbed at his hand, trying to whittle away the filth he felt in every crevice. What turned his skin cold was the realization that he could never wipe away the feelings he was having, the reality of what he had done. The rock-bottom emotional barometer would be with him every minute of every day of the rest of his days. He had traded his life for another. Again. His backbone, for so long a steel beam, had wilted to pitiful rubber. Life had given him the supreme challenge, and he had failed. He dug his fingers into the armrest and stared out the window into the darkness. Chapter 24. The apparent suicide of Walter Sullivan rocked not only the financial community. The funeral was attended by the high and mighty from all over the world. In an appropriately solemn and lavish ceremony at Washington's St. Matthew's Cathedral, the man was eulogized by a half-dozen dignitaries. The most famous had gone on for a full 20 minutes about the great human being Walter Sullivan had been, and also about the great stress he had been under, and how those under such strain sometimes do things they would otherwise never contemplate. When Alan Richmond had finished speaking, there was not a dry cheek in the place, and the tears that dampened his own face were seemingly genuine. He had always been impressed with his superb oratorical skills. The long funeral procession streamed out, and over 3½ hours later ended at the tiny house where Walter Sullivan had begun and ended his life. As the limos scrambled for space on the narrow, snow-covered road, Walter Sullivan was carried down and interred next to his parents, on the little knoll where the view down the valley was by far the richest part of the place. As the dirt covered the coffin, and the friends of Walter Sullivan made their way back to the realm of the living, Seth Frank studied every face. He watched as the president made his way back to his limo. Bill Burton saw him, registered surprise for an instant, and then nodded. Frank nodded back. When all the mourners had gone, Frank turned his attention to the little house. The yellow police lines were still around the perimeter, and 2 uniformed officers stood guard. Frank walked over, flashed his badge, and entered. It seemed the height of irony that one of the wealthiest men in the world had chosen a place like this to die. Walter Sullivan had been a walking poster child for Horatio Alger tales. Frank admired a man who had risen in the world on his own merit, sheer guts and determination. Who wouldn't? He looked again at the chair where the body had been found, the gun beside it. The weapon had been pressed against Sullivan's left temple. The stellate wound, large and ragged, had preceded the massive bursting fracture that had ended the man's life. The gun had fallen on the left side of the floor. The presence of the contact wound and powder burns on the deceased's palm had prompted the locals to file the case away as a suicide, the facts of which were simple and straightforward. A grieving Walter Sullivan had exacted revenge on his wife's killer and then taken his own life. His associates had confirmed that Sullivan had been out of touch for days, unusual for him. He rarely came to this retreat, and whenever he did, someone knew his whereabouts. The newspaper found beside the body had proclaimed the death of his wife's suspected murderer. All the signs pointed to a man who had intended on ending his life. What bothered Frank was one small fact that he had purposefully not shared with anyone. He had met Walter Sullivan the day he had come to the morgue. During that meeting, Sullivan had signed off on several forms related to the autopsy and an inventory of his wife's few possessions. And Sullivan had signed those forms with his right hand. It was inconclusive in itself. Sullivan could have held the gun in his left hand for any number of reasons. His fingerprints were on the gun, clear as day, maybe too clear, Frank thought to himself. The physical condition of the gun. It was untraceable. The serial numbers had been so expertly obliterated that even the scope couldn't pull up anything. A completely sterilized weapon, the kind you'd expect to find at a crime scene. But why would Walter Sullivan be concerned about anyone tracing a gun he was going to use to kill himself? The answer was, he wouldn't. But again, the fact was inconclusive, since the person providing Sullivan the weapon could have obtained it illegally, although Virginia was one of the easier states in which to purchase a handgun, much to the dismay of police departments in the northeast corridor of the country. Frank finished with the interior and paced outside. The snow still lay thickly on the ground. Sullivan had been dead before the snow had started. The autopsy had confirmed that. It was fortunate that his people knew the location of the house. They had come looking for him, and the body had been discovered within approximately 12 hours of death. No, the snow would not help Frank. The entire place was so isolated there was no one even to ask if anything suspicious had been observed on the night of Sullivan's death. His counterpart from the county sheriff's department climbed out of his car and hustled over to where Frank was standing. The man carried a file with some papers in it. He and Frank conversed for a few moments, and then Frank thanked him, climbed in his car, and drove off. The autopsy report indicated that Walter Sullivan had died sometime between 11 p.m. and 1 o'clock in the morning. But at 12:10, Walter Sullivan had called someone. The hallways of PS&L were unsettlingly quiet. The capillaries of a thriving law practice are ringing phones, pealing faxes, mouths moving and keyboards clicking. Lucinda, even with the firm's individual direct dialing lines, was normally the recipient of 8 phone calls per minute. Today she leisurely read through Vogue. Most office doors were closed, shielding from view the intense and often emotional discussions going on among all but a handful of the firm's lawyers. Sandy Lord's office door was not only closed, it was locked. The few partners with the temerity to attempt a knock on the thick portal were quickly on the biting end of an obscene verbal barrage from the room's lone and moody occupant. He sat in his chair, shoeless feet on the polished desk, tieless, collar undone, unshaven, a nearly empty bottle of his strongest whiskey within easy reach. Sandy Lord's eyes were now mere blots of red. At the church he had used those eyes to stare long and hard at the shiny brass coffin containing Sullivan's body. Essentially, it contained both their earthly remains. For many years Lord had anticipated Sullivan's demise and had, with the help of a dozen PS&L specialists, established an elaborate series of safeguards that included cultivation of a loyal contingent on the board of directors of the parent holding company of Sullivan Enterprises, all of which would ensure continual representation of the huge network of Sullivan entities far into the future by PS&L generally and by Lord in particular. Life would go on. The PSNL train would thrive with its chief diesel engine intact and even replenished. But an unexpected development had occurred. That Sullivan's passing was inevitable, the financial markets understood. What the business and investment community apparently could not accept was the man's death, allegedly by his own hand, coupled with the increasing rumors that Sullivan had had his wife's alleged killer gunned down, something that once accomplished had prompted him to put a bullet into his own brain. The market was not prepared for such revelations. A surprised market, some economists would predict, often reacts wildly and precipitately. Those economists were not disappointed. Shares of stock in Sullivan Enterprises plummeted 61% in value on the New York Stock Exchange the morning after his body was discovered, on the heaviest trading volume for a single stock in the last 10 years. With the stock selling a full $6 a share below book value, it had not taken long for the vultures to circle. Centris Corp's tender offer was, upon Lord's advice, rejected by the board of directors. However, all indications pointed to overwhelming acceptance of the offer by the shareholders, who had nervously watched as a large chunk of their investment had evaporated overnight. It was likely that the proxy battle would be complete and the takeover finalized in 2 months. Centris's counsel, Rhodes, Director and Minor, was one of the largest law firms in the country, well-stocked in all areas of legal expertise. The bottom line was clear. PSNL would not be needed. Its largest client, over $20 million worth, almost 1/3 of its legal business, would disappear. Already resumes were flying out of the firm. Practice groups were trying to cut deals with Rhodes, pleading their familiarity with Sullivan's business as a hedge against the dreaded and costly learning curve. 20% of the heretofore loyal PSNL attorney ranks had submitted their resignation, and there were no indications the tidal wave would subside any time soon. Lord's hand slowly meandered along his desk until the whiskey was tilted back and finished. He swiveled around, checked out the gloom of the winter's morning, and had to smile to himself. There was no deal awaiting him at Rhodes, Director and Minor, and thus it had finally happened. Lord was vulnerable. He had seen clients bite the dust with alarming swiftness, especially in the last decade, where you were a paper billionaire 1 minute and an impoverished felon the next. He had, though, never imagined that his own fall, if it ever came, would be as terrifyingly fast, as painfully complete. That was the problem with an 8-figure gorilla of a client. It took all of your time and attention. Old clients dried up and died away. New clients were not cultivated. His complacency had come back to bite him right in the ass. He calculated swiftly. Over the last 20 years, he had netted roughly $30 million. Unfortunately, he had managed somehow not only to spend the $30 million, but a good deal more than that. Over the years, he had owned a string of luxurious homes, a vacation place in Hilton Head Island, a hideaway fuck nest in the Big Apple, where he had taken his wedded prey. The luxury cars, the various collections that a man of taste and resources was supposed to accumulate, the small but select wine cellar, even his own helicopter. He had had all those things. But 3 divorces, none of them amicable, had deteriorated his asset base. The residence he now had left was straight from the pages of Architectural Digest, but its mortgage matched its stunning opulence stride for stride. And the thing he truly didn't have much of was cash. Liquidity escaped him, and at PSNL you ate what you killed, and PSNL partners didn't tend to hunt in packs. That was why Lord's monthly draw was so much larger than everyone else's. That revised draw check would now barely cover his plastic bills. His monthly Amex alone routinely crept into the 5-figure range. He turned his now racing gray cells for a moment to his non-Sullivan clients. A rough ballpark estimate gave him maybe $500,000 in potential legal business at best, if he pumped them hard, made the circuit, which he didn't want to do, lacked any desire to do. That was beneath him now.
Or it had been up until good old Walter had decided life just wasn't worth living, despite his several billions. Jesus Christ. All for a little dumb shit whore. 500,000. That was even less than the little prick Kirkson. Lord winced at that realization. He wheeled around and studied the artwork on the far wall. Within the brush strokes of a minor 19th century artist, he found reason to smile once more. He had an option left to him. Though his biggest client had royally screwed up Lord's life, the rotund deal-maker had an asset left to mine. He punched his phone. Fred Martin pushed the cart quickly down the hallway. Only his third day on the job, and his first delivering the mail to the firm's attorneys, Martin was anxious to complete his task quickly and accurately. One of 10 gophers employed by the firm, Martin was already feeling pressure from his supervisor to pick up his pace. After banging the streets for 4 months with no weapons other than his BA in history from Georgetown, Martin had figured his only recourse was to attend law school. And what better place to plumb the possibilities of such a career than at one of D.C.'s most prestigious? His endless trek of job interviews had convinced him that it was never too early to commence networking. He consulted his map with the attorneys' names listed in each square representing that person's office. Martin had grabbed the map from on top of the desk in his cubicle, not noticing the updated version buried under a multinational transaction closing binder that rose 5,000 pages high, the indexing and binding of which awaited him that afternoon. As he rounded the corner, he stopped and looked at the closed door. Everyone's door was closed today. He took the Federal Express package and checked the name on the map and compared that to the scrawled handwriting on the packing label. It matched. He looked at the empty nameplate holder, and his eyebrows converged in confusion. He knocked, waited a moment, knocked again, and then opened the door. He looked around. The place was a mess. Boxes littered the floor. The furniture was in disarray. Some papers lay scattered on the desk. His first instinct was to check with his supervisor. Maybe there was a mistake. He looked at his watch. Already 10 minutes late. He grabbed the phone, dialed his supervisor. No answer. Then he saw the photo of the woman on the desk. Tall, auburn-haired, very expensively dressed. Must be the man's office. Probably moving in. Who'd leave a looker like that behind? With that rationale established, Fred carefully laid the package on the desk chair where it would be sure to be found. He closed the door on his way out. I'm sorry about Walter, Sandy. I really am. Jack checked the view across the cityscape. A penthouse apartment in Upper Northwest. The place must have been enormously expensive, and the dollars had continued to flow for the interior design. Everywhere Jack looked were original paintings, soft leather, and sculptured stone. He reasoned that the world didn't have many Sandy Lords, and they had to live somewhere. Lord sat by the fire that popped pleasantly in the grate, a loose paisley robe covering his bulky frame, bare feet comforted in leather slippers. A cold rain fell against the broad expanse of windows. Jack drew closer to the fire. His mind appeared to crackle and jump like the flames. A loose ember hit the marble surround, flamed, and then quickly disappeared. Jack cradled his drink and looked at his partner. The phone call hadn't been totally unexpected. We need to talk, Jack. The sooner the better for me. Not at the office. When he arrived, Lord's aged valet had taken his coat and gloves, and then inconspicuously receded into the farther reaches of the home. The two men were in Lord's mahogany-paneled study, a luxuriously masculine retreat that Jack felt guiltily envious of. A glimmer of the large stone house briefly came into focus. It had a library, much like this. With an effort, he focused on Lord's back. I'm kind of fucked, Jack. The first words out of Lord's mouth had the effect of making Jack want to smile. You had to appreciate the man's candor. But he caught himself. The tone in Lord's voice demanded a certain respect. The firm will be okay, Sandy. We're not going to lose many more.
so we sublease some space, it's no big deal. Lord finally stood up and went straight to the well-fed bar in the corner. The shot glass was filled to the rim and downed in a well-practiced motion. Excuse me, Jack. Maybe I'm not making myself real clear here. The firm took a blow, but not one that'll send it down for the count. You're right. Patton Shaw will weather this broadside. But what I'm talking about is whether Patton Shaw and Lord will live to fight another day. Lord lurched across the room and wearily plunged himself on the burgundy leather couch. Jack traced the column of brass nails as they marched across the outline of the heavy piece. He sipped his drink and studied the wide face. The eyes were narrow, no more than penny-wide slits, really. You're the firm's leader, Sandy. I don't see that changing, even if your client base took a hit. Lord groaned from his horizontal perch. A hit? A hit? I took a goddamn A-bomb, Jack, right up my ass. The heavyweight champion of the world couldn't have hit me any harder. I'm going down for the count. The buzzards, they are a-circling, and Lord, he is the main course. The stuffed hog with the apple in the mouth and a bullseye on the butt. Kirkson, Packard, Mullins, fucking Townsend. Keep counting, Jack. The list goes on until you get to the end of the partnership roll. I have, I must admit, a most unusual hate-hate relationship with my partners. But not Graham, Sandy. Not with Graham. Lord slowly edged himself up, perching on one flabby arm as he looked at Jack. Jack wondered why he liked the man as much as he did. The answer probably lay somewhere in the lunch at Fillmore's way back when. No bullshit. A real-world baptism where the sting of words made your gut clench and your brain hammer out responses you'd never have the nerve to actually deliver. Now the man was in trouble. Jack had the means to protect him. Or maybe he did. His relationship with the Baldwins right now was far from solid. Sandy? If they want to get to you, they'll have to go through me first. There. He had said it. And he meant it. It was also true that Lord had given him his chance to shine with the big boys, thrown him right into the fire. But what other way would you know if you could actually pull it off or not? That experience was also worth something. The waters might get a little rocky for both of us, Jack. I'm a good swimmer, Sandy. Besides, don't look at this as purely altruistic. You're an investment of the firm in which I'm a partner. You're a top-grade rainmaker. You're down now, but you won't stay down. $500 says within 12 months you're back in the number 1 slot. I don't intend on letting an asset like that walk away. I won't forget this, Jack. I won't let you. After Jack had left, Lord started to pour another drink, but stopped. He looked down at his quivering hands and slowly put down the bottle and glass. He made it to the couch before his knees gave out. The Federal-style mirror over the fireplace caught his image. It had been 20 years since a single tear had escaped the heavy face. That had been at his mother's passing. But now the outpourings were steadily coming on. He had cried for his friend, Walter Sullivan. For years, Lord had duped himself into believing that the man meant nothing more to him than a solid gold draw check each month. The price for that self-deception had come due at the funeral, where Lord had wept so hard that he had gone back to his car until it was time to go bury his friend. Now he rubbed at the puffy cheeks once again, pushing away the salty liquid. Fucking young punk. Lord had planned everything down to the last detail. His pitch would be perfect. He had envisioned every possible response except the one he had gotten. He had mistaken the younger man. Lord assumed that Jack would have done what Lord himself would have done, pressed for every advantage in exchange for the enormous favor being asked. It wasn't only guilt that pulled at him. It was shame. He realized that as sickness enveloped him, and he bent low over the thick, spongy carpet. Shame. He hadn't felt that one for a long time either. When the nausea subsided and he once again looked at the wreck in the mirror, Lord promised himself that he would not disappoint Jack, that he would rise back to the top, and he would not forget. Chapter 25. Frank had never in his wildest fantasies expected to be sitting here. He looked around and quickly determined that it was indeed oval in shape. The furnishings tended to be solid, conservative, but with a splash of color here, a stripe there, a pair of expensive sneakers placed neatly on a lower shelf that stated that the room's occupant was not nearly ready for retirement. Frank swallowed hard and willed himself to breathe normally. He was a veteran policeman, and this was just another routine inquiry in a series of endless ones. He was just following up a lead, nothing more. A few minutes and he'd be out of here. But then his brain reminded him that the person he was about to make inquiries of was the current President of the United States. As a new shockwave of nervousness rushed over him, the door opened and he quickly stood, turned and stared for a long moment at the extended hand until his mind finally registered and he slowly moved his out to meet it. "Thank you for coming down into my neck of the woods, Lieutenant." "No trouble at all, sir. I mean, you've got better things to do than sit in traffic. Although I guess you never really sit in traffic, do you, Mr. President?" Richmond sat behind his desk and motioned for Frank to resume his seat. An impassive Bill Burton, invisible to Frank until that moment, closed the door and inclined his head toward the detective. "My routes are pretty well laid out in advance, I'm afraid. It's true I don't end up in many traffic jams, but it does stifle the hell out of spontaneity." The President grinned, and Frank could feel his own mouth automatically turning up into a smile. The President leaned forward and stared directly at him. He clasped his hands together, his brow wrinkled, and he went from jovial to intensely serious in an instant. "I want to thank you, Seth." He glanced at Burton. "Bill has told me how cooperative you were with the investigation of Christine Sullivan's death. I really appreciate that, Seth. Some officials would have been less than forthcoming, or tried to turn it into a media circus for their own personal gain. I hoped for better from you, and my expectations were exceeded. Again, thank you." Frank glowed as though he had been awarded the 4th grade spelling bee crown. "It's terrible, you know. Tell me, have you learned of any connection between Walter's suicide and this criminal being gunned down?" Frank shook the stars from his eyes, and his pair of steady eyes came to rest on the chiseled features of the President. "Come on, Lieutenant. I can tell you that all of official and unofficial Washington is right this very minute savagely attacking the issue of Walter Sullivan having hired an assassin to avenge his wife's death, and then taking his own life in the aftermath. You can't stop people from gossiping. I would just like to know if your investigation has led to any fact to substantiate Walter having ordered the killing of his wife's murderer." "I'm afraid that I really can't say one way or another, sir. I hope you understand, but this is an ongoing police investigation." "Don't worry, Lieutenant. I'm not treading on your toes. But I can tell you that this has been a particularly distressing time for me. To think Walter Sullivan would end his own life. One of the most brilliant and resourceful men of his era, of any era. So I've heard an awful lot of people say. But just between you and me, knowing Walter as I did, it would not be out of the realm of possibility that he would have taken precise and concrete steps to have his wife's killer dealt with. Alleged killer, Mr. President. Innocent until proven guilty." The President looked at Burton. "But I was led to understand that your case was pretty much ironclad." Seth Frank scratched his ear. "Some defense attorneys love ironclad cases, sir. See, you dump enough water on iron, it starts to rust, and before you know it, you got holes everywhere. And this defense attorney was such a person. And then some. I'm not a betting man, but I would have given us no more than a 40% shot at getting a clean conviction. We were in for a real battle. The president sat back as he absorbed this information, and then looked back at Frank. Frank finally noted the expression of expectancy on his face and flipped open his notebook. His heartbeat calmed down as he perused the familiar scribbles. "Are you aware it was right before his death that Walter Sullivan called you here?" "I know that I spoke with him." "I was not aware that it immediately preceded his death, no." "I guess I'm a little surprised that you didn't come forward with this information earlier." The president's face fell. "I know. I guess I'm a little surprised myself. I suppose I believed I was shielding Walter, or at least his memory, from further trauma. Although I knew the police would eventually discover the call was placed." "I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I need to know the details of that phone conversation. Would you like something to drink, Seth?" "A cup of coffee would be fine, thank you." As if on cue, Burton picked up a phone in the corner, and a minute later a silver-plated coffee tray was delivered in. The steaming hot coffee was sipped. The president looked at his watch, then saw Frank staring at him. "I'm sorry, Seth. I am treating your visit with the importance it deserves. However, I've got a congressional delegation coming to lunch in a few minutes, and quite frankly, I'm not looking forward to it. As funny as it sounds, I'm not particularly enamored of politicians." "I understand. This will only take a few minutes. What was the purpose of the call?" The president leaned back in his chair as if organizing his thoughts. "I would characterize the call as one of desperation. He was definitely not his usual self. He seemed unbalanced, out of control. For long periods of time he would say nothing. Very unlike the Walter Sullivan I knew." "What did he talk about?" "Everything. And nothing. Sometimes he just babbled. He talked about Christine's death. And then about the man you arrested for the murder. How he hated him. How he had destroyed his life. It was truly awful to hear." "What did you tell him?" "Well, I kept asking him where he was. I wanted to find him, get him some help. But he wouldn't tell me. I'm not sure he heard a word I said, really. He was that distraught." "So you think he sounded suicidal, sir?" "I'm no psychiatrist, Lieutenant, but if I had to make a layman's guess about his mental state, yes, I would definitely say Walter Sullivan sounded suicidal that night. It's one of the few times during my presidency that I felt truly hopeless. Frankly, after the conversation I had with him, I was not surprised to learn that he was dead." Richmond glanced at Burton's impassive face, then looked at the detective. "That's also why I questioned you as to whether you had determined if there was any truth to the rumor that Walter had anything to do with this person being gunned down. After Walter's telephone call, I have to admit that the thought certainly crossed my mind." Frank looked over at Burton. "I suppose you don't have a recording of the conversation? I know that some of the communications here are recorded." The president answered. "Sullivan called my private line, Lieutenant. It's a secure communication link, and no recordings of conversations on that line are allowed." "I see. Did he directly indicate to you that he was involved in the death of Luther Whitney?" "Not directly, no. He obviously wasn't thinking clearly. But reading between the lines, the rage that I knew he was feeling, well, and I hate to make this statement of a man who's dead, I think it was pretty clear that he had had the man killed. I have no proof of that, of course, but it was my strong impression." Frank shook his head. "Pretty uncomfortable conversation to have." Yes, it was very uncomfortable. Now, Lieutenant, I'm afraid that official duty calls." Frank didn't budge. "Why do you think he called you, sir? And at that time of night?" The president sat back down, threw another quick glance at Burton. "Walter was one of my closest personal friends. He kept odd hours, but then so do I. It would not be unusual for him to call at that hour. I hadn't heard very much from him for the last few months. As you know, he had been under a considerable personal strain. Walter was the sort to suffer in silence. Now, Seth, if you will excuse me. It just strikes me as odd that out of all the people he could have called, he called you. I mean, the chances were pretty good that you wouldn't even be here. President's travel schedules are pretty hectic. It makes me wonder what he was thinking. The president leaned back, placed his fingers together, and studied the ceiling. Cop wants to play games to show me how smart he is. He looked back at Frank and smiled. If I were a mind reader, I wouldn't have to rely so heavily on the pollsters. Frank smiled. I don't think you have to be telepathic to know you're going to be occupying that chair for another 4 years, sir. I appreciate that, Lieutenant. All I can tell you is that Walter called me. If he was planning on killing himself, who would he call? His family has been estranged from him since his marriage to Christine. He had many business acquaintances, but few people he would call true friends. Walter and I have known each other for years, and I considered him a surrogate father. I had taken a very active interest in the investigation of his wife's death, as you know. All of that together could explain why he wanted to talk to me, particularly if he was contemplating taking his life. That's really all I know. I'm sorry I can't be of more help. The door opened. Frank did not see that it was in response to a tiny button on the underside of the president's desk. The president looked at his secretary. I'll be right there, Lois. Lieutenant, if there's anything I can do for you, you let Bill know. Please. Frank closed his notebook. Thank you, sir. Richmond stared at the doorway after Frank had departed. What was the name of Whitney's attorney, Burton? Burton thought for a moment. Graham. Jack Graham. The name sounds familiar. Works at Patton Shaw. He's a partner there. The president's eyes froze on the agent's face. What's the matter? I'm not sure. Richmond unlocked a drawer in his desk and took out a notebook he had compiled on this little extracurricular matter. Don't lose sight of the fact, Burton, that one very important piece of incriminating evidence, for which we happen to have paid $5 million, has never turned up. The president flipped through the pages of his notebook. There were numerous individuals involved, to various degrees, in their little drama. If Whitney had given his attorney the letter opener along with an account of what had happened, the whole world would have known by now. Richmond thought back to the awards ceremony for Ransom Baldwin at the White House. Graham was clearly no shrinking violet. Clearly he didn't have it. But then who, if anyone, would Whitney have given it to? As his mind spun out neat blocks of analysis and possible scenarios, one name suddenly stood out at the president from within the lines of precise writing. One person who had never really been accounted for. Jack cradled the carry-out in one arm, his briefcase in the other, and managed to wiggle the key out of his pocket. Before he could put it in the lock, though, the door opened. Jack looked surprised. I didn't expect you home yet. You didn't have to stop. I could have made something. Jack went inside, dropped his briefcase on the coffee table, and headed to the kitchen. Kate stared after him. Hey, you work all day, too. Why should you have to cook? Women do it every day, Jack. Just look around. He emerged from the kitchen. No argument there. You want sweet and sour or mugu gai pan? I got extra spring rolls, too. Whichever you don't want. I'm not that hungry, really. He withdrew and came back with 2 fully stocked plates. You know, if you don't eat more, you're going to blow away. I half feel like stuffing rocks in your pockets as it is now. He sat cross-legged next to her on the floor. She picked at her plate while he devoured his. So how was work? You know, you probably could have stood to take a few more days off. You're always pushing yourself too hard. Look who's talking. She picked up a spring roll and then put it back down. He put down his fork and looked over at her. So I'm listening. She pulled herself up onto the couch and sat there playing with her necklace. Still dressed in her work clothes, She looked exhausted, like a flower collapsed in the wind. I think a lot about what I did to Luther. Kate. Jack, let me finish. Her voice snapped at him like a whip. In an instant her features relaxed. She continued more calmly. I've come to decide that I'm never going to get over it, so I might as well accept that fact. Maybe what I did wasn't wrong for a lot of reasons, but it was definitely wrong for at least one reason. He was my father. As lame as that might sound, it should have been a good enough reason. She twisted her necklace some more until it congealed into a series of tiny clumps. I think being a lawyer, at least the kind of lawyer I am, has made me become someone I don't really like a lot. That's not a real good revelation to arrive at when you're hitting 30. Jack reached out his hand to stop hers from shaking. She didn't move it. He could feel the blood pumping through the veins. With all that said, I think I'm due for a radical change. In my life, my career, everything. What are you talking about? He got up and sat down beside her. His pulse had accelerated as he anticipated the line she was taking. I'm not going to be a prosecutor anymore, Jack. In fact, I'm not going to be a lawyer anymore. I submitted my resignation this morning. I have to admit they were pretty shocked. Told me to think about it. I told them I already had. As much as I'm going to. The incredulity was stiff in his voice. You quit your job? Jesus, Kate, you've put a hell of a lot into your career. You can't just throw that away. She suddenly rose and stood by the window looking out. That's just it, Jack. I'm not throwing anything away. My memories of what I've done for the last 4 years add up to about a lifetime of horror films. That's not exactly what I had in mind sitting in con law as a first year debating grand principles of justice. Don't sell yourself short. The streets are a heck of a lot safer because of what you've done. She turned to look at him. I'm not even stemming the flow anymore. I got washed out to sea a long time ago. But what are you going to do? You're a lawyer. No, you're wrong. I've only been a lawyer a tiny fraction of my life. My life before that time, I liked a whole lot better. She stopped and stared at him, her arms folded across her chest. You made that very clear to me, Jack. I became a lawyer to pay back my father. 3 years of school and 4 years of no life outside a courtroom is a pretty big price. A deep sigh emerged from her throat. Her body teetered for a moment before she regained her composure. Besides, I guess I really paid him back now. Kate, it wasn't your fault. None of it. His mouth stopped moving as she turned away from him. Her next words rocked him. I'm going to move away, Jack. I'm not exactly sure where yet. I've got a little money saved. The Southwest sounds nice. Or maybe Colorado. I want as different from here as I can get. Maybe that's a start. Moving. Jack said the word more to himself than to her. Moving. He repeated the word as if both trying to make it go away and trying to dissect and interpret it in a manner that was not as painful as it felt at the moment. She looked down at her hands. There's nothing keeping me here, Jack. He looked at her, and he more felt than heard the angry response rush past his lips. God damn you! How dare you say that? She finally looked at him. He could almost see the crack in her voice as she spoke. I think you better leave. Jack sat at his desk unwilling to face the mounds of work, the small mountain of pink messages, wondering if his life could possibly get any worse. That's when Dan Kirkson walked in. Jack inwardly groaned. Dan, I really don't... You weren't at the partners' meeting this morning. Well, no one told me we were having one. A memo was sent around, but then your office hours have been somewhat erratic of late. He looked disapprovingly at the shambles of Jack's desk. His own was unfailingly in pristine condition, more a testament to how little actual legal work he did than anything else. I'm here now. I understand you and Sandy met at his house. Jack eyed him keenly. I guess nothing's private anymore. Kirkson flushed angrily. Partnership matters should be discussed by the full partnership. What we don't need are factions developing that will decimate this firm any more than it already has been. Jack almost laughed out loud. Dan Kirkson, the undisputed king of the faction builders. I think we've seen the worst. Do you, Jack? Do you really? Kirkson sneered. I didn't know you had so much experience with this sort of thing. Well, if it bothers you so much, Dan, why don't you leave? The sneer quickly evaporated from the little man's face. I've been with this firm for almost 20 years. Sounds like it's about time for a change, then. Might do you good. Kirkson sat down, removed a smudge from his glasses. Piece of friendly advice, Jack. Don't throw your lot in with Sandy. If you do that, you'll be making a big mistake. He's through. Thanks for the advice. I'm serious, Jack. Don't endanger your own position in some futile, however well-intentioned attempt to salvage him. Endanger my position? You mean the Baldwin's position, don't you? They're your client. For now. Are you contemplating a change at the helm? If you are, good luck. You'd last about a minute. Kirkson stood up. Nothing is forever, Jack. Sandy Lord can tell you that as well as anybody. What goes around comes around. You can burn bridges in this town. You just have to make sure there's no one left alive on those bridges. Jack came around the desk, towering over Kirkson. Were you like this as a little boy, Dan, or did you just turn into a fungus during your adulthood? Kirkson smiled and started to leave. Like I said, you never know, Jack. Client relationships are always so tenuous. Take yours, for example. It's primarily based on your future nuptials with Jennifer Rice Baldwin. Now, if Ms. Baldwin happened to find out, for instance, that you had not been going home at night, but instead had been sharing quarters with a certain young woman, she might be less inclined to refer legal business to you, much less become your wife. It took only an instant. Kirkson's back was flat against the wall, and Jack was so close in his face the man's glasses were fogged. Don't do anything foolish, Jack. Regardless of your status here, the partnership would not look kindly on a junior partner assaulting a senior one. We still have standards here at Patton Shaw. Don't ever fuck with my life like that, Kirkson. Don't ever. Jack effortlessly threw him against the door and turned back to his desk. Kirkson smoothed down his shirt and smiled to himself. So easily manipulated. The big, tall, good-looking ones. As strong as mules and no smarter. About as sophisticated as a brick. You know, Jack, you should realize what you've gotten yourself into. For some reason, you seem to implicitly trust Sandy Lord. Did he tell you the truth about Barry Alvis? Did he happen to do that, Jack? Jack turned slowly back around and stared dully at the man. Did he use the permanent associate, no rainmaking capabilities line? Or did he tell you Alvis had screwed up a big project? Jack continued to look at him. Kirkson smiled triumphantly. One phone call, Jack. Daughter calls, complaining that Mr. Alvis had inconvenienced her and her father, and Barry Alvis disappears. It's just the way the game works, Jack. Maybe you don't want to play that game. If you don't, there's no one stopping you from leaving. Kirkson had been crafting this strategy for a while now. With Sullivan gone, he could promise Baldwin that his work would be the firm's top priority, and Kirkson still had the core of one of the best army of attorneys in the city, and $4 million of legal business coupled with his own existing business would make him the largest rainmaker at the place. And the name Kirkson would finally go on the door, in substitution for another that would be unceremoniously dropped. The managing partner smiled at Jack. "You may not like me, Jack, but I'm telling you the truth. You're a big boy, and it's up to you to deal with it." Kirkson closed the door behind him. Jack stood for a second longer and then collapsed back into his chair. He lunged forward, scattered his desk clear with quick, violent thrusts of his arms, and then slowly laid his head down on its surface. Chapter 26. Seth Frank looked at the old man. Short, with a soft felt cap covering his head, dressed in corduroy pants, a thick sweater, and winter boots, the man looked both uncomfortable and greatly excited at being in the police station. In his hand was a rectangular object covered in brown paper. "I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Flanders. You see, I was out there, at the courthouse that day. You know, when the man got killed. Just went to see what all the fuss was about. Lived here all my life. Nothing ever came close to that spectacle, I can tell you that." "I can understand that," Frank said dryly. "So anyway, I had my new camcorder, real nifty thing, got an image screen and all. Just hold, look at it, and shoot. Great quality. So the wife said I should come down." "That's terrific, Mr. Flanders. And the purpose of all this?" Frank looked at him inquiringly. Realization spread over Flanders's features. "Oh, I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I'm standing here rambling. I have a tendency to do that, just ask the missus. Retired for a year. Never talked much at work. Assembly line at a processing plant. Like to talk now. Listen, too. Spend a lot of time down at that little cafe over behind the bank. Good coffee, and the muffins are the real thing, no low-fat stuff." Frank looked exasperated. Flanders hurried on. "Well, I came down here to show you this. Give it to you, really. Kept a copy for myself, of course." He handed across the package. Frank opened it and looked at the video cassette. Flanders took off his cap, revealing a bald head with cottony tufts of hair clustered around his ears. He went on excitedly. "Got some really good shots, like I said. Like of the president and right when that fellow was shot. Got all that. Jesus, did I? I was following the president, you see. Ran me right into all the fireworks." Frank stared at the man. "It's all there, Lieutenant. For what it's worth." He looked at his watch. "Huh. I gotta go. Late for my lunch. Wife doesn't like that." He turned to leave. Seth Frank stared down at the cassette. "Oh, Lieutenant, one more thing." "Yes?" "If anything were to come from my tape, do you think they might use my name when they write about it?" Frank shook his head. "Write about it?" The old man looked excited. "Yeah, you know, the historians. They'd call it the Flanders tape, wouldn't they? Or something like that. The Flanders video, maybe. You know, like before." Frank wearily rubbed his temples. "Like before?" "Yeah, Lieutenant. You know, like Zapruder with Kennedy." Frank's face finally sagged in recognition. "I'll be sure to let them know, Mr. Flanders. Just in case. For posterity." "There you go." Flanders pointed a happy finger at him. "Posterity. I like that. Have a good one, Lieutenant." "Alan?" Richmond absently motioned for Russell to come in and then looked down once again at the notebook in front of him. Finished, he closed it and looked at his chief of staff. His stare was impassive. Russell hesitated, studying the carpet, her hands clasped nervously in front of her. Then she hurried across the room and fell rather than sat in one of the chairs. "I'm not sure what to say to you, Alan. I realize my behavior was inexcusable, absolutely inappropriate. If I could plead temporary insanity, I would. So you're not going to attempt to explain it away as being somehow in my best interests? Richmond sat back in his chair. His eyes remained on Russell. No, I'm not. I'm here to offer my resignation. The president smiled. Perhaps I did underestimate you, Gloria. He stood up, went around the desk and leaned against it, facing her. On the contrary, your behavior was absolutely appropriate. If I had been in your position, I would have done the same thing. She looked up at him. Her face betrayed her astonishment. Don't misunderstand me. I expect loyalty, Gloria, like any leader. I do not, however, expect human beings to be anything more than that, meaning human, with all their associated weaknesses and survival instincts. We are, after all, animals. I have attained my position in life by never losing sight of the fact that the most important person in the world is myself. Whatever the situation, whatever the obstacle, I have never lost sight of that one simple truism. What you did that night displays that you also share that belief. You know what I intended? Of course I do. Gloria, I don't condemn you for taking a situation and attempting to maximize its beneficial effect on you. My God, that's the basis upon which this country and this city in particular are built. But when Burton told you, Richmond held up one hand. I admit I felt certain emotions that night. Betrayal, perhaps, foremost among them. But in the time since, I have concluded that what you did evidenced strength, not weakness, of character. Russell struggled to see where this was going. Then may I correctly assume that you do not want my resignation? The president bent forward, took one of her hands. I can't recall you ever mentioning the word, Gloria. I can't imagine breaking up our relationship after we've come to know each other so well. Shall we leave it at that? Russell rose to go. The president went back to his desk. Oh, Gloria, I do have a number of things I want to go over with you tonight. The family's out of town, so perhaps we can work in my private quarters. Russell looked back at him. It might be a late night, Gloria. Better bring a change of clothes. The president didn't smile. His stare cut right through her. Then he went back to his work. Russell's hand trembled as she closed the door. Jack pounded on the door so hard he could feel the thick, polished wood cut into his knuckles. The housekeeper opened the door, but Jack shot through before she could say a word. Jennifer Baldwin swept down the curved staircase and into the marbled entrance foyer. Dressed in yet another expensive evening gown, her hair tumbled down her shoulders, framing significant cleavage. She was not smiling. Jack, what are you doing here? I want to talk to you. Jack, I have plans. This will have to wait. No. He grabbed her hand, looked around, pushed open a pair of carved doors and pulled her into the library, shutting the doors behind them. She jerked her hand free. Are you insane, Jack? He looked around the room with its huge bookcases and well-fed shelves of gilt-edged first editions. All for show. None of them had probably ever been opened. All for show. I've got one simple question for you to answer, and then I'll leave. Jack, one question, and then I'll leave. She eyed him suspiciously, crossed her arms. What is it? Did you or did you not call my firm and tell them to fire Barry Alvis because he made me work the night we were at the White House? Who told you that? Just answer the question, Jen. Jack, why is this so important to you? So you did have him fired. Jack, I want you to stop thinking about that and start realizing the kind of future we're going to have together. If we answer the goddamn question, she exploded. Yes, Yes, I had the little shit fired. So what? He deserved it. He treated you as an inferior. And he was dead wrong. He was nothing. He played with fire and he got burned, and I don't feel the least bit sorry for him." She looked at him without a trace of remorse. Having heard the answer he expected to hear, Jack sat down in a chair and stared at the massive desk at the other end of the room. The high-backed leather desk chair faced away from them. He looked at the original oils adorning the walls, the huge windows with perfectly pooled, flowing drapes that probably cost more than he could even guess, the ornate woodwork, the omnipresent sculptures of metal and marble, the ceiling with yet another legion of medieval characters marching across it. The world of the Baldwins. Well, they were welcome to it. He slowly closed his eyes. Jennifer swept back her hair, looked at him, more than a hint of anxiousness in her eyes. She vacillated for a moment and then went to him, knelt beside him, touched his shoulder. The scent of her perfumed body cascaded over him. She spoke low, close to his face. Her breath tickled his ear. "Jack, I told you before. You don't have to put up with that sort of behavior. And now that this ridiculous murder case is out of the way, we can go on with our lives. Our house is almost ready. It's gorgeous, it really is. And we have wedding plans to finalize. Sweetheart, now everything can go back to normal." She touched his face, turned it toward hers. She looked at him with her best pair of bedroom eyes, and then she kissed him, long and deeply, letting her lips pull back slowly from his. Her eyes quickly searched his. She didn't find what she was looking for. "You're right, Jen. The ridiculous murder case is over. A man I respected and cared for got his brains blown apart. Case closed. Time to move on. Got a fortune to build. You know what I mean. You never should have involved yourself in that thing in the first place. It wasn't your problem. If you would just open your eyes, you'd realize that all of that was beneath you, Jack. And hardly convenient for you, right?" Jack abruptly stood up. He was more exhausted than anything else. "Have a great life, Jen. I'd say I'd see you around, but I really can't imagine that happening." He started to leave. She grabbed his sleeve. "Jack, will you please tell me what I did that was so awful?" He hesitated, and then confronted her. "The fact that you even have to ask. Jesus Christ." He shook his head wearily. "You took a man's life, Jen. A man you didn't even know, and you destroyed it. And why did you do that? Because something he did to me inconvenienced you. So you took 10 years' worth of a career and wiped it out. With one phone call. Never thinking about what it would do to him, his family. He could have blown his brains out. His wife could have divorced him for all you know. You didn't care about that. You probably never even thought about that. And the bottom line is I could never love. I could never spend my life with someone who could do something like that. If you can't understand that, if you really think what you did wasn't wrong, then that's all the more reason why we need to say goodbye right now. We might as well flesh out the irreconcilable differences before the wedding. Saves everybody a lot of time and trouble." He turned the handle on the door and smiled. "Everybody I know would probably tell me how crazy I am for doing this. That you're the perfect woman. Smart, rich, beautiful. And you are all of those things, Jen. They'd say we'd have a perfect life together. That we'd have everything. How could we not be happy? But the thing is, I wouldn't make you happy because I don't care about the things you do. I don't care about the millions in legal business, or houses the size of apartment buildings, or cars that cost a year's salary. I don't like this house. I don't like your lifestyle. I don't like your friends. And I guess the bottom line is, I don't like you. And right now I'm probably the only man on the planet who would say that. But I'm a pretty simple guy, Jen, and the one thing I'd never do to you is lie. And let's face it, in a couple of days, about a dozen guys a lot better suited to you than Jack Graham are going to be knocking on your door. You won't be lonely. He looked at her and felt a grimace of pain as he observed the absolute astonishment on her face. For what it's worth, anybody who asks, you dumped me. Not up to the Baldwin standard. Unworthy. Goodbye, Jen. She still stood there several minutes after he left. A series of emotions competed for space across her face, none in the end winning out. Finally, she fled the room. The sounds of her high heels against the marble floor disappeared as she hurried up the carpeted stairs. For a few seconds more, the library was quiet. Then the desk chair swung around, and Ransom Baldwin eyed the doorway where his daughter had been standing. Jack checked the peephole, half expecting to see Jennifer Baldwin standing there with a gun. His eyebrows raised a notch when he saw who it was. Seth Frank walked in, shrugged off his coat, and looked around appreciatively at Jack's cluttered little apartment. Man, this brings back memories of another time in my life, I can tell you. Let me guess. Delta House, 75. You were vice president in charge of bar operations. Frank grinned. Closer to the truth than I'd care to admit. Enjoy it while you can, my friend. Without meaning to sound politically incorrect, a good woman will not allow you to continue such an existence. Then I might be in luck. Jack disappeared into the kitchen and came back with a brace of Sam Adamses. They settled into the furniture with their drinks. Trouble and wedded bliss the Beeland counselor. On a scale of 1 to 10, a 1 or a 10, depending on your perspective. Why am I thinking that it's not the Baldwin gal that's entirely gotten to you? Don't you ever stop being a detective? Not if I can help it. You want to talk about it? Jack shook his head. I might bend your ear another night, but not tonight. Frank shrugged. Just let me know. I'll bring the beer. Jack noticed the package on Frank's lap. Present? Frank took out the tape. I'm assuming you've got a VCR under some of this junk. As the video came on, Frank looked at Jack. Jack, this is definitely not G-rated, and I'm telling you up front, it shows everything including what happened to Luther. You up to it? Jack paused for a moment. You think we might see something in here that'll catch whoever did it? That's what I'm hoping. You knew him a lot better than I did. Maybe you'll see something I don't. Then I'm up to it. Even forewarned, Jack was not prepared. Frank watched him closely as the moment grew closer. When the shot rang out, he saw Jack involuntarily jerk back, his eyes wide in horror. Frank cut off the video. Hang in there. I warned you. Jack was slumped over in his chair. His breathing was irregular, his forehead clammy. His entire body shuddered for an instant, and then he slowly came around. He wiped his forehead. Jesus Christ. Flanders's passing remark to the Kennedy example had not been inappropriate. We can stop right now, Jack. Jack's lips set in a firm line. The hell we can. Jack hit the rewind one more time. They had gone through the tape about a dozen times now. Watching his friend's head virtually explode was not getting any easier to watch. The only mitigating factor was that Jack's anger was increasing with each viewing. Frank shook his head. You know, it's too bad the guy wasn't filming the other way. We might have gotten a flash from the shooter. I guess that would have been too easy. Hey, you got any coffee? I have a hard time thinking without caffeine. Got some pretty fresh stuff in the pot. You can bring me a cup. Dishes are over the sink. When Frank returned with the steaming cups, Jack had rewound the tape to a demonstrative Alan Richmond saying his piece on the impromptu stage outside the courthouse. That guy's a dynamo. Frank looked at the screen. I met him the other day. Yeah? Me too. That was in my I'm marrying into the rich and famous set days. What did you think of the guy? Jack gulped his coffee, reached for a bag of peanut butter crackers that lay on the couch, offered one to Frank, who took it and then put his feet up on the rickety coffee table. The detective was slipping easily back into the less structured domain of bachelorhood. Jack shrugged. I don't know. I mean, he's the president. I always thought he was presidential. What do you think of him? Smart. Really smart. The kind of smart you want to be real careful not to get into a battle of wits with unless you're real sure about your own abilities. I guess it's a good thing he's on America's side. Yeah. Frank looked back at the screen. So anything grab your eye? Jack punched a button on the remote. One thing. Check this out. The video leapt forward. The figures jerked around like actors in a silent movie. Watch this. The screen showed Luther stepping out of the van. His eyes were turned toward the ground. The manacles were obviously making it difficult for him to walk. Suddenly, a column of people moved into the video, led by the president. Luther was partially obscured. Jack froze the frame. Look. Frank scrutinized the screen, absently munching peanut butter crackers and draining his coffee. He shook his head. Jack looked at him. Look at Luther's face. You can see it right between the suits. Look at his face. Frank bent forward, almost touching the screen with his face. He recoiled, his eyes wide. Damn. Looks like he's saying something. No, it looks like he's saying something to somebody. Frank looked across at Jack. You're saying he's recognized somebody? Like maybe the guy who popped him? Under the circumstances, I don't think he'd just be making casual conversation with some stranger. Frank looked back at the screen, studying it intently. Finally, he shook his head. We're going to need some special talents on this. He rose. Come on. Jack grabbed his coat. Where to? Frank smiled as he rewound the tape and then put on his hat. Well, first I'm going to buy us some dinner. I'm married, and I'm also older and fatter than you. Consequently, crackers for dinner don't cut it. Then we're going down to the station. I've got somebody I want you to meet. 2 hours later, Seth, Frank, and Jack walked into the Middleton police station, their bellies lined with surf and turf and a couple slices of pecan pie. Laura Simon was in the lab. The equipment was already set up. After introductions, Laura popped the tape in. The images sprang to life on a 46-inch screen in the corner of the lab. Frank fast-forwarded to the appropriate spot. There, Jack pointed. Right there. Frank froze the tape. Laura sat at a keyboard and typed in a series of commands. On the screen, the part of the frame containing Luther's image was blocked out and then magnified in increasingly large degrees, like a balloon being blown up. This process continued until Luther's face seemed to span the entire 46 inches. That's as far as I can take it. Laura spun her chair around and nodded to Frank. He pushed a button on the remote and the screen again came to life. The audio was choppy. Screams, shouts, traffic noise, and the blended sounds of hundreds of people served to make what Luther was saying incomprehensible. They watched as his lips moved open and closed. He's pissed. Whatever he's saying, he is not happy. Frank pulled out a cigarette, got a dirty look from Simon, and put it back in his pocket. Anybody read lips? Laura looked at each of them. Jack stared at the screen. What the hell was Luther saying? The look on his face. Jack had seen that once before, if he could only remember when. It had been recently, he was sure of it. You see something we don't? Frank asked. Jack looked over to see Frank staring at him. Jack shook his head, rubbed his face. I don't know. There's something there. I just can't place it. Frank nodded to Simon to cut off the equipment. He stood up and stretched. Well, sleep on it. Anything comes to you, let me know. Thanks for coming in, Laura. The two men walked out together. Frank glanced over at Jack, then reached across and felt behind his neck. Jesus, you are a stress grenade ready to explode. Christ, I don't know why I should be. The woman I was supposed to marry, I'm not. The woman I wanted to marry just told me to get out of her life, and I'm reasonably sure I'm not going to have a job in the morning. Oh, not to mention, someone murdered a person I cared a lot about, and we're probably never going to find out who it is. Hell, my life couldn't get any more perfect, could it? Well, maybe you're due for some good luck. Jack unlocked his Lexus. Yeah. Hey, if you know anyone who wants an almost brand new car, let me know. Frank's eyes twinkled as he looked at Jack. Sorry. Nobody I know could afford it. Jack smiled back. Me either. Driving back, Jack looked at his car clock. It was almost midnight. He passed the offices of Patton Shaw, looked up at the stretch of darkened offices, and wheeled his car around, turning into the garage. He slid his security card in, waved to the security camera posted outside the garage door, and a few minutes later was in the elevator heading up. He didn't know exactly why he was here. His days at Patton Shaw were now clearly numbered. Without Baldwin as a client, Kirkson would ride him out on a rail. He felt a little sorry for Lord. He had promised the man protection. But he wasn't going to marry Jennifer Baldwin simply to ensure Lord's mammoth draw check. And the man had lied to him about Barry Alvis's departure from the firm. But Lord would land on his feet. Jack hadn't been kidding about his faith in the man's resiliency. A number of firms would snap him up in a New York minute. Lord's future was far more assured than Jack's. The elevator doors opened and Jack stepped into the firm's lobby. The wall lights were on low, and the shadowy effect would have been a little unnerving if he hadn't been so completely preoccupied with his thoughts. He walked down the hallway toward his office, stopped at the kitchen and grabbed a glass of soda. Ordinarily, even at midnight, there were a few people beating their brains out over some impossible deadline. Tonight there was only stone-cold silence. Jack turned on his light and closed his office door. He looked around at the domain of his personal partnership. His kingdom, if only for another day. It was impressive. The furniture was tastefully expensive, the carpet and wall coverings luxurious. He went down his line of diplomas. Some hard-earned, others freebies that you got for just being a lawyer. He noticed that the scattered papers had been picked up, the work of the meticulous and sometimes overzealous cleaning crew who were used to attorney sloppiness and the occasional full-blown tantrum. He sat down, leaned back in his chair. The soft leather was more comfortable than his bed. He could visualize Jennifer talking with her father. Ransom Baldwin's face would flame red at what he would perceive as an unforgivable insult to his precious little girl. The man would lift the phone tomorrow morning and Jack's corporate career would be over. And Jack couldn't have cared less. His only regret was not instigating that result sooner. Hopefully PD would take him back. That was where he belonged anyway. No one could stop him from doing that. No, his real troubles had started when he had tried being something and someone he wasn't. He would never make that mistake again. His attention shifted to Kate. Where would she go? Had she really been serious about quitting her job? Jack recalled the fatalistic look on her face and concluded that yes, she had been quite serious. He had pleaded with her once more, just like 4 years before, pleaded with her not to go, not to leave his life again. But there was something there he could not break through. Maybe it was the enormous guilt she carried. Maybe she simply did not love him. Had he ever really addressed that possibility? The fact was he hadn't. Consciously had not. The possible answer scared the hell out of him. But what did it matter now? Luther dead. Kate leaving. His life hadn't really changed all that much, despite all the recent activity. The Whitneys were finally, irreversibly gone from him. He looked at the pink pile of messages on his desk. All routine. Then he hit a button on his phone to check his voicemail, which he hadn't done in a couple of days. Patton Shaw let their clients have their choice of the antiquated written phone message or the technologically advanced voicemail. The more demanding clients loved the latter. At least then they didn't have to wait to scream at you. There were 2 calls from Tar Crimson. He would find Tar another lawyer. Patton Shaw was too expensive for him anyway. There were several Baldwin-related matters. Right. Those could wait for the next guy Jennifer Baldwin set her laser sights on. The last message jolted him. It was a woman's voice. Small, hesitant, elderly, clearly uncomfortable with the concept of voicemail. Jack played it back again. Mr. Graham, you don't know me. My name is Edwina Broom. I was a friend of Luther Whitney. Broom? The name was familiar. The message continued. Luther told me that if anything happened to him, I was to wait a little bit, and then I was to send the package on to you. He told me not to open it, and I didn't. He said it was like a Pandora's box. If you looked, you might get hurt. God rest his soul, he was a good man, Luther was. I hadn't heard from you, not that I expected to, but it just occurred to me that I should call and make sure that you got the thing. I've never had to send something like that before. Overnight delivery, they call it. And I think I did it right, but I don't know. If you didn't get it, please call me. Luther said it was very important. And Luther never said anything that wasn't true. Jack listened to the phone number and wrote it down. He checked the time of the call. Yesterday morning. He quickly searched his office. There was no package lurking there. He jogged down the hallway to his secretary's workstation. There was no package there either. He went back to his office. My God, a package from Luther. Edwina Broom? He put his hand through his hair, assaulted his scalp, forced himself to think. Suddenly the name came to him. The mother of the woman who had killed herself. Frank had told him about her. Luther's alleged partner. Jack picked up the phone. It seemed to ring for an eternity. Hello? The voice was sleepy, distant. Mrs. Broom, this is Jack Graham. I'm sorry for calling you so late. Mr. Graham? The voice was no longer sleepy. It was alert, sharp. Jack could almost envision her sitting up in bed, clutching at her nightgown, looking anxiously at the phone receiver. I'm sorry, I just got your message. I didn't get the package, Mrs. Broom. When did you send it? Let me think for a minute. Jack could hear the labored breathing. Why, it was 5 days ago, counting today. Jack thought furiously. Do you have the receipt with a number on it? The man gave me a piece of paper. I'll have to go get it. I'll wait. He tapped his fingers against his desk, trying to stop his mind from flying apart. Just hold on, Jack. Just hold on. I've got it right here, Mr. Graham. Please call me Jack. Did you send it by Federal Express? That's right, yes. All right. What's the tracking number? The what? I'm sorry. The number on the upper right-hand corner of the piece of paper. It should be a long series of numbers. Oh, yes. She gave it to him. He scribbled the numbers down, read them back to her to confirm it. He also had her confirm the address of the law firm. Jack, is this very serious? I mean, Luther dying the way he did and all? Has anyone called you? Anyone you don't know, besides me? No. Well, if they do, I want you to call Seth Frank, Middleton Police Department. I know him. He's a good guy, Mrs. Broom. You can trust him. All right, Jack. He hung up and phoned Federal Express. He could hear the computer keys clicking on the other end of the line. The female voice was professional and concise. Yes, Mr. Graham, it was delivered at the law offices of Patton, Shaw & Lord on Thursday at 10:02 a.m. and signed for by a Ms. Lucinda Alvarez. Thank you. I guess it's around here somewhere. Bewildered, he was about to hang up. Has there been some special problem with this package delivery, Mr. Graham? Jack looked puzzled. Special problem? No, why? Well, when I pulled up the delivery history of this package, it shows that we already had an inquiry about it earlier today. Jack's whole body tensed. Earlier today? What time? 6:30 p.m. Did they leave a name? Well, that's the unusual part. According to my records, that person also identified himself as Jack Graham. Her tone made it clear she was far from certain of Jack's real identity. Jack felt a chill invade every part of his body. He slowly hung up the phone. Somebody else was very interested in this package, whatever it was, and someone knew it was coming to him. His hands were shaking as he picked up the phone again. He quickly dialed Seth Frank, but the detective had gone home. The person would not give out Frank's home phone, and Jack had left that number back at his apartment. After some prodding by Jack, the person tried the detective's home, but there was no answer. He swore under his breath. A quick call to directory assistance was useless. The home number was non-pub. Jack leaned back in his chair, the breaths coming a little more rapidly. He felt his chest where his heart suddenly threatened to explode through his shirt. He had always considered himself a possessor of above-average courage. Now he wasn't so sure. He forced himself to focus. The package had been delivered. Lucinda had signed for it. The routine at Patton Shaw was precise. Mail was vitally important to law firms. All overnight packages would be given to the firm's in-house gopher team to be distributed with the day's other mail. They brought it around in a cart. They all knew where Jack's office was. Even if they didn't, the firm printed out a map that was routinely updated. So long as you used the correct map. Jack raced to the door, flung it open, and sprinted down the hallway. Completely unbeknownst to him, around the corner in the opposite direction, a light had just come on in Sandy Lord's office. Jack clicked on the light in his old office, and the room quickly came into focus. He frantically searched the desktop, then pulled out the chair to sit down, and his eyes came to rest on the package. Jack picked it up. He instinctively looked around, noted the open blinds, and hurriedly shut them. He read the package label. Edwina Broom to Jack Graham. This was it. The package was boxy, but light. It was a box within a box, that's what she had said. He started to open it, then stopped. They knew the package had been delivered here. They? That was the only label he could think to apply. If they knew the package was here, had in fact called about it this very day, what would they do? If whatever was inside was that important and it had already been opened, presumably they would already know about it. Since that hadn't happened, what would they do? Jack sprinted back down the hallway to his office, the package held tightly under his arm. He flung on his coat, grabbed his car keys off his desk, almost knocking over his half-empty glass of soda, and turned to go out. He stopped cold. A noise. He couldn't tell from where. The sound seemed to echo softly down the hallway, like water lapping through a tunnel. It wasn't the elevator. He was sure he would have heard the elevator. But would he really? It was a big place. The background noise produced by that mode of transportation was so everyday, would he have even noticed it? And he had been on the phone. All his attention had been so concentrated. The truth was he couldn't be sure. Besides, it might just be one of the firm's attorneys, dropping in to work or pick up something. All his instincts told him that conclusion was the wrong one. But this was a secure building. But then again, how secure could any public building be? He softly closed his office door. There it was again. His ears strained to pick up its location without success. Whoever it was, they were moving slowly, stealthily. No one who worked here would do that. He inched over to the wall and turned off the light, waited for an instant, and then carefully opened the door. He peered out. The hallway was clear. But for how long? His tactical problem was obvious. The firm's office space was configured such that if he started down one way, he was more or less committed to that path. And he would be totally exposed. The hallways were absolutely devoid of furnishings. If he met whoever it was going that way, he wouldn't have a chance. A practical consideration struck him, and he looked around the darkness of his office. His gaze finally fell upon a heavy granite paperweight, one of the many knickknacks he had received upon making partner. It could do some real damage if wielded properly, and Jack was confident he could do so. If he was going down, he wouldn't make it easy for them. That fatalist approach helped to stiffen his resolve, and he waited another few seconds before venturing out into the hallway, closing the door behind him. Whoever it was probably would have to make a door-to-door search to find his office. He crouched low as he came to a corner. Now he desperately wished the office was in total darkness. He took a deep breath and peered around. The way was clear, at least for now. He thought quickly. If there was more than one intruder, they would probably split up, cut their search time in half. Would they even know if he was in the building? Maybe he had been followed here. That thought was especially troubling. They might even at this moment be circling him, coming from both ways. The sounds were closer now. Footsteps. He could make out at least one pair. His hearing was now raised to its highest level of acuteness. He could almost make out the person's breathing, or at least he imagined he could. He had to make a choice, and his eyes finally fell upon something on the wall, something that gleamed back at him. The fire alarm. As he was about to make a run for it, a leg came around the corner at the other end of the hallway. Jack jerked back, not waiting for the rest of the body to catch up with the limb. He walked as swiftly as he could in the opposite direction. He turned the corner, made his way down the hall, and came to a stairwell door. He jerked it open, and a loud creak hit him full in the face. He heard the sounds of running feet. Shit! Jack slammed the door closed behind him and clattered down the stairs. A man hurtled around the corner. A black ski mask covered his face. A pistol was in his right hand. An office door opened, and Sandy Lord, dressed in his undershirt with his pants halfway off, stumbled out and accidentally plowed into the man. They went down hard. Lord's flailing hands instinctively gripped the mask, pulling it off. Lord rolled to his knees, sucking in blood from his battered nose. "What the goddamn hell is going on? Who the hell are you?" Lord angrily looked eye to eye with the man. Then Lord saw the gun and froze. Tim Cullen looked back at him, shaking his head half in disbelief, half in disgust. There was no way around it now. He raised his gun. "Jesus Christ! Please, no!" Lord wailed and fell back. The gun fired, and blood spurted from the very center of the undershirt. Lord gasped once, his eyes glazed, and his body landed back against the door. It fell the rest of the way open to reveal the nearly naked figure of the young legislative liaison, who stared in shock at the dead lawyer. Collins swore under his breath. He looked at her. She knew what was coming. He could see it in the terror-filled eyes. Wrong place, wrong time. Sorry, lady. His gun exploded a second time, and the impact knocked her slender body back into the room. Her legs splayed, her fingers clenched. She stared blankly at the ceiling. Her night of pleasure turned abruptly into her last night on Earth. Bill Burton ran up to his kneeling partner and surveyed the carnage with incredulity, which was quickly replaced with anger. "Are you fucking crazy?" he exploded. "They saw my face. What the hell was I supposed to do? Make them promise not to tell? Fuck it." Both men's nerves were at their breaking point. Colin gripped his gun hard. "Where is he?" "Was it Graham?" Burton demanded. "I think so. He went down the fire stairs." "So he's gone." Colin looked at him and then stood up. "Not yet. I didn't waste two people just so he could get away." He started to take off. Burton grabbed him. "Give me your gun, Tim." "God damn it, Bill, are you nuts?" Burton shook his head, pulled out his piece, and handed it to him. He took Colin's weapon. "Now, go get him. I'll try to do some damage control here." Colin ran to the door and then disappeared down the stairs. Burton looked at the two dead bodies. He recognized Sandy Lord and sucked in his breath sharply. "God damn. God damn," he said again. He turned and went quickly to Jack's office. Trailing his sprinting partner, he had found it right at the moment the first shot rang out. He opened the door and turned on the light. He surveyed the interior quickly. The guy would have the package with him. That was clear. Richmond had been right about Edwina Broom's involvement. Whitney had entrusted her with the package. Shit, they had been so close. Who knew Graham or anybody else would be here this late? He made another sweep of the room's contents with his eyes. They went past and slowly came back to the desk. His plan came together in a few seconds. Finally, something might be going their way. He moved toward the desk. Jack reached the first floor and yanked on the doorknob. It didn't budge. His heart sank. They had had trouble with this before. Routine fire drills and the doors had been locked. The building management said they had fixed the problem. Right. Only now their mistake could cost him his life, and not from any inferno. He looked back up the stairs. They were coming fast. Silence was no longer an issue. Jack raced back up the stairs to the second floor, prayed silently before he grabbed the knob, and a rush of relief swept over him as it turned in his sweating hand. He turned the corner, hit the elevator bank, pushed the button. He checked his backside, ran to the far corner, and crouched down out of sight. Come on. He could hear the elevator heading up, but then an awful thought ran through his mind. Whoever was following him could be on that elevator, could have figured what Jack would try to do and attempt to checkmate him. The car halted on his floor. At the instant the doors opened, Jack heard the fire door smash against the wall. He jumped for the car, slid in between the doors, and crashed against the back of the elevator. He leapt up and hit the button for the garage. Jack felt the presence immediately, the slightly elevated breathing. He saw a flash of black, then the gun. He hurled the paperweight and threw himself into the corner. He heard a grunt of pain as the doors finally closed. He ran through the dark underground parking garage, found his car, and a few moments later he was through the automatic door and hit the accelerator. The car raced up the street. Jack looked back. Nothing. He looked at himself in the mirror. His face was drenched with sweat. His entire body was one large knot. He rubbed his shoulder where he had slammed into the elevator wall. Jesus, that had been so close. So close. As he drove, he wondered where he could go. They knew him, knew all about him, it seemed. He clearly couldn't go home. Where then? The police? No, not until he knew who was after him, who had been able to kill Luther despite all the cops, who seemed to always know what the cops knew. For tonight he would stay someplace in town. He had his credit cards. In the morning, first thing in the morning, he would hook up with Frank. Everything would be okay then. He eyed the box. But tonight, he would see what had almost cost him his life. Russell lay underneath the sheets. Richmond had just finished on top of her, and without a word he had climbed off and left the room, her sole purpose brutally fulfilled. She rubbed her wrists where he had clenched them. She could feel the abrasions. Her breasts hurt where he had mauled them. Burton's warning came back to her. Christine Sullivan, too, had been mangled, and not just by the agent's bullets. She slowly moved her head back and forth, fought to hold back the tears. She had wanted this so badly, had wanted Alan Richmond to make love to her. She had imagined it would be so romantic, so idyllic. Two intelligent, powerful, and dynamic people. The perfect couple. How wonderful it should have been. And then the vision of the man startled her back to reality, pounding away at her, with no more emotion on his features than if he had been masturbating alone in the toilet with the latest penthouse. He had never even kissed her, had never even spoken. He had just pulled off her clothes as soon as she came in the bedroom, sunk his hardened flesh into her, and now he was gone. It had all taken barely 10 minutes. And now she was alone. Chief of Staff. Chief Whore, more like it. She wanted to scream out, "I fucked you, you bastard! I fucked you in that room that night, and there wasn't a damn thing you could do about it, you son of a bitch." Her tears wet the pillow, and she cursed herself for breaking down and crying yet again. She had been so sure of her abilities, so confident that she could control him. God, she had been so wrong. The man had people killed. Walter Sullivan. Walter Sullivan had been killed, murdered, with the knowledge, indeed the blessing of the President of the United States. When Richmond had told her, she couldn't believe it. He said he wanted to keep her fully informed. Fully terrified was more like it. She had no idea what he was up to now. She was no longer a central part of this campaign, and she thanked God that she wasn't. She sat up in bed, pulled the ripped nightgown over her quivering body. Shame rocked her again momentarily. Of course, she was now his personal whore, and his consideration for that was his unspoken promise not to crush her. But was that all? Was that really all? She huddled the blanket around her and looked into the darkness of the room. She was an accomplice, but she was also something more. She was a witness. Luther Whitney had also been a witness, and now he was dead, and Richmond had calmly ordered the execution of one of his oldest and dearest friends. If he could do that, what was her life worth? The answer to that question was shockingly clear. She bit into her hand until it hurt. She looked at the doorway through which he had disappeared. Was he in there, in the dark, listening, thinking about what to do with her? A cold shudder of fear grabbed her and did not leave. She was caught. For once in her life, she had no options. She wasn't sure if she would even survive. Jack dropped the box on the bed, took off his coat, looked out the window of his hotel room, and then sat down. He was pretty sure he hadn't been followed. He had gotten out of the building so fast. He had remembered at the last minute to ditch his car. He didn't really know who was pursuing him, but he assumed they were sophisticated enough to trace his car's whereabouts. He checked his watch. The cab had dropped him off at the hotel barely 15 minutes ago. It was a nondescript place, a hotel where tourists on the cheap would stay and then wander around the city to get their fill of the country's history before heading back home. It was out of the way, but then he wanted out of the way. Jack looked at the box and then decided he had waited long enough. A few seconds later he had it open and was staring at the object inside the plastic bag. A knife? He looked at it more closely. No, it was a letter opener, one of the old-fashioned kind. He held the bag by its ends and examined the object minutely. He wasn't a trained forensic specialist, and thus he didn't register that the black crustings on the handle and blade were actually very old, dried blood. Nor was he aware of the fingerprints that existed within the leather. He laid the bag carefully down and leaned back in the chair. This had something to do with the woman's murder. Of that he was certain. But what? He looked at it again. This was obviously an important piece of physical evidence. It hadn't been the murder weapon. Christine Sullivan had been shot. But Luther had thought it critically important. Jack jerked straight up. Because it identified who had killed Christine Sullivan. He grabbed the bag and held it up to the light, his eyes searching every inch of space. Now he could dimly make them out, like a swirl of black threads. Prints. This had the person's fingerprints on it. Jack looked at the blade closely. Blood. On the handle, too. It had to be. What had Frank said? He struggled to recall. Sullivan had possibly stabbed her attacker. In the arm or the leg with a letter opener, the one in the bedroom photo. At least that was one of the detective's theories he had shared with Jack. What Jack held in his hand seemed to bear that analysis out. He carefully placed the bag back into the box and slid it under the bed. He went over to the window and again looked out. The wind had picked up. The cheap window rattled and shook. If only Luther would have told him, confided in him. But he was scared for Kate. How had they made Luther believe Kate was in danger? He thought back. Luther had received nothing while in prison. Jack was certain of that. So what then? Had whoever it was just walked up to Luther and told him flat out, "Talk and your daughter dies"? How would they even know he had a daughter? The two hadn't been in the same room with each other for years. Jack lay down on the bed, closed his eyes. No, he was wrong about that. There was one time when that would have been possible. The day they had arrested Luther. That would be the only time that father and daughter would have been together. It was possible that, without saying anything, someone could have made it crystal clear to Luther with just a look, nothing more. Jack had handled cases that had been dismissed because witnesses were afraid to testify. No one had ever said anything to them. It was solely intimidation by the unspoken word. A silent terror. There was nothing new about that. So who would have been there to do that? To deliver the message that had made Luther shut up like his mouth was stapled closed? But the only people who were there, as far as Jack knew, were the cops. Unless it was the person who had taken a shot at Luther. But why would he hang around? How could that person just waltz into the place, walk up to Luther, make eye contact without anyone becoming suspicious? Jack's eyes shot open. Unless that person were a cop. His immediate thought hit him hard in the chest. Seth Frank. He dismissed it quickly. There was no motive there, not a scintilla of motive. For the life of him, he couldn't imagine the detective and Christine Sullivan in any type of tryst, and that's what this boiled down to, didn't it? Sullivan's lover had killed her, and Luther had seen the whole thing. It couldn't be Seth Frank. He hoped to God it wasn't Seth Frank, because he was counting on the man to get him out of this mess. But what if tomorrow morning Jack would be delivering the very thing Frank had been desperately searching for? He could have dropped it, left the room. Luther comes out of his hiding place, picks it up and flees. It was possible, and the place sanitized so clean a pro had to be behind it. A pro. An experienced homicide detective who knew exactly how to cleanse a crime scene. Jack shook his head. No. Damn it, no. He had to believe in something, someone. It had to be something else, someone else. It had to be. He was just tired. His attempts at deduction were becoming ludicrous. Seth Frank was no murderer. He closed his eyes again. For now he believed he was safe. A few minutes later, he fell into an uneasy sleep. The morning was refreshingly cold, the close, trapped air expunged by the storm of the night before. Jack was already up. He had slept in his clothes, and they looked it. He washed his face in the small bathroom, smoothed down his hair, cut the light off, and went back into the bedroom. He sat on the bed and looked at his watch. Frank would not be in yet, but it wouldn't be long now. He pulled the box from under the bed, laid it beside him. It felt like a time bomb next to him. He flicked on the small color TV that sat in the corner of the room. The early morning local news was on. The perky blonde, no doubt aided by substantial amounts of caffeine as she waited for her break into prime time, was recounting the top stories. Jack expected to see the litany of various world trouble spots. The Middle East was good for at least a minute each morning. Maybe Southern California had had another quake. The president fighting the Congress. But there was only one top story this morning. Jack leaned forward as a place he knew very well flashed across the screen. Patton, Shaw, and Lord. The lobby of PSNL. What was the woman saying? People dead? Sandy Lord? Murdered? Gunned down in his office? Jack leaped across the room and turned up the volume.
He watched with increasing astonishment as twin gurneys were wheeled out of the building. A picture of Lord flashed into the upper right-hand corner of the TV screen. His distinguished career was briefly recounted. But he was dead, unmistakably dead. In his office. Someone had shot him. Jack fell back on the bed. Sandy had been there last night? But who was the other person? The other one under that sheet? He didn't know. Couldn't know that. But he believed he knew what had happened. The man after him. The man with the gun. Lord must have run into him somehow. They were after Jack, and Lord had walked right into it. He turned off the TV and went back into the bathroom and ran cold water over his face. His hands shook. His throat had dried up. He could not believe that this had all happened. So quickly. It had not been his fault, but Jack could not help feeling enormously guilty for his partner's death. Guilty, like Kate had felt. It was a crushing emotion. He grabbed the phone and dialed. Seth Frank had been at his office for an hour already. A contact from DC Homicide had tipped him to the twin slayings at the law firm. Frank had no idea if they were connected to Sullivan. But there was a common denominator. A common denominator that had given him a throbbing headache, and it was barely 7 a.m. His direct line rang. He picked it up, his eyebrows arched in semi-disbelief. "Jack, where the hell are you?" There was a hard edge in the detective's tone that Jack had not expected to hear. "Good morning to you, too. Jack, do you know what's happened?" "I just saw it on the news. I was there last night, Seth. They were after me. I don't know exactly how, but Sandy must have walked into it and they killed him." "Who? Who killed him?" "I don't know. I was at the office. I heard a noise. The next thing I know, I'm being chased through the building by someone with a gun, and I barely get out of there with my head intact. Do the police have any leads?" Frank took a deep breath. The story sounded so fantastic. He believed in Jack, trusted him. But who could be absolutely certain about anyone these days? "Seth? Seth!" Frank bit on his nail, thinking furiously. Depending on what he did next, one of 2 totally different events would take place. He momentarily thought of Kate Whitney, the trap he had laid for her and her father. He had still not gotten over that. He might be a cop, but he had been a human being long before that. He trusted he still had some decent human qualities left. "Jack, the police do have one lead. A real good lead, in fact." "Okay, what is it?" Frank paused, then said, "It's you, Jack. You're the lead. You're the guy the entire district police force is combing the city for right this very minute." The phone slowly slid down from Jack's hand. The blood seemed to have ceased flowing through his body. "Jack. Jack, goddammit, talk to me." The words of the detective did not register. Jack looked out the window. Out there were people who wanted to kill him, and people who wanted to arrest him for murder. "Jack!" Finally, with an effort, Jack spoke. "I didn't kill anybody, Seth." The words were spoken as though they were spilling down a drain, about to be washed away. Frank heard what he desperately wanted to hear. It wasn't the words. Guilty people almost always lied. It was the tone with which they were spoken. Despair, disbelief, horror all rolled into one. "I believe you, Jack," Frank said quietly. "What the hell's going on, Seth?" "From what I've been told, the cops have you on tape going into the garage at around midnight. Apparently Lord and a lady friend of his were there before you." "I never saw them." "Well, I'm not sure that you necessarily would have." He shook his head and continued. "Seems they were found not completely clothed, especially the woman. I guess they had just finished doing it when they bought it." "Oh, God!" "And again they have you on the video blowing out of the garage apparently right after they were killed." "But what about the gun? Did they find the gun?" "They did.
in a trash dumpster inside the garage. And your prints were on the gun, Jack. They were the only ones on the gun. After they saw you on the videotape, the DC cops accessed your fingerprints from the Virginia State bar file. A 9-point hit, I'm told. Jack slumped down in the chair. I never touched any gun, Seth. Somebody tried to kill me, and I ran. I hit the guy. With a paperweight I pulled off my desk. That's all I know. He paused. What do I do now? Frank knew that question was coming. In all honesty, he wasn't sure what to answer. Technically, the man he was speaking to was wanted for murder. As a law enforcement officer, his actions should have been absolutely clear. Only it wasn't. Wherever you are, I want you to stay put. I'm gonna check this out, but don't under any circumstances go anywhere. Call me back in 3 hours, okay? Jack hung up and pondered the matter. The police wanted him for murdering 2 people. His fingerprints were all over a weapon he had never even touched. He was a fugitive from justice. He smiled wearily, then he stiffened slightly. A fugitive. And he had just hung up from talking to a policeman. Frank hadn't asked where he was, but they could have traced the call. They could have done that easily. Only Frank wouldn't do that. But then Jack thought about Kate. Cops never told the whole truth. The detective had suckered Kate. Then he had felt sorry about it. Or at least he had said he had. A siren blared outside and Jack's heart stopped for an instant. He raced to the window and looked out, but the patrol car kept on going until the flashing lights disappeared. But they might be coming. They might be coming for him right now. He grabbed his coat and put it on. Then he looked down at the bed. The box. He had never even told Frank about the damn thing. The most important thing in his life last night. Now it had taken a back seat to something else. Are you busy enough out there in the boonies? Craig Miller was a DC homicide detective of long standing. Big, with thick wavy black hair and a face that betrayed his love of fine whiskey. Frank had known him for years. Their relationship was one of friendship and the shared belief that murder must always be punished. Never too busy to come over to see if you ever got any good at this detective stuff, Frank replied, a wry grin on his face. Miller smiled. They were in Jack's office. The crime unit was just finishing up. Frank looked around the spacious interior. Jack was a long way from this kind of life now, he thought to himself. Miller looked at him, a thought registering. This Graham fellow. He was involved in the Sullivan case out your way, wasn't he? Frank nodded. The suspect's defense counsel. That's right. Man, that's a pretty big swing. Defense counsel to future defendant. Miller smiled. Who found the bodies? Housekeeper. She gets in around 4 a.m. So any motive work its way through that big head of yours? Miller eyed his friend. Come on. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. You drove all the way in here from the middle of nowhere to pick my brain. What's up? Frank shrugged. I don't know. I got to know the guy during the case. Surprised the shit out of me to see his face on the morning news. I don't know, it just stuck in my gut. Miller eyed him closely for another few seconds and then decided not to pursue it. The motive, it seems, is pretty clear. Walter Sullivan was the deceased's biggest client. This fella Graham, without talking to anybody at the firm, jumps in and represents the dude accused of murdering the guy's wife. That obviously didn't sit too well with Lord. Apparently the two had a meeting at Lord's place. Maybe they tried to work things out. Maybe they just made things worse. How'd you get all the inside scoop? Managing partner of the place. Miller flipped open his notebook. Daniel J. Kirkson. He was real helpful in all the background shit. So how does that lead to Graham coming in here to pop 2 people? I didn't say it was premeditated. The video timetables show pretty clearly that the deceased was here several hours before Graham showed up. So? So the two don't know the other's here. Or maybe Graham sees Lord's office light on when he's driving by. It overlooks the street. It'd be easy enough to see someone in the office. Yeah, except if the man and woman were getting it on, I'm not sure they'd be showcasing it to the rest of the city. The blinds were probably down. Right, but come on. Lord wasn't in the best of shape, so I doubt if they were doing it the whole time. In fact, the office light was on when they were found, and the blinds were partially open. Anyway, accidental or not, the two run into each other here. The argument is rekindled. The feelings accelerate, maybe threats are made, and bam! Heat of the moment. It could be it was Lord's gun. They struggle. Graham gets the piece away from the old guy. Shots fired. Woman sees it all. She has to eat around too. All over in a few seconds. Frank shook his head. Excuse me for saying so, Craig, but that sounds awfully far-fetched. Oh, yeah? Well, we got the guy blowing out of here white as a sheet. The camera got a clear shot of him. I've seen it. There was no blood left in the guy's face, Seth, I'm telling you. How come security didn't come and check things out then? Miller laughed. Security? Shit. Half the time those guys aren't even looking at the monitors. They got a tape backup. You're lucky if they even review on any consistent basis. Let me tell you, it is not hard to get into one of these office buildings after hours. So maybe somebody did. Miller shook his head, grinning. Don't think so, Seth. That's your problem. You look for a complicated answer when the simple one's staring you in the face. So where did this gun mysteriously appear from? A lot of people keep guns stashed in their office. A lot? Like how many is a lot, Craig? You'd be surprised, Seth. Maybe I would, Frank shot back. Miller looked puzzled. Why do you have such a bug up your ass about this? Frank didn't look at his friend. He stared over at the desk. I don't know. Like I said, I got to know the guy. He didn't seem like the type. So his prints were on the weapon? 2 perfect hits. Right thumb and index. Never seen clearer ones. Something in his friend's words jolted Frank. He was looking at the desk. The highly polished surface had been defaced. The small water ring was clearly visible. So where's the glass? What's that? Frank pointed to the mark. The glass that left that mark. Have you got it? Miller shrugged and then chuckled. I haven't checked the dishwasher in the kitchen, if that's what you're asking. Be my guest. Miller turned to sign off on a report. Frank took the opportunity to check out the desk more closely. In the middle of the desk was a slight dust ring. Something had been there. Square in shape, about 3 inches across. The paperweight. Frank smiled. A few minutes later, Seth Frank walked down the hallway. The gun had perfect prints on it. Too perfect, more like it. Frank had also seen the weapon and the police report on it. A .44 caliber, serial numbers obliterated, untraceable. Just like the weapon found next to Walter Sullivan. Frank had to allow himself a smile. He had been right in what he had done, or more accurately, what he had not done. Jack Graham had been telling the truth. He hadn't killed anybody. You know, Burton, I'm becoming a little tired of having to devote so much time and attention to this matter. I do have a country to run, in case you've forgotten. Richmond sat in a chair in the Oval Office in front of a blazing fire. His eyes were closed. His fingers formed a tight pyramid. Before Burton could respond, the president continued. Instead of having the object back safely in our possession, you have managed only to contribute 2 more entries to the city's homicide fiasco. And Whitney's defense attorney is out there somewhere with possibly the evidence to bury us all. I'm absolutely thrilled with the result. Graham's not going to the police, not unless he's real fond of prison food and wants a big, hairy man as his date for life. Burton stared down at the motionless president.
The shit Burton, had gone through to save all their asses while this prize stayed safely behind the lines. And now he was criticizing. Like the veteran Secret Service agent had really enjoyed seeing 2 more innocent people die. I do congratulate you on that part. It showed quick thinking. However, I don't believe we can rely on that as a long-term solution. If the police do take Graham into custody, he'll certainly produce the letter opener, if he has it. But I bought us some time. The president stood up, grabbed Burton's thick shoulders. And in that time, I know you will locate Jack Graham and persuade him that taking any action detrimental to our interests would not be in his best interests. Do you want me to tell him that before or after I put a bullet in his brain? The president smiled grimly. I'll leave that to your professional judgment. He turned to his desk. Burton stared at the president's back. For one instant, Burton visualized pumping around from his weapon into the base of the president's neck. Just end the bullshit right here and now. If anyone ever deserved it, this guy did. Any idea where he might be, Burton? Burton shook his head. No, but I've got a pretty reliable source. Burton didn't mention Jack's phone call to Seth Frank that morning. Sooner or later, Jack would reveal his location to the detective, and then Burton would make his move. Burton took a deep breath. If you loved a pressure-filled challenge, it didn't get much better than this. It was the 9th inning. The home team was up by 1. There were 2 outs, 1 runner on, and a full count on the bruiser at the plate. Could Burton close it out, or would they all watch as the white orb disappeared into the stands? As Burton walked out the door, more than a small part of him hoped it was the latter. Seth Frank was waiting at his desk, staring at the clock. As the second hand swept past the 12, the phone rang. Jack sat in the phone booth. He thanked God it was as cold as it was outside. The heavy hooded parka he had bought that morning fit right in with the bundled-up mass of humanity. And still he had the overwhelming impression that everyone seemed to be looking at him. Frank picked up on the background noise. Where the hell are you? I told you not to leave wherever you were staying. Jack didn't respond right away. Jack? Look, Seth, I'm not real good at being a sitting duck. And I'm not in a position where I can afford to completely rely on anyone. Understood? Frank started to make a protest, but then leaned back in his chair. The guy was right. Flat out right. Fair enough. Would you like to hear how they set you up? I'm listening. You had a glass on your desk. Apparently you were drinking something. You remember that? Yeah. Coke, so what? So whoever was after you ran into Lord and the woman like you said, and they had to be popped. You got away. They knew the garage video would have you leaving right about the time of the deaths. They lifted your prints off the glass and transferred them to the gun. You can do that? You bet your ass, if you know what you're doing and you've got the right equipment, which they probably found in the supply room at your firm. If we had the glass, we could show it was a forgery. Just as one person's prints are unique from another person's, your print on the gun couldn't match in every detail the print on the glass. Amount of pressure applied and so on. Did the DC cops buy that explanation? Frank almost laughed. I wouldn't be counting on that, Jack. I really wouldn't. All they want to do is bring you in. They'll let other people worry about everything else. Great. So now what? First things first. Why were they after you in the first place? Jack almost slapped himself. He looked down at the box. I got a special delivery from someone. Edwina Broom. It's something I think you'll get a real kick out of seeing. Seth stood up, almost wishing he could reach through the phone and snatch it. What is it? Jack told him. Blood and prints. Simon would have a field day. I can meet you anywhere, anytime. Jack thought rapidly. Ironically, public places seemed to be more dangerous than private ones. How about the Farragut West Metro Station, 18th Street exit around 11 tonight? Frank jotted the information down. I'll be there. Jack hung up the phone. He would be at the metro station before the appointed time, just in case. If he saw anything remotely suspicious, he was going underground as far as he could. He checked his money. The dollars were dwindling, and his credit cards were out for now. He would risk hitting several ATM machines. That would net him a few hundred. That should be enough. For a while. He exited the phone booth, checked the crowd. It was the typical hurried pace of Union Station. No one appeared the least bit interested in him. Jack jerked slightly. Coming his way were a pair of D.C. police officers. Jack stepped back into the phone booth until they passed. He bought some burgers and fries at the food court and then grabbed a cab. Munching down while the cab took him through the city, Jack had a moment to reflect on his options. Once he got the letter opener to Frank, would his troubles really end? Presumably the prints and blood would match up with the person in the Sullivan house that night. But then Jack's defense counsel mentality took over, and that mindset told him there were clear, almost insurmountable obstacles in the path of such a pristine resolution. First, the physical evidence may well be inconclusive. There may be no match because the person's DNA and prints may not be on file anywhere. Jack again remembered the look on Luther's face that night on the mall. It was somebody important, somebody people knew. And that was another obstacle. If you made accusations against a person like that, you better make damn sure you could back it up, or else your case would never see the light of day. Second, they were looking at a mammoth chain of custody problem. Could they even prove the letter opener came from Sullivan's home? Sullivan was dead. The staff might not know for certain. Christine Sullivan had presumably handled it. Perhaps her killer had possessed it for a short period of time. Luther had kept it for a couple of months. Now Jack had it and would hopefully soon be passing it on to Seth Frank. It finally struck Jack. The letter opener's evidentiary value was zilch. Even if they could find a match, a competent defense counsel would shred its admissibility. Hell, they probably wouldn't even get an indictment based on it. Tainted evidence was no evidence at all. He stopped eating and lay back in the grimy vinyl seat. But come on. They had tried to get it back. They had killed to get it back. They were prepared to kill Jack to take possession of what he had. It must be important to them, deadly important. So regardless of its legal efficacy, it had value, and something valuable could be exploited. Maybe he had a chance. It was 10 o'clock when Jack hit the escalator heading down into the Farragut West Metro Station. Part of the orange and blue lines on the Washington Metro rail system, Farragut West was a very busy station during the day due to its close proximity to the downtown business area, with its myriad law and accounting firms, trade associations, and corporate offices. At 10 o'clock in the evening, however, it was pretty much deserted. Jack stepped off the escalator and surveyed the area. The underground metro stations of the system were really huge tunnels with vaulted, honeycombed ceilings and floors consisting of six-sided brick. A broad corridor lined with cigarette advertisements on one side and automated ticket machines on the other culminated in a kiosk that sat in the center of the aisle with the turnstiles flanking it on either side. A huge metro map with its multicolored rail lines and travel time and pricing information stood against one wall next to the dual phone booths. One bored metro employee leaned back in his chair in the glass-enclosed kiosk. Jack looked around and eyed the clock atop the kiosk. Then he looked back toward the escalator and froze. Coming down the escalator was a police officer. Jack willed himself to turn as casually as possible, and he passed along the wall until he reached the phone booth. He flattened himself against the back of the booth, hidden behind its barrier. He caught his breath and risked peering out. The officer approached the ticket machines, nodded to the metro guy in the kiosk, and looked around the perimeter of the station entrance. Jack drew back. He would wait. The guy would move on shortly. He had to. Time passed.
A loud voice interrupted Jack's thoughts. He looked out. Coming down the escalator was a man, obviously homeless. His clothing was in tatters, a thick bundled blanket slung over one shoulder. His beard and hair were matted and unkempt, his face weather-beaten and strained. It was cold outside. The warmth of the metro stations was always a welcome haven for the homeless until they got run out. The iron gates at the top of the escalators were to keep just such people out. Jack looked around. The police officer had disappeared. Perhaps to check out the train platforms, shoot the breeze with the kiosk guy. Jack looked in that direction. That man, too, had vanished. Jack looked back at the homeless man, who was now crumpled in one corner, inventorying his meager belongings, rubbing ungloved hands back and forth, trying to work circulation into limbs stretched to their breaking point. A pang of guilt hit Jack. The gauntlet of such people downtown was staggering. A generous person could empty their entire pockets in the span of one city block. Jack had done that more than once. He checked the area one more time. No one. Another train would not arrive for about 15 minutes. He stepped out of the booth and looked directly across at the man. He didn't seem to see Jack. His attention was focused on his own little world far away from normal reality. But then Jack thought, his own reality was no longer normal, if it ever had been. Both he and the pathetic mass across from him were involved in their own peculiar struggles, and death could claim either of them at any time. Except that Jack's demise would probably be somewhat more violent, somewhat more sudden. But maybe that was preferable to the lingering death awaiting the other. He shook his head clear. Thoughts like that were doing him no good. If he were going to survive this, he had to remain focused. He had to believe he would outlast the forces marshaled against him. Jack started forward, and then stopped. His blood pressure almost doubled. The sudden metabolic change he was experiencing left him lightheaded. The homeless man was wearing new shoes. Soft-soled brown leathers, which probably cost over $150. They were revealed from out of the mass of filthy clothing like a shiny blue diamond on a bed of white sand. And now the man was looking up at him. The eyes locked on Jack's face. They were familiar. Beneath the depths of wrinkles, filthy hair, and wind-burnt cheeks, he had seen those eyes before. He was sure of it. The man was now rising off the floor. He seemed to have much more energy than when he first staggered in. Jack frantically looked around. The place was as empty as a tomb. His tomb. He looked back. The man had already started toward him. Jack backed up, clutching the box to his chest. He thought back to his narrow escape in the elevator. The gun. He would see that gun appearing soon. It would be pointed right at him. Jack backed down the tunnel toward the kiosk. The man's hand was going underneath his coat, a torn and beaten behemoth that spilled its woolen guts with every step. Jack looked around. He heard approaching footsteps. He looked back at the man, deciding whether he should make a run for the train or not. Then he came into sight. Jack almost screamed in relief. The police officer rounded the corner. Jack ran to him, pointing back down the tunnel at the homeless man who now stood stock still in the middle of the corridor. That man, he's not a homeless person. He's an imposter. The chance of him being recognized by the cop had crossed Jack's mind, although the young cop's features didn't betray any such realization. What? The bewildered cop stared at Jack. Look at his shoes. Jack realized he was making little sense, but how could he when he couldn't tell the cop the whole story? The cop looked down the tunnel, saw the homeless man standing there, his face turned into a grimace. In his confusion, he retreated to the normal inquiry. Has he been bothering you, sir? Jack hesitated, then said, Yes. Hey! The cop shouted at the man. Jack watched as the cop ran forward. The homeless man turned and fled. He made it to the escalator, but the up escalator wasn't working. He turned and raced down the tunnel, darted around a corner and disappeared, the cop right after him. Now Jack was alone. He looked back at the kiosk. The metro guy hadn't returned. Jack jerked his head. He had heard something, like a shout, of someone in pain from where the two men had disappeared. He moved forward. As he did, the cop, slightly out of breath, came back around the corner. He looked at Jack, motioning him to come over with slow movements of his arm. The guy looked sick, like he had seen or done something that disgusted him. Jack hustled up next to him. The cop gulped in air. "God damn it. I don't know what the hell's going on, buddy." The cop again struggled to catch his breath. He put one hand out against the wall to steady himself. "Did you catch him?" The cop nodded. "You were right. What happened?" "Go see for yourself. I've got to call this in." The cop straightened up and pointed a warning finger at Jack. "But you are not to leave. I'm not explaining this one by myself, and it sounds like maybe you know a hell of a lot more about this than you're letting on. Understood?" Jack nodded quickly. The cop hurried off. Jack walked around the corner. Wait. The cop had told him to wait. Wait for them to arrest him. He should bolt now. But he couldn't. He had to see who it was. He was certain he knew the guy. He had to see. Jack looked up ahead. This was a serviceway for Metro personnel and equipment. In the darkness, far down the tunnel, there was a large bundle of clothing. In the dim lighting, Jack strained to see more clearly. As he moved closer, he saw that it was indeed the homeless man. For a few moments, Jack remained motionless. He wanted the cops to show up. It was so quiet, so dark. The bundle did not move. Jack couldn't hear any breathing. Was the guy dead? Had the cop needed to kill him? Finally, Jack moved forward. He knelt beside the man. What an elaborate disguise. Jack moved his hand briefly across the matted hair. Even the pungent odor of the street person was authentic. And then Jack saw the stream of blood as it trickled down the side of the man's head. He moved the hair away. A cut was there, a deep one. That was the sound he had heard. There had been a struggle, and the cop had hit him. It was over. They had tried to trick Jack and gotten tripped up. He wanted to remove the wig and other elements of disguise to see who the hell his pursuers had been. But that would have to wait. Maybe it was good the police were now involved. He would give them the letter opener. He'd take his chances with them. He stood up, turned, and watched the cops striding quickly up the corridor. Jack shook his head. What a surprise this guy was about to get. Chalk it up to being your lucky day, pal. Jack moved toward the cop and then stopped as the 9mm swiftly came out of the holster. The cop glared at him. "Mr. Graham?" Jack shrugged and smiled. The guy had finally identified him. "In the flesh." He held up the box. "I've got something for you." "I know you do, Jack. And that's exactly what I want." Tim Cullen watched the smile fade from Jack's lips. His hand tightened on the trigger as he moved forward. Seth Frank could feel his pulse quicken as he drew nearer to the station. Finally, he would have it. He could envision Laura Simon devouring the evidence like it was a slab of aged beef, and Frank was almost 100% certain they would score a hit on some database, somewhere, and then the case would crack open like an egg hurled from the Empire State Building. And finally, his questions, the nagging questions, would be answered. Jack looked at the face, absorbing every detail. Not that it would do him any good. He glanced over at the crumpled clothing on the floor, at the new shoes covering lifeless feet. Poor guy had probably wangled his first new pair of shoes in ages, and now would never enjoy them. Jack looked back at Colin and said angrily, "The guy's dead. You killed him." "Let me have the box, Jack." "Who the hell are you?" "That really doesn't matter, does it?" Colin flipped open a compartment on his belt and pulled out a suppressor that he quickly twirled onto the barrel of his gun. Jack eyed the hardware pointed at his chest. He thought of the gurneys wheeling out Lord and the woman. His turn would come in tomorrow's paper. Jack Graham and a homeless man. Twin gurneys. Of course, they'd work it so Jack would be blamed for having done in the poor, wretched street person. Jack Graham, from partner at Patton Shaw to deceased mass murderer. It matters to me. So? Colin moved forward, placed both hands on the butt of his weapon. Fuck you! Take it! Jack flung the box at Colin's head right as the muffled explosion occurred. A bullet tore through the edge of the box and embedded itself in the concrete wall. In the same instant, Jack hurled himself forward and made impact. Colin was solid bone and muscle, but so was Jack, and they were about the same size. Jack felt the man's breath driven completely from his body as Jack's shoulder connected right at the diaphragm. Instinctively, long ago wrestling moves came flowing back to his limbs, and Jack picked up and then body-slammed the agent into the unwelcoming arms of the brick floor. By the time Colin managed to stagger to his feet, Jack had already turned the corner. Colin grabbed his gun, and then the box. He stopped for an instant as sickness enveloped him. His head hurt from having struck the hard floor. He knelt down, fighting to regain his equilibrium. Jack was long gone, but at least he had it. Finally had it. Colin's fingers closed around the box. Jack flew past the kiosk, hurdled the turnstiles, raced down the escalator and across the train platform. He was vaguely aware of people staring. His hood had fallen off his head. His face was clearly exposed. There was a shout behind him. The kiosk guy. But Jack kept running and exited the station on the 17th Street side. He didn't think the man had been alone, and the last thing he needed was someone tailing him. But he doubted if they had both exits covered. They probably figured he wouldn't be leaving the station under his own power. His shoulder ached from his collision, and his breath came in difficult gulps as the cold air burned his lungs. He was 2 blocks away before he stopped running. He wrapped his coat around himself tightly. And then he remembered. He looked down at his empty hands. The box. He had left the goddamn box behind. He slumped against the front glass of a darkened McDonald's. The car's lights came down the road. Jack looked away from them and quickly moved around the corner. In a few minutes he hopped a bus. To where? He wasn't sure. The car turned off L Street and onto 19th. Seth Frank made his way up to I Street and then turned toward 18th. He parked on the corner across from the metro station, got out of his car, and went down the escalator. Across the street, hidden behind a collection of trash cans, debris, and metal fencing, the products of a massive demolition project, Bill Burton watched. Swearing under his breath, Burton put out his cigarette, checked the street, and made his way quickly across to the escalator. As he got off the escalator, Frank looked around and checked the time. He wasn't as early as he thought he would be. His eyes fell upon a collection of junk that lay against one wall. Then his gaze drifted over to the unmanned kiosk. There was no one else around. It was quiet. Too quiet. Frank's danger radar instantly lit up. With an automatic motion, he pulled his gun. His ears had pricked up at a sound that came from his right. He moved quickly down the corridor away from the turnstiles. There, a darkened corridor awaited him. He peered around, and at first saw nothing. Then, as his eyes adjusted to the diminished light, he saw 2 things. One was moving. One wasn't. Frank stared as the man slowly rose to his feet. It wasn't Jack. The guy was in a uniform, a gun in one hand, a box in the other. Frank's fingers tightened on his own weapon, his eyes locked on the other man's weapon. Frank stealthily moved forward. He hadn't done this in a long time. The image of his wife and 3 daughters veered across his mind until he pushed it back out. He needed to concentrate. He was finally close enough. He prayed his accelerated breathing would not betray him. He leveled his pistol at the broad back. "Freeze! I'm a police officer!" The man did indeed stop all motion. "Lay the gun down, butt first. I don't want to see your finger anywhere near the trigger, or I'm going to put a hole right in the back of your head. Do it. Now!" The gun slowly went toward the floor. Frank watched its progression inch by inch. Then his vision became blurry. Frank's head pounded. He staggered, and then he slumped to the floor. At the sound, Colin slowly looked around to see Bill Burton standing there, holding his pistol by the barrel. He looked down at Frank. "Let's go, Tim." Colin shakily got to his feet, looked at the fallen officer, and put his gun to Frank's head. Burton's massive hand stopped him. "He's a cop. We don't kill cops. We're not killing anybody else, Tim." Burton stared down at his colleague. Discomforting thoughts flickered in and out of Burton's head at the calm and accepting manner in which the younger man had stepped into the role of conscienceless assassin. Colin shrugged, put his gun away. Burton took the box, looked down at the detective, and then over at the other crumpled mass of humanity. He shook his head disdainfully and looked reproachfully at his partner. Several minutes after they were gone, Seth Frank let out a loud groan, tried to rise, and then floated back into unconsciousness. Chapter 27. Kate lay in bed but was as far from sleep as she could possibly be. The ceiling of her bedroom had been replaced with a torrent of images, each one more terrifying than its predecessor. She looked across at the small clock on the nightstand. 3 o'clock in the morning. Her window shade was open enough to reveal the pitch-black darkness outside. She could hear the raindrops on the window pane. Normally comforting, now they simply added to the relentless pounding in her head. When the phone rang, at first she didn't move. Her limbs seemed too heavy for her to even attempt to budge, as if each had simultaneously lost all circulation. For one terrible moment she thought she had suffered a stroke. Finally, on the 5th ring, she managed to lift the receiver. "Hello?" Her voice was shaky, one step from oblivion, her nerves completely spent. "Kate, I need some help." 4 hours later they sat in the front of the little deli at Founders Park, the site of their initial rendezvous after so many years apart. The weather had worsened into a hard, pelting snow that had made driving nearly impossible, and walking only for the irrationally daring. Jack looked across at her. The hooded parka was off, but a ski cap, a few days' worth of beard, and a pair of thick glasses obscured his features to such a degree that Kate had to look twice before she recognized him. "You're sure no one followed you?" He looked anxiously at her. A cup of steaming coffee partially clouded her line of vision, but she could see the strain on his face. It was clear he was near the breaking point. "I did what you said. The subway, 2 cabs, and a bus. If anyone kept up with me in this weather, they're not human." Jack put his coffee down. "From what I've seen, they might not be." He had not specifically identified the meeting place on the phone. He now assumed that they were listening to everything, to anyone connected to him. He had only mentioned the usual place, confident that Kate would understand, and she had. He looked out the window. Every passing face was a threat. He slid a copy of the Post across to her. The front page was revealing. Jack had shaken with anger when he had first read it. Seth Frank was in stable condition at George Washington University Hospital with a concussion. The homeless man, as yet unidentified, had not been so fortunate. And smack in the middle of the story was Jack Graham, a one-man crime wave. She looked up at him after reading the story. "We need to keep moving." He looked at her, drained his coffee, and then got up. The cab dropped them off at Jack's motel on the outskirts of Alexandria's Old Town. His eyes looking left and right and then behind, they made their way to his room. After locking and bolting the door, he took off the ski cap and glasses. "God, Jack, I'm so sorry you're involved in any of this." She shook. He could actually see her trembling from across the room. It took a moment for him to wrap his arms around her until he felt her body calm, relax. He looked at her. "I got myself involved. Now I just need to get myself uninvolved." He attempted to smile, but it didn't dent the fear she was feeling for him, the awful dread that he might soon join her father. "I left a dozen messages for you on your machine." "I never thought to check, Kate." He took the next half hour to tell her the events of the last few days. Her eyes reflected the growing horror with each new revelation. My God! They were silent for a moment. Jack, do you have any idea who's behind all this? Jack shook his head. A small groan escaped his lips. I've got a bunch of loose threads sliding around in my head, but none of them have added up to spit so far. I'm hoping that status will change. Soon. The finality with which the last word was spoken hit her like a sudden slap. His eyes told her. The message was clear. Despite the disguises, the elaborate travel safeguards, despite whatever innate ability he could bring to the battlefield, they would find him. Either the cops or whoever wanted to kill him. It was only a matter of time. But at least, if they got what they wanted back... Her voice drifted off. She looked at him, almost pleadingly. He lay back on the bed, stretched exhausted limbs that didn't seem to belong to him any longer. That's not something I can really hang my hat on forever, Kate. Is it? He sat up and looked across the room, at the cheap picture of Jesus hanging on the wall. He would take a dose of divine intervention right now. A small miracle would do. But you didn't kill anyone, Jack. You told me Frank's already figured that out. The DC cops will too. Will they? Frank knows me, Kate. He knows me, and I could still hear the doubt in his voice at first. He picked up on the glass, but there's no evidence that anyone tampered with it or the gun. On the other hand, there's clear, take-it-to-the-bank proof, pointing to me killing 2 people. 3 if you count last night. My lawyer would recommend my negotiating a plea and hoping for 20 to life with the possibility of parole. I'd recommend it myself. If I go to trial, I've got no shot. Just a bunch of speculation trying to tie Luther and Walter Sullivan and all the rest into some landscape of conspiracy of, you have to admit, mind-boggling proportions. The judge will laugh my ass right out of court. The jury will never hear it. Really, there's nothing to hear. He stood up and leaned against the wall, hands shoved in his pockets. He didn't look at her. Both his short and long-term prospects had doomsday written all over them. I'll die an old man in prison, Kate. That is, if I make it to old age. Which is a big question mark in itself. She sat down on the bed, her hands in her lap. A gasp caught midway in her throat as the sheer hopelessness sank in, like a boulder dropped in deep, dark waters. Seth Frank opened his eyes. At first nothing came into focus. What his brain registered resembled a large white canvas on which a few 100 gallons of black, white, and gray paint had been poured to form a cloggy, mind-altering quagmire. After a few anxious moments, he was able to discern the outline of the hospital room in all its stark white, chrome, and sharp angles. As he tried to sit up, a hand planted itself firmly against his shoulder. Lieutenant. Not so fast. Frank looked up into the face of Laura Simon. The smile did not entirely hide the worry lines around the eyes. Her sigh of relief was clearly audible. Your wife just left to check on the kids. She's been here all night. I told her as soon as she left you'd wake up. Where am I? GW Hospital? I guess if you were going to have your head pounded in, at least you picked a place close to a hospital. Simon continued to lean over the bed so Frank wouldn't have to turn his head. He stared up at her. Seth, do you remember what happened? Frank thought back to last night. Or was it last night? What day is it? Thursday? So it happened last night? Around 11 or so. At least they found you about then. And the other guy. Other guy? Frank jerked his head around. Pain shot through his neck. Take it easy, Seth. Laura took a moment to prop a pillow next to Frank's head. There was another guy. Homeless. They haven't identified him yet. Same kind of blow to the back of the head. Probably died instantly. You were lucky. Frank gingerly touched his throbbing temples. He didn't feel so lucky. Anybody else? What? Did they find anybody else? Oh. No, but you're not going to believe this. You know the lawyer who watched the tape with us? Frank tensed. Yeah, Jack Graham. Right. The guy kills 2 people at his law firm, and then he's spotted running away from the metro about the time you and the other guy get whacked. The guy's a walking nightmare, and he looked like a Mr. All-American. Have they found him yet? Jack. They're sure he got away. Laura looked at him strangely. He got out of the metro station, if that's what you mean. But it's only a matter of time. She looked out the window, reached for her purse. The DC cops want to talk with you as soon as you're able. I'm not sure how much help I can be. I don't remember all that much, Lara. Temporary amnesia. You'll probably get it back. She put on her jacket. I have to go. Somebody's got to keep Middleton County safe for the rich and famous while you're counting sheep in here. She smiled. Don't make a habit out of this, Seth. We were really worried we might have to hire a new detective. Where would you find someone as nice as me? Laura laughed. Your wife will be back in a few hours. You need to get some rest anyway. She turned to go to the door. By the way, Seth, what were you doing at the Farragut West Metro at that time of night? Frank didn't answer right away. He didn't have amnesia. He recalled the night's events clearly. Seth? I'm not sure, Laura. He closed his eyes and then reopened them. I just don't remember. Don't worry. It'll come back to you. In the meantime, they'll catch Graham. That'll probably clear everything up. After Laura left, Frank did not rest. Jack was out there, and he had probably initially thought the detective had set him up, although if Jack had seen the paper he would know that the detective had walked blindly into the ambush that had been laid for the lawyer. But they had the letter opener now. That's what was in that box. He was certain of it. And without that, what chance did they have of nailing these people? Frank again tried to struggle up. There was an IV in his arm. The pressure on his brain caused him to immediately lie back down. He had to get out of here, and he had to get in touch with Jack. Right now, he had no idea how he would accomplish either. You said you needed my help. What can I do? Kate looked directly at Jack. There were no reservations on her features. Jack sat on the bed next to her. He looked troubled. I've got some real serious doubts about getting you anywhere near this. In fact, I'm wondering if calling you was the right thing to do. Jack, I've been surrounded by rapists, armed robbers, and murderers for the last 4 years. I know that. But at least you knew who they were. This could be anybody. People are getting killed left and right, Kate. This is about as serious as it gets. I'm not leaving unless you let me help you. Jack hesitated. His eyes turned away from hers. Jack, if you don't, then I'm going to turn you in. Better you take your chances with the cops. He looked at her. You'd do that, wouldn't you? Damn straight I would. I'm breaking all the rules by being here with you now. If you let me in on it, then I forget all about seeing you today. If you don't... There was a look in her eyes that, despite all the horrific possibilities he was contemplating, made him somehow feel fortunate to be here at this exact moment. Okay. You need to be my contact with Seth. Outside of you, he's the only one I can trust. But you lost the package. How can he help? Kate could not hide her dislike of the homicide detective. Jack stood up and paced. Finally, he stopped and looked down at her. You know how your dad was a freak for control? Always have a backup plan? Kate said dryly, I remember. Well, I'm counting on that quality. What are you talking about? That Luther had a backup plan on this one. She stared at him, open-mouthed. Mrs. Broom. The door opened another notch as Edwina Broom peered out. Yes? My name is Kate Whitney. Luther Whitney was my father. Kate relaxed as the old woman greeted her with a smile. I knew I'd seen you before. Luther was always showing pictures of you. You're even prettier than your photos. Thank you. Edwina jerked the door open. What am I thinking about? You must be freezing. Please, come in. Edwina led her into the small living room where a trio of felines were cloistered on various pieces of furniture. I just made some fresh tea. Would you like some? Kate hesitated. Time was short. Then she looked around the narrow confines of the home. In the corner sat a battered upright piano, thick dust on the wood. Kate looked at the woman's weakened eyes. The pleasures of a musical pastime had also been taken from her. Husband passed on, her only daughter dead. How many visitors could she possibly have? Thank you. I would. Both women settled into the old but comfortable furniture. Kate sipped the strong tea and she began to thaw out. She brushed the hair out of her face and looked across at the elderly woman to find a pair of sad eyes upon her. I'm sorry about your daddy, Kate. I really am. I know you two had your differences. But Luther was as good a man as I've come across in my life. Kate felt herself growing warmer. Thank you. We both have had a lot to deal with in that regard. Edwina's eyes drifted over to a small table next to the window. Kate followed the gaze. On the table, numerous photographs displayed a small shrine to Wanda Broom, capturing her in happy times. She strongly resembled her mother. A shrine. With a jolt, Kate recalled her father's own collection of her personal triumphs. Yes, indeed. Edwina was looking at her again. Kate put down her tea. Mrs. Broom, I hate to jump right into this, but the fact is I don't have much time. The old woman leaned forward expectantly. This is about Luther's death. And my daughter's too, isn't it? Kate looked surprised. Why do you think that? Edwina leaned forward even more, her voice dropped to a whisper. Because I know Luther didn't kill Mrs. Sullivan. I know it as if I'd seen it with my own eyes. Kate looked puzzled. Do you have any idea who? Edwina was already shaking her head sadly. No. No, I don't. Well, how do you know my father didn't do it? Now there was definite hesitation. Edwina leaned back in her chair and closed her eyes. When she finally reopened them, Kate had not moved a muscle. You're Luther's daughter, and I believe you should know the truth. She paused, took a sip of her tea, pressed her lips dry with a napkin, and then settled back into her chair. A black Persian drifted across and promptly went to sleep in her lap. I knew about your father. His past, so to speak. He and Wanda got to know each other. She got into trouble years back, and Luther helped her get back on her feet and get settled into a respectable life. I will always be grateful to him for that. He was always there when Wanda or I needed anything. The fact is, Kate, your father would never have been in the house that night if it weren't for Wanda. Edwina spoke for some minutes. When she had finished, Kate sat back in her chair and realized she was holding her breath. She let out a loud gasp that seemed to echo around the room. Edwina didn't say anything but continued to watch the young woman with her large, sad eyes. Finally she stirred. A thickly wrinkled hand patted Kate's knee. Luther loved you, child, more than anything. I realize that. Edwina slowly shook her head. He never blamed you for the way you felt. In fact, he said you were entirely right to feel that way. He said that? He was so proud of you, your being a lawyer and all. He used to say to me, "My daughter is a lawyer and a damn fine one. Justice is what matters for her, and she's right. Dead right." Kate's head began to swirl. She was feeling emotions she was ill-equipped right now to deal with. She rubbed the back of her neck and took a moment to look outside. A black sedan pulled down the street and then disappeared. She quickly looked back at Edwina. "Mrs. Broom, I appreciate your telling me these things, but I really came here for a specific reason. I need your help." "I'll do whatever I can." "My father sent you a package." "Yes, and I sent it on to Mr. Graham like Luther said to." "Yes, I know. Jack got the package. But someone took it away from him. Now we're wondering if my father sent you something else that might help us." Edwina's eyes no longer looked sad. They had collected into twin masses of stark intensity. She looked over Kate's shoulder. "Behind you, Kate, in the piano seat. The hymnal on the left." Kate opened the piano seat and lifted out the hymnal. Inside the pages was a small packet. She looked down at it. "Luther was the most prepared man I have ever met in my life. Said if anything went wrong with my sending the package that I was to send this to Mr. Graham. I was getting ready to do that when I heard about him on the TV. Am I right in thinking Mr. Graham didn't do any of the things they say he did?" Kate nodded. "I wish everybody thought like you did." Kate started to open the package. Edwina's voice was sharp. "Don't do that, Kate. Your father said that only Mr. Jack Graham was to see what was inside of there. Only him. I think it best if we took him at his word." Kate hesitated, fighting her natural curiosity, and then closed the package. "Did he tell you anything else? Whether he knew who had killed Christine Sullivan?" "He did know." Kate looked at her sharply. "But he didn't say who?" Edwina shook her head vigorously. "He did say one thing, though." "What was that?" "He said if he told me who had done it, I wouldn't have believed him." Kate sat back, thought for several anxious moments. What could he have meant by that? "Well, it surprised me, I can tell you that." "Why? Why did that surprise you?" "Because Luther was the most honest man I'd ever met. I would have believed anything he would have told me, accepted it as the gospel." "So whatever he saw, whoever he saw, must have been someone so unlikely as to be unbelievable. Even to you." "Exactly. That's exactly what I thought too." Kate rose to go. "Thank you, Mrs. Broom. Please call me Edwina. Funny name, but it's the only one I have." Kate smiled. "After this is all over, Edwina, I'd like to come back and visit, if you don't mind. Talk about things some more. I'd like nothing better. Being old has its good and bad. Being old and lonely is all bad." Kate put on her coat and went to the door. She put the package safely in her purse. "That should narrow your search, shouldn't it, Kate?" Kate turned around. "What?" "Someone that unbelievable. Can't be too many of them around, I wouldn't think." The hospital security guard was tall, beefy, and uncomfortable as hell. "I don't exactly know what happened. I was gone maybe 2-3 minutes tops." "You shouldn't have been away from your post at all, Monroe." The diminutive supervisor was in Monroe's face, and the big man was sweating hard. "Like I said, The lady asked for some help with a bag, so I helped her. What lady? I told you, just some lady. Young, good-looking, dressed real professional. The supervisor turned away, disgusted. He had no way of knowing the lady was Kate Whitney, and that she and Seth Frank were already 5 blocks away in Kate's car. Does it hurt? Kate looked at him, with not much sympathy in either her features or her voice. Frank gingerly touched the bandages around his head. You kidding? My 6-year-old hits me harder. He looked around the interior of the car. You got some smokes? Since when the hell are hospitals non-smoking? She rummaged in her purse and flipped him an open pack. He lit up and eyed her over the cloud of smoke. By the way, nice job on the rent-a-cop. You should be in the movies. Great. I'm in the market for a career change. How's our boy? Safe. For now. Let's keep him that way. She turned the corner and looked hard at him. You know, it wasn't exactly my plan to let your old man buy it right in front of me. That's what Jack said. But you don't believe him? What does it matter what I believe? It does. It matters to me, Kate. She stopped for a red light. Okay. Let's put it this way. I'm coming around to the idea that you didn't want it to happen. Is that good enough? No. But it'll do for now. Jack turned the corner and tried to relax. The latest storm front had finally wearied of the capital city, but although there no longer was any pelting icy rain, the thermometer had remained consistently in the 20s, and the wind had returned with a vengeance. He blew on stiff fingers and rubbed sleep-deprived eyes. Against a drift of black sky, a sliver of moon hung, soft and luminous. Jack checked his surroundings. The building across the street was dark and empty. The structure he was standing in front of had closed its doors a long time ago. A few passers-by braved the inclement conditions, but for large chunks of time Jack stood alone. Finally, he took shelter inside the doorway of the building and waited. 3 blocks away, a rusting cab pulled to the curb. The back door opened and a pair of low heels touched the cement sidewalk. The cab immediately pulled off, and a moment later the street was silent again. Kate tugged her coat around her and hurried off. As she passed the next block, another car, lights out, turned the corner and drifted along in her wake. Her thoughts focused on the steps that lay ahead of her. Kate did not look back. Jack saw her turn the corner. He looked in all directions before moving, a habit he had quickly cultivated and hoped he would be able to discard very soon. He moved quickly to meet her. The street was quiet. Neither Kate nor Jack saw the sedan's nose as it crept past the corner building's front. Inside, the driver zeroed in on the couple with a night vision device the mail-order catalog had trumpeted as being the very latest in Soviet technology. And although the former communists had no clue as to how to run a democratic capitalist society, they did for the most part build sound military hardware. Jesus, you're freezing. How long have you been waiting? Kate had touched Jack's hand, and the icy feel had coursed through her entire body. Longer than I needed to. The motel room was shrinking on me. I just had to get out. I'm going to make a lousy prisoner. Well? Kate opened her purse. She had called Jack from a payphone. She couldn't tell him what she had, only that she had something. Jack had agreed with Edwina Broom that if risks had to be taken, he would take more than anyone. Kate had already done enough. Jack grasped the packet. It wasn't that difficult to discern what was contained inside. Photographs. Thank God, Luther, you didn't disappoint. Are you okay? Jack scrutinized her. I'm getting there. Where's Seth? He's around. He'll drive me home. They stared at each other. Jack knew that the best thing was to have Kate leave. Maybe leave the country for a while, until this blew over, or he was convicted of murder. If the latter, then her intention of starting over somewhere else was probably the best plan anyway. But he didn't want her to leave. Thank you." The words seemed wholly inadequate, like she had just dropped off lunch for him or picked up his dry cleaning. "Jack, what are you going to do now?" "I haven't thought it all through yet. But it's coming. I'm not going down without a fight." "Yeah, but you don't even know who it is you're fighting. That's hardly fair." "Who said it was supposed to be fair?" He smiled at her as the wind kicked old newspapers down the street. "You better get going. It's not that safe around here." "I've got my pepper mace." "Good girl." She turned to leave, then clutched him by the arm. "Jack, please be careful." "I'm always careful. I'm a lawyer. CYA is SOP for us." "Jack, I'm not kidding." He shrugged. "I know. I promise I will be as careful as I can." As Jack said this, he stepped toward Kate and took off his hood. The night goggles fixated on Jack's exposed features, and then they were lowered. Shaky hands picked up the car's cellular phone. The two clung in an easy embrace. While Jack desperately wanted to kiss her, under the circumstances he settled for a soft brush of his lips against her neck. When they stepped back from each other, tears had begun to form in Kate's eyes. Jack turned and walked quickly away. As Kate walked back down the street, she didn't notice the car until it swerved across the street and almost ended up on the curb. She staggered back as the driver's side door flew open. In the background, the air had exploded with sirens, all coming toward her. Toward Jack. She instinctively looked behind her. There was no sign of him. When she turned back, she was staring into a pair of smug eyes, framed under bushy eyebrows. "I thought our paths might cross again, Miss Whitney." Kate stared at the man, but recognition was not forthcoming. He looked disappointed. "Bob Gavin. From the Post?" She looked at his car. She had seen it before, on the street passing Edwina Broom's house. "You've been following me." "Yes, I have. Figured you'd eventually lead me to Graham." "The police?" Her head jerked around as a squad car, siren blaring, tore down the street toward them. "You called them?" Gavin nodded, smiling. He was obviously pleased with himself. "Now, before the cops get here, I think we can work a little deal. You give me an exclusive. The down and dirty on Jack Graham, and my story changes just enough so that instead of an accessory, you're just an innocent bystander in this whole mess." Kate glared at the man. The rage within her, having been built up from a month of personal horrors, was near its exploding point. And Bob Gavin was standing directly over the epicenter. Gavin looked around at the patrol car nearing them. In the background, 2 more squad cars were heading in their direction. "Come on, Kate," he said urgently. "You don't have much time. You stay out of jail, and I get my long-overdue Pulitzer and my 15 minutes of fame. What's it gonna be?" She gnashed her teeth, her response startlingly calm, as though she had practiced its delivery for months. "Pain, Mr. Gavin. 15 minutes of pain." As he stared at her, she pulled the palm-sized canister, pointed it directly at his face, and squeezed the trigger. The pepper gas hit Gavin flush in the eyes and nose, marking his face with a red dye. By the time the cops exited their vehicle, Bob Gavin was on the pavement, clutching at his face, trying unsuccessfully to tear his eyes out. The first siren had sent Jack into a sprint down a side street. He slid flat against a building, sucking in air. His lungs ached, the cold tore at his face. The deserted nature of the area he was in had turned into a huge tactical disadvantage. He could keep moving, but he was like a black ant on a sheet of white paper. The sirens were coming so heavy now he couldn't ascertain from what direction. Actually, they were coming from all directions, and they were getting closer. He ran hard to the next corner, stopped and peered around. The view was not encouraging. His eyes fastened on a police blockade being set up at the end of the street. Their strategy was readily apparent. They knew his general coordinates, They would simply cordon off a wide radius and systematically close that radius in. They had the manpower and the time. The one thing he did have was a good knowledge of the area he was in. Many of his PD clients had come from here. Their dreams set not on college, law school, good job, loving family, and the suburban split level, but on how much cash they could generate from selling bags of crack, how they could survive one day at a time. Survival. It was a strong human drive. Jack hoped his was strong enough. As he flew down the alley, he had no idea what he would encounter, although he supposed the fierce weather had kept some of the local felons indoors. He almost laughed. Not one of his former partners at Patton Shaw would have come near this place, even with an armored battalion surrounding them. He might as well be running across the surface of Pluto. He cleared the chain-link fence with one jump and landed slightly off balance. As he put out his hand against the rugged brick wall to steady himself, he heard two sounds: his own heavy breathing and the sound of running feet. Several pair. He'd been spotted. They were homing in on him. Next, the canines would be brought in, and you didn't run away from the four-legged cops. He exploded out of the alley and made his way over to Indiana Avenue. Jack veered down another street as the squeal of tires flew toward him. Even as he raced in the new direction, a new flank of pursuers rushed to greet him. It was only a matter of time now. He felt in his pocket for the packet. What could he do with it? He didn't trust anybody. Technically, an inventory of an arrestee's possessions taken from him would be made, with appropriate signatures and chain of custody safeguards, all of which meant nothing to Jack. Whoever could kill in the middle of hundreds of law officers and disappear without a trace could certainly manage to secure a prisoner's personal possessions from the D.C. Police Department. And what he had in his pocket was the only chance he had. D.C. didn't have the death penalty, but life without parole wasn't any better, and in a lot of ways seemed a hell of a lot worse. He raced in between two buildings, stumbled on some ice, and plunged over a stack of garbage cans and hit the pavement hard. He picked himself up and half-rolled into the street, rubbing at his elbow. He could feel the burn, and there was a looseness in his knee that was a new sensation. As he stopped rolling, he managed to sit up, then froze. A car's headlights were coming right for him. The police bubble light blasted into his eyes as the wheels came within 2 inches of his head. He slumped back on the asphalt. He was too winded to even move. The car door sprang open. Jack looked up, puzzled. It was the passenger door. Then the driver's door flew open. Big hands slid under his armpits. "God damn it, Jack, get your ass up!" Jack looked up at Seth Frank. Chapter 28. Bill Burton leaned his head into the Secret Service command post. Tim Collins sat at one of the desks, going over a report. "Come on, Tim." Collins looked up, puzzled. Burton said quietly, "They've got him cornered down near the courthouse. I want to be there, just in case." Seth Frank's sedan flew down the street, the blue bubble light commanding immediate respect from a traffic population unaccustomed to conveying any whatsoever to fellow motorists. "Where's Kate?" Jack lay in the back seat, a blanket over him. "Right now she's probably being read her rights. Then she's going to get booked on a slew of accessory charges for helping you." Jack sprang up. "We've got to go back, Seth. I'll turn myself in. They'll let her go." "Yeah. Right." "I'm not kidding, Seth." Jack was halfway over the front seat. "I'm not either, Jack. You go back and turn yourself in, that'll do nothing to help Kate, and it'll snuff out what little shot you've got to get your life back to reality." "But Kate—" "I'll take care of Kate. I've already called a buddy at D.C. He'll be waiting for her. He's a good guy." Jack slumped back down. "Shit." Frank opened his window, reached out and flicked the bubble light off and tossed it on the seat beside him. "What the hell happened?" Frank looked in his rearview mirror. "I'm not sure. The best I can figure is that Kate picked up a tail somewhere. I was cruising the area. We were going to meet at the convention center after she made the drop with you. Heard over my police radio that you had been spotted. I followed the chase over the airwaves, tried to guess where you might go. Got lucky. When I saw you blow out of the alley, I couldn't believe it. Damn near ran you down. How's the body, by the way? Never better. I ought to do this crap once or twice a year just to keep me limber. Get ready for the fleeing felon Olympics. Frank chuckled. You're still alive and kicking, my friend. Count your blessings. So did you get any nice presents? Jack swore under his breath. He had been so busy running from the police that he had never even looked. He took out the packet. Got a light? Frank flicked on the dome light. Jack flipped through the photographs. Frank checked the mirror. So what do we got? Photos. Of the letter opener, knife, whatever the hell you want to call it. Huh. Not surprising, I guess. Can you make out anything? Jack looked closely in the poor light. Not really. You guys must have some gadget that'll do some good. Frank sighed. I gotta be straight with you, Jack. Unless there's something else, we don't have much of a shot. Even if we can somehow pull something that looks like a print off there, who's to say where it came from? And you can't do DNA testing on blood from a friggin' photograph. Or at least not that I'm aware of. I know that. I didn't spend 4 years as a defense counsel picking my ass. Seth slowed the car down. They were on Pennsylvania Avenue and the traffic had grown heavier. So what's your idea then? Jack rubbed back his hair, dug his fingers into his leg until the pain in his knees subsided, and then lay down on the seat. Whoever's behind all this wanted the letter opener back really bad. Enough to kill you, me, anybody else that got in the way. We're talking paranoia at its peak. Which fits in with our theory of some big shot with a lot to lose if this comes out. So? They got it back. Where does that leave us, Jack? Luther didn't make these photos just in case something happened to the original article. What are you talking about? He came back into the country, Seth, remember? We could never figure that one out. Frank stopped at a red light. He turned around in his seat. Right. He came back. You think you know why? Jack carefully sat up in the back seat, keeping his head below the window line. I think so. Remember I told you that Luther wasn't the kind of guy to let something like this lie. If he could, he'd do something about it. But he did leave the country. At first. I know. Maybe that was his initial plan. Maybe that was his plan all along if the job had gone according to plan. But the fact is, he came back. Something made him change his mind, and he came back. And he had these photographs. Jack spread them, fan-like. The light turned green, and Frank started up again. I'm not getting this, Jack. If he wanted to nail the guy, why not just send the stuff into the police? I think that was his plan, eventually. But he told Edwina Broom that if he told her who he had seen, she wouldn't have believed him. If even she, a close friend, wouldn't have believed his story, considering he'd have to admit to burglary to convince someone, he probably thought that his credibility was zip. Okay, so he has a credibility problem. Where do the photos come in? Let's say you're doing a straight exchange. Cash for a certain item. What's the hardest part? Frank's reply was immediate. The payoff. How to get your money without getting killed or caught. You can send instructions later on for the pickup of the item. It's getting the money that's tough. That's why the number of kidnappings have plummeted. So how would you do it? Frank thought for a moment. Since we're talking about the payoff coming from people who ain't gonna bring in the police, I'd go for speed. Take minimal personal risk and give yourself time to run. How would you do that? EFT. Electronic Fund Transfer. A wire. I was involved in a bank embezzlement case when I was in New York. Guy did it all through the wire transfer department at his own bank. You wouldn't believe the dollars that fly through those places on a daily basis. And you also wouldn't believe how much stuff gets lost in the shuffle. A smart perp could take a little chunk here and there, and by the time they caught it, he'd be long gone. You send your wire instructions. The money is sent out. Only takes a few minutes. Hell of a lot better than rummaging through a dumpster in a park where somebody can take a nice little bead on your head with a cannon. But the sender can presumably trace the wire. Sure. You have to identify the bank it's going to. ABA routing number. You have to have an account at the bank. All that shit. So, assuming the sender is sophisticated enough, they trace the wire. Then what? Then they can follow the flow of money. They might be able to dig some info on the account, although no one would be stupid enough to use their own name or social security number. Besides, a real smart guy like Whitney would probably have preset instructions in place. Once the funds hit the first bank, bam, they get sent out to another place, and then another and another. At some point, the trail probably disappears. It's instant money, after all. Immediately available funds. Fair enough. I'm betting Luther did something just like that. Frank carefully scratched around the edges of his bandage. His hat was pulled down tight, and the whole thing was greatly uncomfortable. But what I can't figure is why do it at all? He didn't need the money after the Sullivan hit. He could have just stayed disappeared, let the whole thing blow over. After a while, they figure he's permanently retired. You don't bother me, I don't bother you. You're right. He could have done that. Retired, given it up. But he came back. And more than that, he came back and apparently blackmailed whoever he saw kill Christine Sullivan. And if he presumably didn't do it for money, then why? The detective thought for a moment. To make them sweat. To let them know he was out there, with the evidence to destroy them. But evidence he wasn't sure was enough, because the perp was so respectable. Right. So what would you do given those facts? Frank pulled to the curb and put the car in park. He turned around. I'd try to get something else on them. That's what I'd do. How? If you're blackmailing someone. Frank finally threw up his hands. I give. You said the wire transfer could be traced by the sender. So? So, what about the other way? Receiver, back up the line. Goddamn stupid. Frank momentarily forgot his concussion and slapped his forehead. Whitney put a tracer on the wire, going the other way. The person sending out the money thinks all along that they're playing cat and mouse with Whitney. They're the cat, he's the mouse. He's hiding, getting ready to run. Only Luther didn't mention the fact that he was into role reversal. That he was the cat and they were the mouse. And that tracer would eventually lead right to the bad guys, probably no matter how many shields you put up, if they thought to put up any at all. Every wire in this country has to go through the Federal Reserve. You get the wire reference number from the Fed or the sending bank's wire room, you got something to hang your hat on. Even if Whitney didn't trace it back, the fact that he received the money, a certain amount, is damaging enough. If he could give that info to the cops with the name of the sender, and they check it out? Jack finished the detective's thought. And suddenly the unbelievable becomes very believable. Wire transfers do not lie. Money was sent. If it was a lot of money, like I'm sure it was here, then that cannot be explained away. That is pretty damn close to bullseye evidence. He set them up with their own payoff. I just thought of something else, Jack. If Whitney was building a case against these people, then he was eventually planning to go to the police. He was going to just walk in the door and deposit himself and his evidence. Jack nodded. That's why he needed me. Only they were quick enough to use Kate as a way to ensure his silence. Later they used a bullet to accomplish that. So he was going to turn himself in? Right. Frank rubbed his jaw. You know what I'm thinking? Jack answered immediately. He saw it coming. The two men looked at each other. Frank spoke first. The words came out low, almost hushed. He knew Kate was a setup. And he went anyway. And I thought I was so fucking clever. Probably figured it was the only way he'd ever get to see her again. Shit. I know the guy stole for a living, but I gotta tell you, my respect for him grows by the second. I know what you mean. Frank put the car back in gear and pulled off. Okay, again. Where does all this conjecture leave us? Jack shook his head, lay back down. I'm not sure. I mean, so long as we don't have a clue as to who it is, I'm not sure what we can do. Jack exploded back up. But we do have clues. He sat back as though all his energy had suddenly evaporated after that one thrust. I just can't make any sense out of them. The men drove on in silence for a few minutes. Jack, I know this sounds funny coming from a policeman, but I think you might want to start considering getting the hell out of here. You got some bucks saved. Maybe you should retire early. And what? Leave Kate swinging in the wind? If we don't nail these guys, what is she looking at? 10 to 15 as an accessory? I don't think so, Seth. Not in a million years. They can fry my ass before I let that happen. You're right. Sorry I brought it up. As Seth glanced in his mirror, the car next to them tried to do a U-turn directly in front of them. Frank hit the brakes and his car spun sideways, crashing into the curb with a bone-crunching impact. The Kansas license plates on the vehicle that had nearly crashed into them quickly disappeared. Stupid tourists. Fucking bastards! Frank gripped the steering wheel hard, his breath coming in gasps. The shoulder restraint had done its job, but it had dug deeply into his skin. His battered head pounded. Fucking bastard! Frank yelled again to no one in particular. Then he remembered his passenger and looked anxiously in the back seat. Jack, you okay? Jack's face was pressed up against the door glass. He was conscious. In fact, his eyes were staring at something with great intensity. Jack? Frank undid his seatbelt and gripped Jack by the shoulder. You okay? Jack! Jack looked at Frank, and then back out the window. Frank wondered if the impact had relieved his friend of his senses. He automatically searched Jack's head for bruises until Jack's hand stopped him and pointed out the window. Frank looked out. Even his hardened nerves took a jolt. The rear view of the White House filled his entire line of vision. Jack's mind raced. Images hurtled across like a video montage. The vision of the president pulling back from Jennifer Baldwin, complaining of tennis elbow. Only it had been inflicted with a certain letter opener that had started this whole crazy thing. The unusual interest taken by the president and the Secret Service in Christine Sullivan's murder. Alan Richmond's timely appearance at Luther's arraignment. Led me right to him. That's what the detective had said their videotaping citizen had reported. Led me right to him. It also explained killers who killed in the middle of an army of law enforcement officers and walked away. Who would stop a Secret Service agent protecting the president? No one. No wonder Luther felt no one would believe him. The President of the United States. And there had been a significant event right before Luther had returned to the country. Alan Richmond had held a press conference where he had told the public how terrible he felt about the tragic murder of Christine Sullivan. He was probably fucking the man's wife, and somehow she had gotten killed, and this slimeball was gaining political dollars, showing what a sensitive and good friend he was. A man who would get tough on crime. It had been a tour de force performance. And that was truly what it had been. Nothing about it had been true. It had been broadcast to the world. What would Luther have thought, seeing that? Jack believed he knew. That was why Luther had come back. To settle the score. All the pieces had been dangling inside Jack's head, just waiting for the right catalyst to come along. Jack looked back once more at the catalyst. Directly under the lamplight, Tim Cullen again glanced down the street at the minor traffic mishap, but could make out no details in the oncoming swarm of car headlights. Next to him, Bill Burton was also peering out. Colin shrugged, and then rolled the window back up on the black sedan. Burton threw his bubble light on top of the car, hit his siren, quickly drove the car through the rear White House gate and tore off in the direction of D.C. Superior Court in pursuit of Jack. Jack looked at Seth Frank and smiled grimly as he reflected on the detective's outburst. The same phrase had erupted from Luther's mouth right before his life had ended. Jack finally remembered where he had heard it before. The hurled newspaper at the jail. The smiling president on the front page. Outside the courthouse, staring right at the man. Those same words had exploded out with all the fury and venom the old man could muster. "Fucking bastard," Jack said. Alan Richmond stood by the window and wondered if he was destined to be surrounded by incompetence. Gloria Russell sat drone-like in the chair across from him. He had bedded the woman a half-dozen times and now had completely lost interest. He would catapult her away when the time was right. His next administration would be comprised of a far more capable team. Underlings who would allow him to focus on his particular vision for the country. He had not sought the presidency to sweat the details. "I see we haven't gained an inch in the polls." He didn't look at her. He anticipated her response. "Does it really matter so much whether you win by 60% or 70%? He whirled around. "Yes," he hissed. "Yes, it goddamn does matter." She bit her lip and retreated. "I'll step up the effort, Alan. Maybe we can pull a shutout in the Electoral College. At a minimum, we should be able to do that, Gloria." She looked down. After the election, she would travel. Around the world, where she knew no one and no one knew her. A fresh start. That was what she needed. Then everything would be okay. "Well, at least our little problem is cleared up." He was looking at her, hands clasped behind his back. Tall, lean, impeccably dressed and groomed. He looked like the commander of an invincible armada. But then again, history had proven that invincible armadas were far more vulnerable than people imagined. "It's been disposed of?" "No, Gloria. I have it in my desk. Would you like to see it? Perhaps you might wish to abscond with it again." His air was so thick with condescension she felt the urgent need to bring their consultation to a close. She rose. "Will there be anything else?" He shook his head and returned to the window. She had just put her hand on the doorknob when it turned and opened. "We've got a problem." Bill Burton looked at each of them. "So what does he want?" The president looked down at the photograph Burton had handed him. Burton replied quickly. "Note doesn't say. I can guess that the shape the guy's in with cops on his ass, he's looking for some quick funds." The president looked pointedly at Russell. "I'm very puzzled as to how Jack Graham knew to send the photo here." Burton picked up on the look from the president, and while the last thing he wanted was to defend Russell, they had no time to misanalyze the situation. "It's possible Whitney told him," Burton answered. "If that's true, he waited a long time to dance with us," the president fired back. "Whitney may not have told him directly. Graham could have figured it out for himself, pieced things together." The president tossed down the photo. Russell quickly averted her eyes. The mere sight of the letter opener had paralyzed her. "Burton, how could this possibly be damaging to us?" The president stared at him, seemingly probing through the inner areas of the agent's mind. Burton sat down, rubbed his jaw with the palm of his hand. "I've been thinking about that. It could be Graham's grasping at straws. He's in a pretty tight fix himself, and his lady friend is cooling her heels in the lockup right now. I'd chalk it up to him being desperate. He gets a sudden inspiration, puts two and two together, and takes a flyer on sending us this, hoping it's worth it to us to pay his price, whatever it might be." The president stood up and fingered his coffee cup. "Is there any way to find him? Quickly." There are always ways. How fast, I don't know. So if we ignore his communication, he may do nothing. Just hightail it and take his chances. But again, we're confronted with the possibility of the police catching up to him. And him spilling his guts. Burton finished the sentence. Yeah, that's a possibility. A real possibility. The president picked up the photo. With only this to back up his story. He looked incredulous. Why bother? It's not the incriminating value of what's in the photo per se that bothers me. What bothers you is that his accusations, coupled with whatever ideas or leads the police can develop from the photo, might make for some very uncomfortable questions. Something like that. Remember, it's the allegations that can kill you. You're up for re-election. He probably sees that as an ace for him. Bad press can be just as deadly to you right now. The president pondered for a moment. Nothing. No one would interfere with his re-election. Buying him off is no good, Burton. You know that. So long as Graham's around, he's dangerous. Richmond looked over at Russell, who had sat the entire time, hands in her lap, eyes pointed down. His eyes bored into her. So weak. The president sat down at his desk and started to sift through some papers. He said dismissively, "Do it, Burton. And do it soon." Frank looked at the wall clock, went over and shut his door and picked up the phone. His head still ached, but the doctors predicted a full recovery. The phone was answered. DC Executive in. Room 233, please. Just a moment. The seconds dragged by and Frank started to get anxious. Jack was supposed to be in his room. Hello? It's me. So how's life? Better than yours, I bet. How's Kate? She's out on bail. Got him to let her go into my custody. I'm sure she's thrilled. That wasn't the word I was thinking of. Look, it's getting close to shit to get off the pot time. Take my advice and run like hell. You're wasting valuable time right now. But Kate, come on, Jack. They've got the testimony of one guy who was trying to hit her up for an exclusive. His word against hers. Nobody else even saw you. It's a slam dunk she'll beat that charge. A slam dunk. I've talked to the assistant U.S. attorney. He's looking seriously at dropping the whole case. I don't know. God damn it, Jack. Kate is going to come out of this a whole hell of a lot better than you are if you don't start thinking about your future. You've got to get out of here. That's not just me talking. That's her, too. Kate? I saw her today. We don't agree on much, but on that we do. Jack relaxed, then let out a heavy sigh. Okay. So where do I go and how do I get there? I get off duty at 9. At 10 o'clock, I'll be at your room. Have your bags packed. I'll take care of the rest. In the meantime, stay put. Frank hung up the phone and took a deep breath. The chances he was taking. It was better not to think about them. Jack checked his watch and looked at the single bag on the bed. He wouldn't be running with much. He looked at the TV set in a corner, but there wouldn't be anything on he cared to watch. Suddenly thirsty, he pulled some change from his pocket, opened the door to his room, and peered out. The drink machine was just down the hallway. He plopped on his baseball cap, donned his Coke bottle glasses, and slipped out. He didn't hear the door to the stairwell at the other end of the hallway open. He had also forgotten to lock his door. When he slipped back in, it struck him that the light was off. He had left it on. As his hand hit the switch, the door was slammed shut behind him and he was thrown onto the bed. As he quickly rolled over and his eyes adjusted to the light, the two men came into focus. They were not wearing masks this time, which spoke volumes in itself. Jack started to lunge forward, but twin cannons met him halfway. He sat back down, scrutinized each of their faces. What a coincidence. I've already made each of your acquaintance, separately. He pointed at Colin. You tried to blow my head off. He swiveled to Burton. And you tried to blow smoke up my ass. And succeeded. Burton, right? Bill Burton. Always remember names. He looked at Colin. Didn't catch yours, though. Colin looked at Burton, then stared back at Jack. Secret Service Agent Tim Cullen. You pack a nice little wallet, Jack. Must have played some ball back in school. Yeah, my shoulder still remembers you. Burton sat down on the bed next to Jack. Jack looked at him. I thought I'd covered my tracks pretty good. I'm kind of surprised you found me. Burton looked at the ceiling. A little bird told us, Jack. Jack looked over at Colin, and then back at Burton. Look, I'm heading out of town, and I'm not coming back. I don't think you guys need to add me to the body count. Burton eyed the bag on the bed and then got up and slipped his gun back in its holster. Then he grabbed Jack and flung him up against the wall. The veteran agent left nothing unprobed by the time he had finished. Burton spent the next 10 minutes examining every inch of the room for listening devices and other items of interest, ending his search at Jack's bag. He pulled out the photos and examined them. Satisfied, Burton secreted them in his inner coat pocket and smiled at Jack. Excuse me, but in my line of work, paranoia is part of the mentality. He sat back down. I would like to know, Jack, why you sent that photo to the president. Jack shrugged. Well, since my life here happens to be over, I thought your boss might want to contribute to my going-away fund. You could have just wired the funds, like you did with Luther. Colin grunted, shook his head, and grinned. The world doesn't work that way, Jack. Sorry. You should have found another solution to your problem. Jack shot back. I guess I should have followed your example. Got a problem? Just kill it. Colin's smile evaporated. His eyes glittered darkly at the lawyer. Burton stood up and paced around the room. He pulled out a cigarette and then crunched it up and put it in his pocket. He turned to Jack and said quietly, You should have just gotten the hell out of town, Jack. Maybe you would have made it. Not with you two on my butt. Burton shrugged. You never know. How do you know I haven't given one of those photos to the cops? Burton pulled out the photos and looked down at them. Polaroid one-step camera. The film comes in a standard pack of 10 shots. Whitney sent 2 to Russell. You sent 1 to the president. There are 7 left here. Sorry, Jack. Nice try. I could have just told Seth Frank what I know. Burton shook his head. If you had, I think my little bird would have told me. But if you want to insist on the point, we can just wait for the lieutenant to show up and join the party. Jack burst up from the bed and launched himself toward the door. Right as he reached it, an iron fist slammed into his kidney. Jack crumpled to the floor. An instant later, he was hustled up and thrown back on the bed. Jack looked up into Colin's face. Now we're even, Jack. Jack groaned and lay back on the bed, fighting the nausea the blow had caused. He sat back up, caught his breath as the pain subsided. When Jack finally managed to look up, his eyes found Burton's face. Jack shook his head, the disbelief clear on his features. Burton eyed Jack intently and said, What? I thought you were the good guys, Jack said quietly. Burton said nothing for several long moments. Colin's eyes went to the floor and stayed there. Finally, Burton answered, his voice faint, as if his larynx had suddenly collapsed. So did I, Jack. So did I. He paused, swallowed painfully, and went on. I didn't ask for this problem. If Richmond could keep his dick in his pants, none of this would have happened. But it did. And we had to fix it. Burton stood up, looked at his watch. I'm sorry about this, Jack. I really am. You probably think that's laughable, but it's the way I really feel. He looked at Colin and nodded. Colin motioned Jack to lie back on the bed. "I hope the President appreciates what you're doing for him," Jack said bitterly. Burton smiled ruefully. "Let's just say he expects it, Jack. Maybe they all do, in one way or another." Jack slid slowly back and watched as the barrel moved closer and closer to his face. He could smell the metal. He could envision the smoke, the projectile racing out faster than any eye could follow. Then the door to the room was hit with an enormous blow. Colin whirled around. The second blow crashed the portal inward, and a half-dozen DC cops bowled in, guns drawn. "Freeze! Everybody freeze! Guns on the floor, now!" Colin and Burton quickly put their guns down on the floor. Jack lay back on the bed, his eyes closed. He touched his chest where his heart threatened to explode. Burton looked at the men in blue. "We're United States Secret Service. IDs on our right inner pockets. We've tracked this man down. He was making threats against the President. We were just about to take him into custody." The cops warily pulled out the IDs and scrutinized them. Two other cops pulled Jack roughly up. One began to read him his rights. Handcuffs were placed on his wrists. The IDs were given back. "Well, Agent Burton, you're just going to have to wait until we get done with Mr. Graham here. Murder takes a priority even over threatening the President. Might be a long wait, unless this guy's got 9 lives. The cop looked at Jack and then down at the bag on the bed. "Should have taken off when you had the chance, Graham. Sooner or later we were going to get you." He motioned for his men to take Jack out. He looked back at the bewildered agents and smiled broadly. "We got a tip he was here. Most tips are worth shit. This one might get me that promotion I'm sorely in need of. Have a good day, gentlemen. Say hello to the President for me." They left with their prisoner. Burton looked at Colin and then pulled out the photos. Now Graham had nothing. He could repeat everything they had just told him to the police, and they'd just get him ready for the rubber room. Poor son of a bitch. A bullet would have been a lot better than where he was headed. The two agents picked up their hardware and left. The room was silent. 10 minutes later, the door to the adjoining room was eased open, and a figure slipped into Jack's room. The corner TV was swiveled around, and the back was eased off. The TV was remarkably real-looking, and an absolute sham. Hands reached inside, and the surveillance camera was swiftly and silently removed, and the cabling was pushed through the wall until it disappeared from sight. The figure opened the adjoining door and went back through. A recording machine sat on a table next to the wall. The cable was coiled up and deposited in a bag. The figure hit a button on the recording machine, and the tape slid out. 10 minutes later, the man, carrying a large backpack, walked out of the front door of the Executive Inn, turned left and walked to the end of the parking lot where a car was parked, its engine idling. Tar Crimson passed the car and casually tossed the tape through the open window and onto the front seat. Then he proceeded over to his Harley-Davidson 1200cc touring bike, the joy of his life, got on, fired it up, and thundered off. Setting up the video system had been child's play. Voice-activated camera. Recording machine kicked on when the camera did. Your standard VHS tape. He didn't know what was on the tape, but it must be something pretty damn valuable. Jack had promised him a year's free legal services for doing it. As he hurtled along the highway, Tar smiled, remembering their last meeting where the lawyer had balked at the new age of surveillance technology. Back in the parking lot, the car glided forward, one hand on the steering wheel, the other protectively around the tape. Seth Frank turned onto the main road. Not much of a moviegoer. This was one tape he was dying to watch. Bill Burton sat in the small but cozy bedroom he had shared with his wife through the evolution of 4 beloved children. 24 years together. They had made love countless times. In the corner by the window, Bill Burton had sat in a much-worn rocker and fed his 4 offspring before reporting for early morning shifts, allowing his exhausted wife a few minutes of much-needed rest. They had been good years. He had never made a lot of money, but that had never seemed to matter. His wife had gone back and finished her nursing degree after their youngest had entered high school. The added income had been nice, but it was good to see someone who had long sacrificed her personal goals to the needs of others to finally do something just for herself. All in all, it had been a great life. A nice house in a quiet, picturesque neighborhood, safe, so far, from the ever-expanding war zones around them. There would always be bad people, and there would always be people like Bill Burton to combat them. Or people like Burton had been. He looked out the dormer window. Today was his day off. Dressed in jeans, bright red flannel shirt, and Timberland boots, he could have easily passed as a burly lumberjack. His wife was unloading the car. Today was grocery shopping day. The same day for the last 20 years. He watched her figure admiringly as it bent low to pull out the bags. Chris, his 15-year-old, and Sidney, 19, long-legged and a real beauty, and in her sophomore year at Johns Hopkins, with her sights set on medical school, were helping their mother. His other two were out on their own, and doing well. They occasionally called their old man for advice on buying a car or a house, long-term career goals. And he loved every minute of it. He and his wife had hit 4 out of the park, and it was a good feeling. He sat down at the little desk in the corner, unlocked a drawer, and pulled out the box. He lifted the top and stacked the 5 audio cassette tapes on top of the desk next to the letter he had written that morning. The name on the envelope was written in large, clear letters. Seth Frank. Hell, he owed the guy. Laughter floated up to him, and he again went to the window. Sidney and Chris were now engaged in a pitched snowball battle with Sherry, his wife, caught in the middle. The smiles were big, and the confrontation culminated in all of them landing in a heap next to the driveway. He turned away from the window and did something he could never remember doing before. Through 8 years as a cop, where tiny babies had expired in his arms, beaten to death by the ones who were supposed to love and protect them, through day after day of looking for the worst in humankind. The tears were salty. He didn't rub them away. They kept pouring. His family would be coming in soon. They were supposed to go out to dinner tonight. Ironically, today was Bill Burton's 45th birthday. He leaned across the desk and with a quick motion pulled the revolver from his holster. A snowball hit the window. They wanted their daddy to come join them. I'm sorry. I love you. I wish I could be there. I'm sorry for all I've done. Please forgive your dad. Before he could lose his nerve, he pushed the .357 as far down his throat as he could. It was cold and heavy. One of his gums started to bleed from a nick. Bill Burton had done everything he could to ensure that no one would ever know the truth. He had committed crimes. He had killed an innocent person and had been involved in 5 other homicides. And now, seemingly in the clear, the horror behind him, after months of mounting disgust with what he had become, and after a sleepless night next to a woman he had loved with all his heart for over 2 decades, Bill Burton had realized that he could not accept what he had done. Nor could he live with that knowledge. The fact was that without self-respect, without his pride, his life was not worth living. And the unfailing love of his family did not help matters, it only made them worse. Because the object of that love, of that respect, knew that he deserved none of it. He looked over at the stack of cassette tapes. His insurance policy. Now they would constitute his legacy, his own bizarre epitaph. And some good would come out of it. Thank God for that. His lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. The Secret Service. Well, the secrets were going to fly now. He briefly thought of Alan Richmond, and his eyes glistened. Here's hoping for life without parole, and you live to be 100, asshole. His finger tightened on the trigger. Another snowball hit the window. Their voices drifted up to him. The tears started again as he thought of what he was leaving behind. God damn it. The word floated from his mouth, carrying with it more guilt, more anguish than he could ever hope to bear. I'm sorry. Don't hate me. Please, God, don't hate me. At the sound of the explosion, the playing stopped as 3 pairs of eyes turned as one toward the house. In another minute they were inside. It only took 1 more minute for the screams to be heard. The quiet neighborhood was no more. Chapter 29. The knock on the door was unexpected. President Alan Richmond was in a tense conference with his cabinet. The press had lately been lambasting the administration's domestic policies, and he wanted to know why. Not that the actual policies themselves were of much interest to him. He was more concerned about the perception they conveyed. In the grand scheme of things, perceptions were all that mattered. That was Politics 101. Who the hell are they? The president looked angrily at the secretary. Whoever they are, they're not on the list for today. He looked around the table. Hell, his chief of staff had not even bothered to show up for work today. Maybe she had done the smart thing and taken a bottle of pills. That would hurt him short term, but he would work out an impressive spin on her suicide. Besides, she had been right about one thing. He was so far ahead in the polls, who cared? The secretary timidly crept into the room. Her growing astonishment was evident. It's a large group of men, Mr. President. Mr. Bayless from the FBI, several policemen, and a gentleman from Virginia. He wouldn't give his name. The police? Tell them to leave and submit a request to see me. And tell Bayless to call me tonight. He'd be cooling his heels in some bureau outpost in the middle of nowhere if I hadn't pushed through his nomination as director. I will not tolerate this disrespect. They're most insistent, sir. The president flushed red and stood up. Tell them to get the hell out. I'm busy, you idiot. The woman quickly retreated. Before she could reach the door, however, it had opened. 4 Secret Service agents entered, Johnson and Varney among them, followed by a contingent of D.C. police, including Police Chief Nathan Brimmer and FBI Director Donald Bayless, a short, thickly built man in a double-breasted suit with a face whiter than the building he was now in. Bringing up the rear, Seth Frank quietly closed the door. In his other hand he carried a plain brown briefcase. Richmond stared at each of them, his eyes finally coming to rest on the homicide detective. Detective Frank, right? In case you weren't aware, you are interrupting a confidential cabinet meeting. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. He looked across at the 4 agents, raised his eyebrows, and cocked his head toward the door. The men stared back. They didn't budge. Frank stepped forward. He quietly slipped a paper out of his coat, unfolded it, and handed it to the president. Richmond looked down at it while his cabinet watched in utter bewilderment. Richmond finally looked back at the detective. Is this some kind of joke? That is a copy of an arrest warrant naming you on capital murder charges for crimes committed in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Chief Brimmer here has a similar arrest warrant for murder 1 accessory charges that will be brought against you in the district. That is, after the Commonwealth finishes with you. The president looked over at Brimmer, who met his gaze and sternly nodded. There was a cold look in the lawman's eyes that told exactly how he felt about the chief executive. I'm the President of the United States. You can't serve me with anything unless it's coffee. Now get out. The president turned to go back to his chair. Technically, that may be true. However, I don't really care. Once the impeachment process is complete, you won't be President Alan Richmond. You'll just be Alan Richmond. And when that happens, I'll be back. Count on it. The president turned back around, his face bloodless. Impeachment. Frank moved forward until he was eye to eye with the man. On any other occasion, this would have triggered prompt action on the part of the Secret Service. Now, they simply stood motionless. It was impossible to tell that each one of them was inwardly reeling over the loss of a respected colleague. Johnson and Varney seethed at having been duped as to the events of that night at the Sullivan estate, and the man they blamed for it all was now crumpling in front of them. Frank said, "Let's cut through the bullshit. We already have Tim Cullen and Gloria Russell in custody. They've both waived right to counsel, and each has given detailed depositions regarding all of the events involving the homicides of Christine Sullivan, Luther Whitney, Walter Sullivan, and the 2 killings at Patton Shaw. I believe they've already cut deals with the prosecutors, who are really only interested in you anyway. This case is a real career builder for a prosecutor, let me tell you." The president staggered back a step, then righted himself. Frank opened the briefcase and pulled out a videotape and 5 audio cassette tapes. "I'm sure your counsel will be interested to see these. The video is of Agents Burton and Cullen when they attempted to murder Jack Graham. The tapes are of several meetings at which you were present and at which the plannings for the various crimes took place. Over 6 hours of testimony, Mr. President. Copies have been delivered to the Hill, the FBI, CIA, the Post, the Attorney General, White House counsel, and anybody else I could think of. And no gaps on the tapes. Also included is the tape Walter Sullivan made of your telephone conversation on the night of his murder. It doesn't exactly coincide with the version you gave me. All compliments of Bill Burton. Said in his note he was cashing in his insurance policy." "And where is Burton?" The president's voice was filled with rage. "He was pronounced DOA at Fairfax Hospital at 10:30 this morning. Self-inflicted gunshot wound." Richmond barely made it to his chair. No one offered to assist him. He looked up at Frank. "Anything else?" "Yeah. Burton left behind one other paper. It's his proxy. For the next election. Sorry, but it seems you didn't get his vote." One by one, the cabinet members got up and left. Fear of political suicide by association was alive and well in the capital city. The lawmen and Secret Service agents followed. Only the president remained. His eyes stared blankly at the wall. Seth Frank popped his head back in the door. "Remember, be seeing you soon." He quietly closed the door. Epilogue. The seasons of Washington followed a familiar pattern, and a bare week of spring with tolerable temperatures and humidity under 50% gave way abruptly to a meteoric thermometer and a humidity level that routinely delivered a full body shower whenever you walked outside. By July, the typical Washingtonian had adapted as much as they were ever going to air that was difficult to breathe and movements that were never slow enough to prevent a sudden burst of perspiration under one's clothing. But in all of that misery, the occasional evening was not ruined by the sudden materialization of a whipping, drenching thunderstorm with multiple branches of lightning that threatened to touch the earth with every explosion. Where the breeze was cool, the air sweet-smelling, and the sky clear. Tonight was just such a night. Jack sat on the edge of the pool set up on the building's roof. His khaki shorts revealed muscled, tanned legs, hairs curled by the sun. He was even leaner than before, all remnants of office-induced flab banished by months of physical exertion. Cords of well-toned muscle sat just beneath the surface of his white t-shirt. His hair was short, his face as brown as his legs. The water swished between his bare toes. He looked at the sky and breathed deeply. The place had been packed a mere 3 hours ago, as office dwellers dragged tan-free, fleshy bodies to the replenishing powers of the warm waters. Now Jack sat alone. No bed beckoned him. No ringing alarm would disturb his sleep the next morning. The door to the pool opened with a slight squeak. Jack turned and saw the beige summer suit, wrinkled and uncomfortable looking. The man carried a brown paper bag. "Building super told me you were back." Seth Frank smiled. "Mind some company?" "Not if you've got what I think you've got in that bag." Frank sat down in a web chair and tossed a beer to Jack. They dinked cans, and each man took a long pull. Frank looked around. "So how was wherever you were?" "Not bad. It was good to get away. But it's also good to be back. This looks like a nice place to meditate. It gets crowded around 7 for a couple of hours. Most of the other time, it's pretty much like this." Frank looked wistfully at the pool and then started to take off his shoes. "You mind?" "Help yourself." Frank rolled up his pants, curled his socks into his shoes, and sat down next to Jack, letting his milky white legs sink into the water up to his knees. "Damn, that feels good. County detectives with 3 daughters and a mortgage out the yin-yang rarely come into contact with swimming pools." "So I've heard." Frank rubbed his calves and looked at his friend. "Hey, being a bum agrees with you. You might want to think about sticking with it." "I am thinking about it. The idea gets more appealing every day." Frank eyed the envelope next to Jack. "Important?" He pointed at the paper. Jack picked it up, briefly reread the contents. "Ransom Baldwin. Remember him?" Frank nodded. "What? Has he decided to sue you for dumping his baby?" Jack shook his head and smiled. He finished his beer and fished in the bag and pulled out another cold one. He tossed a second one to Frank. "You never know, I guess. The guy basically said I was too good for Jennifer. At least for right now. That she had a lot of growing up to do. He's sending her out on some missionary duties for the Baldwin Charitable Foundation for a year or so. He said if I ever needed anything to let him know. Hell, he even said that he admired and respected me." Frank sipped his beer. "Damn. Doesn't get much better than that." "Yes, it does. Baldwin made Barry Alvis his chief in-house counsel. Alvis was the guy Jen got fired at Patton Shaw. Alvis promptly walked into Dan Kirkson's office and pulled the entire account. I think Dan was last seen on the ledge of a very tall building. I read where the firm closed its doors. All the good lawyers got snapped up right away. The bad ones ought to try something else for a living. Space is already rented out. The whole firm gone, without a trace." "Well, same thing happened to the dinosaurs. It's just taken a little longer with you attorney types." He punched Jack in the arm. Jack laughed. "Thanks for coming and cheering me up." "Hell, I wouldn't miss it." Jack looked at him, his face clouded. "So what happened? Don't tell me you still haven't been reading the papers." "Not for months. After the gauntlet of reporters, talk show hosts, teams of independent prosecutors, Hollywood producers, and your run-of-the-mill curious person I've had to deal with, I never want to know anything about anything. I changed my phone number a dozen times, and the bastards kept finding it. That's why the last 2 months have been so sweet. No one knew me from Adam." Frank took a moment to collect his thoughts. "Well, let's see. Colin pled to conspiracy, 2 counts of second-degree murder, obstruction, and a half-dozen assorted lesser-included offenses. That was the D.C. stuff. I think the judge felt sorry for him. Colin was a Kansas farm boy, Marine, Secret Service agent. He was just following orders. Been doing that most of his life. I mean, the president tells you to do something, you do it. He got 20 to life, which, if you ask me, was a sweetheart deal. But he gave a full account to the prosecution team. Maybe it was worth it. He'll probably be out in time for his 50th birthday. The Commonwealth decided not to prosecute in return for his cooperation against Richmond." "What about Russell?" Frank almost choked on his beer. Jesus, did that woman spill her guts? They must have spent a fortune on court reporting fees. She just wouldn't stop talking. She got the best deal of all. No prison time. 1,000 hours of community time. 10 years probation. For fucking conspiracy to commit murder. Can you believe that? Between you and me, I think she's right on the borderline sanity-wise anyway. They brought in a court-appointed shrink. I think she might spend a few years in an institution before she's ready to come out and play. But I gotta tell you, Richmond brutalized her. Emotionally and physically. If half of what she said was true. Jesus. Mind games from hell. So what about Richmond? You really have been on Mars, haven't you? Trial of the millennium, and you slipped right through it. Somebody had to. He fought right to the end, I have to admit that. Must have spent every dime he had. The guy didn't do himself any good testifying, I can tell you that. He was so damn arrogant, obviously lying out his ass. And they traced the money wire straight back to the White House. Russell had pulled it from a bunch of accounts, but made the mistake of assembling the $5 million into one account before she wired it. Probably afraid if all of the money didn't show up at the same time, Luther would go to the cops. His plan worked, even if he wasn't around to see it. Richmond didn't have an answer for that, or a lot of other things. They tore him up on cross. He brought in a who's who of American greatness, and it didn't help him one little bit. Son of a bitch. One dangerous and sick dude, if you ask me. And he had the nuclear codes. Real nice. So what did he get? Frank stared at the ripples in the water for a few moments before answering. He got the death penalty, Jack. Jack stared at him. Bullshit. How'd they manage that? A little tricky from a legal technical point of view. They prosecuted him under the murder for hire statute. That's the only one where the triggerman rule doesn't apply. How the hell did they get murder for hire to stick? They argued that Burton and Colin were paid subordinates whose only job was to do what the president told them to do. He ordered them to kill. Like a mafia hitman on the payroll. It's a stretch, but the jury returned the verdict and the sentence, and the judge let it stand. Jesus Christ. Hey, just because the guy was president doesn't mean he should be treated differently than anybody else. Hell, I don't know why we should be surprised at what happened. You know what kind of person it takes to run for president? Not normal. They could start out okay, but by the time they reach that level, they've sold their soul to the devil so many times and stomped the guts out of enough people that they are definitely not like you and me. Not even close. Frank studied the depths of the pool, then finally stirred. But they'll never execute him. Why not? His lawyers will appeal. The ACLU will file, along with all the other death penalty opposers. You're going to get amicus briefs from all over the planet. The guy took a tidal wave plunge on the popularity scale, but he's still got some powerful friends. They'll find something wrong on the record. Besides, the country might agree on convicting the scumball. But I'm not sure the United States could actually execute some guy they elected to the presidency. Doesn't look real good from a global perspective either. Makes me feel kind of queasy too. Although the asshole deserves it. Jack scooped up handfuls of water and let the warm liquid run down his arms. He stared off into the night. Frank looked keenly at Jack. Not that some positives haven't come out of all this. Hell, Fairfax wants to make yours truly a division head. I've gotten offers from about a dozen cities to be their chief of police. The lead prosecutor on the Richmond case, they say, is a shoo-in for the AG slot next election. The detective took a sip of beer. What about you, Jack? You were the one who brought the guy down. Setting up Burton and the president was your idea. Man, when I found my line was tapped, I thought my head was going to explode. You were right, though. So what do you get out of all this? Jack looked at his friend and said simply, I'm alive. I'm not practicing rich man law at Patton Shaw. And I'm not marrying Jennifer Baldwin. That's more than enough. Frank studied the blue veins on his legs. You heard from Kate? Jack took another swallow of beer before answering. She's in Atlanta. At least she was last time she wrote. She gonna stick there? Jack shrugged. She's not sure. Her letter wasn't all that clear. Jack paused. Luther left her his house in his will. I'm surprised she'd take it. Ill-gotten gains and all that. Luther's father left it to him, bought and paid for. Luther knew his daughter. I think he wanted her to have something. A home's not a bad place to start. Yeah? A home takes two, if you ask me. And then some dirty diapers and infant formula to make it complete. Hell, Jack. You two were meant to be together. I'm telling you. I'm not sure that matters, Seth. He wiped off the thick droplets of water from his arms. She's been through a lot. Maybe too much. I'm kinda connected to all the bad stuff. I really can't blame her for wanting to get away from it all. Wipe the slate clean. You weren't the problem, Jack. From what I saw, everything else was. Jack looked across at a helicopter roaring its way across the sky. I'm a little tired of always being the one to make the first step, Seth. You know what I'm saying? I guess. Frank looked at his watch. Jack caught the movement. Got somewhere to go? I was just thinking we need something a lot stronger than beer. I know this nice little place out by Dulles. Rack of ribs long as my arm. 2-pound corn on the cobs and tequila till the sun comes up. And some not-so-bad-looking waitresses, if you're so inclined. Although being married, I will only watch from a respectful distance while you make a complete fool of yourself. We take a cab home because we'll both be shit-faced and you can crash at my place. What do you say? Jack grinned. Can I get a rain check on that? It sounds good, though. You sure? I'm sure, Seth. Thanks. You got it. Frank stood up, rolled down his pants, and flopped across to put on his shoes and socks. Hey, how about Saturday you come out to my place? We're grilling. Burgers, fries, and dogs. Got tickets to Camden Yard, too. You got a deal on that one. Frank stood up and headed to the door. He looked back. Hey, Jack. Don't think too much, okay? Sometimes that's not real healthy. Jack held up his can. Thanks for the beer. After Frank left, Jack lay back on the cement and stared at a sky that seemed filled with more stars than there were numbers. Sometimes he would awaken from a deep sleep and realize that he'd been dreaming about the most bizarre stuff. But what he'd been dreaming about had actually happened to him. It was not a pleasant feeling, and it only added to the confusion that, at his age, he hoped would have been long since eliminated from his life. An hour-and-a-half plane ride due south was probably the surest answer to what ailed him. Kate Whitney may or may not come back. The only thing he felt sure about was that he could not go after her. That this time it would be her responsibility to return to his life. And it was not bitterness that made Jack feel such was imperative. Kate had to make up her own mind about her life and how she wanted to spend it. The emotional trauma she had experienced with her father had been surpassed by the overwhelming guilt and grief she had endured at his death. The woman had a lot to think through, and she had made it very clear that she needed to undertake that exercise alone. And she was probably right. He took off his shirt, slid into the water, and did 3 quick laps. His arms cut powerfully through the water, and then he pulled himself back up on the tiled apron. He grabbed his towel and wrapped it around his shoulders. The night air was cool, and each droplet of water felt like a miniature air conditioner against his skin. He again looked at the sky. Not a mural in sight. But neither was Kate. He was deciding whether to head back to his apartment for some sleep when he heard the door squeak open again. Frank must have forgotten something. He looked over. For a few seconds, he couldn't move. He just sat there with the towel around his shoulders, afraid to make a sound. That what was happening might not be real. Another dream that would flicker out with the sun's first rays. Finally, he slowly got up, water dripping off him, and moved toward the door. Down on the street, Seth Frank stood next to his car for a few moments, admiring the simple beauty of the evening, sniffed the air that was more reminiscent of a wet spring than a humid summer. It wouldn't be that late when he got home. Maybe Mrs. Frank would like to hit the neighborhood Dairy Queen. Just the two of them. He'd heard some good reports about the butterscotch-dipped cone. That would finish off the day just fine. He climbed in his car. As a father of 3, Seth Frank knew what a wonderful and precious commodity life was. As a homicide detective, he had learned how that precious commodity could be brutally ripped away. He looked up at the roof of the apartment building and smiled as he put the car in gear. But that was the great thing about being alive, he thought. Today might not be so good, but tomorrow, you got another chance to get it right. Author's note. This novel is obviously a work of fiction and intends to be nothing more. It in no way implies that members of the United States Secret Service would do any of the acts attributed to the fictional agents in the novel. The agents in absolute power were good, loyal men put into an impossible situation. The decisions they made were decisions any one of us might have made if confronted with the total destruction of all we have worked for. I cannot imagine a more difficult task than the one every Secret Service agent undertakes on any given day. Weeks, months, or years of tedium may at any moment be shattered by the actions of those who wish to harm, to kill. Secret Service agents seem to me to be the counterparts of football's unheralded offensive linemen. No one praises them when things go right, when the millions of logistical details making up their daily routines result in no assassination attempt. Nothing newsworthy. But of course we do hear of them on the very rare occasion when something bad does happen. And Secret Service agents must live with that unfairness every day, as they protect people whose political survival demands that they do things that make them, in essence, unprotectable. For this and many other reasons, the men and women of the United States Secret Service deserve the respect and admiration of every American. They certainly have mine. David Baldacci, Washington, D.C., January 1996. Acknowledgements. Jennifer Karras, for being a terrific friend and avid supporter and for getting the ball rolling way back when. Karen Spiegel, my biggest fan on the West Coast. May there be many huge movies and small statuettes in your future. Jim and Evern Spiegel, for all their support and encouragement. Aaron Priest, the man who plucked me from obscurity, my friend and agent for life, and a hell of a nice guy on top of it. And his assistant, Lisa Vance, who diligently answers every one of my questions, no matter how off the wall. And to the Priest Agency's editor-in-residence, Francis Gillet Miller, whose insights and thoughtful comments made me dig deeper into my characters, and made the book far better in the process. My editor, Maureen Egan, for making my freshman publication experience so painless and rewarding. And to Larry Kirschbaum, who saw something in the pages very late at night and changed my life forever. Stephen Wilmson, a fellow writer who well knows how hard it is and who fed me good advice and tons of encouragement all along the way. Thank you, my friend. Steve and Mary Jennings for technical advice, legwork, and being the best friends anyone could hope for. Richard Marvin and Joe Berry for technical advice on security systems. And to Art, Lynette, Ronnie, Scott, and Randy for all their love and support. Here, the words really do fail me. Please keep listening to hear No Time Left, the thrilling new David Baldacci story you won't hear anywhere else. No Time Left. Frank Becker was exceptionally good at his job, and took great pride at being so exceptionally good. He took his clients' orders promptly and carried them out with professionalism and attention to detail. This was not simply being a sound businessman or even demonstrating altruism. It was very much in Becker's interests to sweat the details, to obsess over them, in fact, if he wanted to survive. He was a small man with an ego many times the size of his body. A fat baby, he'd grown into a trim, methodical adult who did not overindulge in anything. He was single, lived quietly except when he was working, and had seen a large slice of the world because, in his particular area of expertise, there were no borders. He never expected to marry because that would be complicating, and he never desired to have children because that would be pointless. He now stood outside on the curb in front of a modern building in the middle of a city that had seen more prosperous days. It was making a comeback of sorts, to the extent that steel, asphalt, and concrete and the populations that reside in and on them can have second chances. And it was a historical city, with many sites of cultural significance that could draw tourists. Becker didn't care about any of this. He had flown here for one reason only, and it had nothing to do with tourist sites or second chances. He lit a cigarette and blew the smoke out his nostrils as he'd watched his father do when Becker was a child. For many years he'd longed to release smoke out his nostrils like his father. While some sons pantomimed shaving while watching their old man, Becker had watched his dad smoke and exhale, memorizing the technique and the timing. And at age 16 he'd accomplished his goal, but not without some coughing and hacking. Now he'd become an expert at nostril smoke exhalation, and he did it with a certain style. That was one of only two things he did that made him stand out a bit. In every other aspect of his life, Becker blended right into the crowd. The bland suits he wore, the low decibels of his speech, his everyman's features, and the vacant expression in his eyes were all designed to place everyone's attention on any location other than him. He drew a bit of tobacco off his tongue as his gaze flickered like a dying light bulb at the tall, thin man in the excellent suit, where each jacket cuff showed the exact same margin of white shirt underneath. He was pushing through the glass double doors of the downtown office building and began walking down the street. Becker bought a newspaper from a vendor and headed in the same direction. The other fellow was a prosperous and pleased-looking gent, principally because he was very successful at what he did. Indeed, he owned the building he'd just exited. He'd accumulated lots of money, all of it legally, and gave a substantial portion of it away to good works. He was married to a lovely and refined woman, and with her had had 3 bright children who would soon make their positive marks on the world. He had few enemies in the world. But as Becker knew, it took only one determined adversary to change your life. Becker folded the paper in half and carried it under his left arm, leaving his right one free to swing the umbrella he carried. It didn't necessarily look like rain today, but the weather person had cautioned folks that morning that a thunderstorm was certainly possible, given the recent atmospheric potboilers of heat and humidity. He wore gloves, though the day was not cold. This was the second thing he did that was out of the ordinary, but vanity left him no option. The gloves were black leather and had cost him $200. He considered them well worth the price. The fellow up ahead had his daily rituals. A walk during lunchtime was one of them. From watching him the past 4 days, Becker knew that he would head south down 1 block, turn left, proceed to the park, enjoy the trees and birds, and then retrace his steps and return to his office. Rituals like that were nice, comforting, and completely asinine, Becker knew. He had no such routines. At any given minute of his day, no one would be able to tell where he would be based on the previous day's experience. Most people embraced sameness. Becker raced from it. He knew how deadly routine could be if someone wanted to do you harm. The man slowed. There was a crowd gathered at the corner. It seemed like something of significance was coming down the street, and for this reason the police were holding folks back. Perhaps it was a parade or an official motorcade carrying a suitably important person, important enough indeed to warrant traffic police and clogged intersections. Like a rugby scrum at the corner, folks were massing. Some broke off from this pack and were craning their necks to see who or what was coming. Becker had picked this day based solely on this event, happening at this precise moment. The fellow he was watching reached the intersection and joined in the head craning and standing on tiptoes to see over the jostling crowd. As more people packed the spot, it became like a log-filled river with a strained dam ready to burst. The cops sweated and pushed and cursed the citizens into some degree of order. Becker smiled at their plight. He had never much liked cops. His old man had been a policeman after a failed attempt at a career running a butcher's shop in a small town. He'd moved to the city when Becker was still a baby. After he started wearing the blues, he had taken to beating Becker with his nightstick after he came home, and downed a few shots of gin so cheap and strong that it could burn a hole in metal. That and the smokes were his dad's chief vices, other than beating his son while Becker's stepmother looked on, drink in hand, and gave advice on where to hit him next. Becker's real mother, he'd been told, had died at childbirth. That was all he knew. That was more than he ever cared to know, actually. He doubted his real mother would have been any more loving than his stepmother. As the police used their bodies and barricades and the strength of their lungs to keep the human logs back on the curb, Becker angled to the left and stepped further into the crowd. It took him 10 seconds to work his way forward, using pointy elbows and apologetic looks at folks he pushed past. Now he was standing directly behind the man. He checked his watch. He had a contact who'd given him a heads-up on this traffic snarling event. In 1 more minute, the limo and the surrounding trucks with bodyguards would be passing by. He edged closer. Before he slipped the newspaper into his coat pocket, he glanced at the date. May 5th, 2000. His birthday was next week. He would turn 50. His celebration would consist of dinner alone and no presents. He cared for birthdays even less than he did beatings. He counted the moments off in his head. This was really unnecessary because the crowd's collective energy spiked when the motorcade drew within sight of the intersection. He started taking shallow breaths. It was not to control his nerves. For all he knew, he had none. He wanted to reduce his oxygen a bit, to get a natural high from what he was about to do. He'd found it better than sex, actually, because he had no concerns about pleasing anyone other than himself. "There he is!" cried out one person. Becker's right hand increased its grip on the handle of the umbrella. He edged the point of the device upward and forward at the same time. The limo was passing, and the crowd had started screaming and waving. Becker thrust the tip into the flesh, and then, in the next motion, moved to the side and flitted away. As the other fellow rubbed the back of his thigh where the stinging impact had occurred, Becker was walking away, casually reading his newspaper with one hand while he twirled his umbrella with the other. The man's obituary appeared in the city newspaper 2 days later. He had succumbed to some inexplicable malady that had left him in agony before killing him. An autopsy would be done to see what had caused the poor fellow's demise. His bereaved family lay in ruins, his business disintegrating without his stalwart hand at the helm. As Becker sat in his apartment 1,000 miles away, reading the account on the computer, he knew he could save the poor medical examiner the trouble. Compound 1080, he said aloud. He knew that the man had died of ventricular arrhythmias. Compound 1080, discovered by German chemists during World War II and used in various pesticides, disrupted cellular metabolism, and with it the citric acid cycle, also known as the Krebs cycle, depriving cells of energy. The poison worked rapidly and did incredibly unpleasant things to the person injected with it. The cylinder in Becker's umbrella point had been filled with enough compound 1080 to finish off the fellow in a matter of hours. There was no antidote, and his last few hours of life, Becker knew, had been filled with unimaginable pain that no human could withstand. He had no doubt screamed to his God for mercy. He was a religious man, Becker knew, having followed him and his beautiful family to Mass the Sunday before plunging his umbrella point into the unfortunate gent's hamstring. His God had not answered back. Even all-powerful gods bowed before poisons, with no known antidotes. Becker was a student of history, or at least certain esoteric parts of it. He'd gotten the idea of the umbrella delivery system from an attack carried out by the Bulgarian secret police in the 1970s against a person making trouble for the government. Why reinvent the wheel? However, he had put his original spin on the matter because the Bulgarians had used that old standby, ricin, as the killing agent. Compound 1080 was, at least in his mind, far classier. He used his computer to check his bank account, making sure that the remainder of his kill fee had reached his overseas bank. He would never read or think about the man again. He would not mentally commiserate with the widow or the children who'd lost their father. There was nothing productive about that. If he had those types of feelings, or weaknesses, rather, he would not have chosen this line of work. It was a job. Just a job. And it was time to move on to another one. Becker was much in demand. That came from never having failed and being unwaveringly discreet. A week later, the letter arrived in the mail. It was time to go to work again. He stepped aboard another plane, landed, rented a car, and drove to the man's house out near the water. It was a beautiful estate, set amid rows of mature oak and maple trees, fat bushes draped in bloom, flower-lined stone, and gravel paths that meandered in and out of sight. The home itself was large and at least 2 centuries old, with the plentiful trappings of that era's architecture, gables and Doric columns and balustrades, lichen-covered ashlar coins at the corners and rows of arched windows in front. He was ushered into the library by a dour woman in a black maid's uniform. The shelves were filled with old books that looked well read, and the vast room had a pleasant aroma of mingled scents, leather, tobacco, and candle wax. The man who joined him moments later was tall and cadaverous, with a horseshoe of white hair remaining on his head. His mustache drooped over his small mouth. His teeth looked false. He wore a set of ancient tweeds, with an overly starched collared shirt and a drab tie that disappeared down into a waistcoat, which looked as though it would be scratchy to the touch. Across its front was a fat watch on a gold chain. He sat down behind an enormous mahogany desk meticulously organized and motioned for Becker to sit across from him. Becker had sat across from many clients at meetings like this. They were all different in terms of sophistication and motivation, yet there was something about the old house, room, and man that bothered Becker. Yet details about his client were not his concern. He was here to listen and accept the assignment or not. Becker crossed his legs and waited expectantly. He never spoke until the potential client did. At this point in his career, he wanted to feel challenged. Early on, he would accept whatever request came his way. Now he was more selective. Most tasks required weeks of planning, and he wanted to spend it only on something he felt was worthy of his talents. Life was too brief, nearly as brief as the people he was paid to kill. The old man cleared his throat and looked appraisingly over Becker's bland suit, average features, black gloves, and downcast gaze, and came away apparently pleased, or at least satisfied. "You come, recommended." Becker lifted his gaze a millimeter. "I often do. May I ask who the reference was?" "Schultz." "I see. Yes, I can understand that. A tricky one.
Indeed.
And your request? Trickier still, said the man. His mustache hairs rippled outward as he spoke. For some reason this irritated Becker when he observed it. He kept his gaze planted downward after that. It was critical to be objective at this point. I look forward to being impressed then, said Becker, with a bit more arrogance than he had intended. There was something about this fellow, he suddenly concluded, that bothered him. Something other than the rippling mustache. The old man leaned forward, resting the well-worn elbow patches of his tweed coat on the polished desktop. He took a few moments to draw a small hooked pipe from his waistcoat pocket and ignite it, nursing the tobacco to life with a few expert intakes of breath. He bent the match in half with long, spidery, blue-veined fingers and brushed it into a copper ashtray next to the black rotary dial phone.
A woman needs to be taken care of.
Her name and address?
It will be provided through the post.
Becker glanced up at this. The post? You mean the mail? That is unusual.
You call it one thing and I another, the man said amiably. But it means the same thing.
I also meant that putting such information down in writing could become awkward if the authorities ever saw it.
I'm a very old man, so such things do not bother me. What will be, will be.
All right. What has she done to you that warrants my intervention? The man puffed his pipe thoughtfully before answering.
Does it matter?
Becker shifted uneasily in his seat. No, it doesn't. My terms are relatively simple. Half now, half on completion.
So I understand.
Please also understand that on only one occasion has someone failed to complete the final payment. His funeral was extremely expensive because of the oversight.
I see your point, and I would never hazard to repeat his mistake. I have not many years left to live, but I would like to enjoy them in peace and comfort.
And the challenging part?
You will see that firsthand.
Becker gave him a curious expression. Why call this meeting, then?
So I could see you, and you could see me. I'm sure you would agree that our business is a personal one. If I may say, the most personal of all. A face-to-face contact seemed, to me, manifest.
Becker shrugged, unimpressed by the man's words. Suit yourself. I will await your post. I'll give you an address that will reach me. The other man's reply surprised Becker.
I already have it.
He held out his hand.
Shall we shake on it?
That's not necessary.
No, it is. I'm an old-fashioned man, as I'm sure you discerned from the moment you stepped in here.
He held out his hand. Becker still hesitated.
Please, insisted the old man. Indulge an old man who's about to pay you $100,000.
Finally, Becker held out his gloved hand. The old man shook his head.
Flesh to flesh. It is a point of honor with me.
Becker hesitated again and then slowly removed the leather covering. He had 4 fingers. Where the 5th one, the index finger, should have sprouted, there was only a small nodule of dead bone barely an inch in length. It was a genetic defect inherited from his mother. It was the chief reason he never used a firearm in his work. He couldn't pull the trigger properly. It was also the reason for the gloves. The other man made no note of the deformity, but gave Becker's hand a firm shake, and then released it.
I feel so much better now, he said.
You'll feel even better when the woman is dead, thought Becker. I never got your name, he said. Only directions to come here.
"Wells," said the man. "Herb Wells."
The letter came 2 days later. Becker read through his instructions with growing bewilderment. The old man had said the job would be challenging. This seemed anything but. It was so straightforward, it put Becker fully on his guard. Yet the half payment was in his bank account, and there was a train ticket in the envelope for the day after tomorrow. Becker dressed in his average suit and slipped a 6-inch blade in his pocket after donning his ubiquitous gloves. He caught the high-speed train 5 minutes before it was set to leave the station. During the ride, the motion of the train, the clickety-clack of the wheels, and the passage through a long, dark tunnel made Becker do something he never had before. He fell asleep while traveling on an assignment. When he awoke, the train was just pulling into the station. A sudden thought hit him as he came out of his stupor. Bellows of a steam engine? Why would this train make such a noise? As he climbed off the train, he stood quite still on the platform. The folks passing by him looked normal, except for their clothes. He saw bow ties and suits with wide lapels. All the men wore hats, bowlers and flat-brimmed straw hats, and one elderly fellow even had on a top hat. The ladies were dressed in wide pleated skirts hanging below the knee with sharply pointed hats and dainty shoes with thick heels of modest height. The children were formally dressed, too. One skinny boy was twirling a wooden yo-yo. The absence of something else made Becker jerk his head in the direction of the station. No one had a cell phone. No Blackberries, no laptop computers, no buds in ears with iPods connected to belts. He headed toward a stand and bought a newspaper. When he handed the man $1, he received 90 cents back. Becker stared down at the coins in the palm of his hand. For some reason the coins looked odd, but Becker thrust them in his pocket and forgot them when he saw the startling headline. North Korea had just invaded South Korea. As he read further, his skin grew paler, and there was a pronounced tick in a blood vessel on the left side of his temple. President Harry S. Truman denounced this unwarranted invasion and pledged support to the South Korean government. Becker shot a glance at the date. 1950. He lowered the paper and stared suspiciously around. Vintage automobiles passed up and down the street. As he looked across at the train he'd just climbed off, he noted that the bullet train he'd earlier boarded had now turned into a diesel model that had long since been relegated to train museums. Challenging? This must be what the old man had been referring to in his request. The job itself sounded simple. Yet how would Becker get back home to his own time? How had he gotten here in the first place? He thought back. He remembered the long tunnel, how the train's interior faded to darkness, how he'd fallen asleep at that moment. Normally, he was pumped and energetic for a job. Frank Becker had spent the last 20 years of his life maintaining strict discipline and intense self-control. He grabbed hold of his rambling nerves, drew a long breath, and dropped the paper in the trash. He fingered the knife in his pocket. He had his instructions, and he'd received half his fee. He'd complete the job and then figure out how to return. He was a professional. Perhaps it would be as simple as boarding the train again, going back through the tunnel, and falling asleep. Asleep? Am I asleep? Dreaming? Becker didn't know what else to do, so he pinched himself and winced at the pain. He was not dreaming. He was 50 years in the past. He gathered his nerves, squared his shoulders, and walked out of the station. It was a small town, really a village, with a butcher, baker, shops, restaurants, a pub, and a church on the main avenue. As Becker walked, this delicate burst of retail energy petered out, and the lane he was walking alongside became quiet. All he heard was the wind and a few birds. Becker had memorized the contents of the letter from his client and then put a match to it. If things went awry, no one would find any evidence on him. Like the successful man in the city, the woman he was looking for had a routine. Today being Thursday, she would be at her cottage a half-mile distant. She cleaned her home on Thursdays, and then prepared a simple meal for her husband, who came home promptly at 6 from work in town. Becker checked his watch. It still ran, though it was now apparently 5 decades earlier than it had been this morning. He had 4 hours, more than enough time. The couple had no children, the letter had said. She would be alone. He didn't have to ask for directions to the cottage. The details in the letter were spot on. He arrived there 20 minutes after leaving the train station. It was a small footprint of weathered clapboard with chipping white paint, a gingerbread trim painted in soft green, and a small flower bed on either side of the 2-foot-high entrance gate that Becker stepped right over. The blooms were pretty, zinnias, geraniums, impatiens, and there was also some foxglove, which Becker recognized, since he'd once milked deadly quantities of digitalis from the plant in preparation for poisoning another target of his some years ago. The front door wasn't even locked. The hinges were well oiled, and his entrance was silent. The place was isolated. He hadn't passed one person or another home on his way here. He had seen an old DeSoto sedan parked on the side of the road, but there was no one inside. He didn't call out, as there was no reason to give any warning. His hand slipped to his pocket as he cautiously made his way through the interior space from front to back. The kitchen and what would in the 1950s probably be called the parlor were empty. A pot was on the stove with simmering water in it, so the woman of the house had to be nearby. The space was simple and contained no luxuries that Becker could see. He had no idea why a young woman, the letter informed him that she was only 19, living in such ordinary circumstances, had incurred the wrath of his present client. But his was not to reason, only to execute. There was only one room left. When he opened the door, he saw instantly that it was the bedroom. A 4-poster bed with cheap cloth hangings dominated the space. There was a mirror on the wall in which Becker caught his reflection for an instant. He froze. It was the only time he'd ever seen himself about to kill. His face was calm, but his eyes seemed to have swollen to unnatural size, as though the enormity of the deed to come had filled them like hot gas poured into a balloon. Then his attention became riveted on the chair next to the bed. The young woman sat there, her hands busy with knitting needles and yarn. He marveled at the dexterity of her fingers. Yet something did not quite seem right with the image. He crossed the room and slipped the knife from his pocket. She had not yet looked up. For some reason, he wanted to finish the job before she could look at him. Get back on the train, go back to where he belonged. It was the mirror. His reflection had unnerved him somehow. A bead of sweat appeared on his forehead, just above his left eyebrow. His wish was not granted. She turned to stare at him. He did not like to face his victims. His job, of course, required nerve and daring, but he was actually something of a coward, preferring to strike from behind with an umbrella or a knife. And then run away. That was how he'd killed his father. A hammer to the head, and then he'd run to catch a freight train to a new life. Her expression surprised him. There was a strange man in her bedroom coming at her with a knife, but she did not look afraid. He raised the blade. His heart was pounding, his temples expanding and contracting with the pressure. Her mouth parted as though she were about to say something, but she remained silent because of what he did next. His blade struck, once deeply in the chest, once in the neck for good measure. She slumped back in the seat, her hands falling to her sides. The knitting needles clattered on the wooden floor. Her chest heaved, throwing her blood outside her body through the 2 wounds. He should flee, he knew that, but he felt rooted to the spot. His gaze flitted around the room. He saw the leather apron hanging from a hook on the wall. It was spotted with blood and bits of dried meat. Then, his mind working feverishly, he recalled the butcher's shop he'd passed in the village. That was where the husband must work. With that thought, a cold worked its way into Becker's skin that paralyzed him. He managed to slowly turn his head back to the dying woman. He looked down at her right hand. He gripped it, turned it upward, drawing it to the light from the window. When he saw the little nodule of bone where the index finger should have been, he instantly dropped the hand, and it swung back down, hitting the side of the chair. Becker's mind was beginning to shut down with each heave of the woman's body as life left her. As his eyes focused on her body, Becker saw the large hump in her belly, and on her lap was the object of her knitting, a small blue knit cap for the baby boy she was very close to delivering. Now, of course, they were both dead. As Becker slumped to the floor, his own breaths coming in agonized gasps, he thought he saw his mother smile at him, but he could have been wrong about that. The answer would never come. A moment later, he was gone.
This has been an Hachette audio production of Absolute Power, written by David Baldacci.